Hey everyone, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 2 of Hoop Fest. We're super excited that you're here with us today. We got another great show lined up for you. We have our 2 educational sessions today. We have Stephanie Young and Emily Thompson going to be on today. They're going to each do an hour of just education. And then we have a tremendous amount of great demos today on the machines, some great pricing. I tell you what, list just goes on. I got Kyle in here with me this morning.
Hi, everybody.
So Kyle's running the control board, and we've got Melinda and Rhonda's going to be on the Facebook and YouTube chat. We also have our whole crew at the call center, and we have our whole crew on the live chat on the website. So if you're at SewingMachinesPlus.com, we have live chatters there that can help you out as well. So everybody's raring to go this morning. But before we get too deep into the show, we got to say a big shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching. We have Patty Shelton over in Tennessee. So good morning, Patty. We have Jennifer Warren out here in California. We have Niall Brown in New York. Linda Rowland over in Georgia. Marcy Fessler in Texas. Marcel Hamrick in North Carolina. And Delta Gilbert in Michigan. So got a whole slew of you watching out there today, so thank y'all for joining in.
Welcome everyone.
So we've got some great things, but got to remind y'all too about the voting for the embroidery project contest we have going on right now. The voting opened up yesterday, so if y'all want to take a look and see what all the projects that were entered were, you can go just to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page up there, it says events and classes. Click on that. It'll take you to a landing page. Find Virtual Hoop Fest. Click on the thumbnail, and it'll take you to the product page. And from there, you can just hit gallery, and you'll be able to see all the entries. And guess what? You can vote on your favorite one.
62 or 63 beautiful entries.
63 entries.
So good job, everyone.
So yeah, a lot of entries, and you get to vote 2 times a day. Yes. So that means if you're doing it from your house, your home IP address, you vote and your husband votes, that's 2.
Yeah.
So just 2 votes per IP address. So if that makes kind of sense to you, because I know some people sometimes say, well, hey, it only let me vote one time. Well, that means somebody else in your house voted it. So, but you should be able to vote twice a day. So you can go vote on your favorite ones. And so it's a lot of fun to see that. We're going to give a prize for the People's Choice Award, which is the voting. And then we're going to give the top 3 places with the judge's choice. And they all get a little prize package. Plus, they're going to get trophies and ribbons and all that fun stuff we're going to give away. And then guess what, Kyle? One lucky viewer out there has a chance to win a $25,000 Embroidery Dream Studio.
Yes,
so
there it is.
There it is right there. And I was going to get you to get me a list, and I forgot.
We've got an Elna 860 or 850, an Amber Air S500, a Happy 7 needle, a Janome 400E, an Aero cabinet, and Floriani software and Dime software.
There we go.
But yes, I'll get a list for you.
So Kyle just told you what everything was in there. Y'all can see it on the screen. One lucky viewer is going to win that. We actually picked our first finalist yesterday, and so we're going to pick another finalist today. Dale Brown.
Dale Brown.
Dale's the one that won it yesterday. And you know what's so funny about that? The coach at LSU basketball back when Shaq played, his name was Dale Brown.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Dale, is that you? Didn't know you were a sewer. So, but we're going to pick a finalist again today for the second finalist at the end of the day. And so everybody out there watching, you have a chance to win. And whoever we pick, they'll be in the running. And every one of y'all will go home with something. You may not win all of the other 4 runner-ups. They get a little prize package to take home. But one of you is going to win that Dream Studio. So it's going to be pretty awesome. So good morning to you, Heidi, Wanda. Awesome. It is awesome prizes. Always, we try to give really good prizes. So hope y'all have noticed that. Trying to think there's any other things that we need to cover today, Kyle. I guess one of the things that comes up a lot, people ask, well, hey, what all specials do y'all have going on during Hoop Fest? And we have a ton of things going on. It's just we're limited to how many things that we can have on the show. So there's thousands of products we have on Hoop Fest specials that are just not going to make the show. So if you're interested in wanting to know about, hey, I've had my eye on this machine and you just want to know if it's on special, give them a call. Call the 800 number, 800-401-8151. And just inquire about it and say, hey, I'm looking at this machine. Is this happen to be on special? And they'll be able to tell you, because we have, I'm telling you, thousands of products we put on Hoop Fest specials. And so it's probably, there's a good chance, there might not be something that you're looking for. It's not on the show. So that way you can take advantage of it. We also have some special financing going on just for Hoop Fest. So, if you need some help with those monthly payments, they may have some options for you. So you can just call and ask about what products and that you're looking at, and they'll be able to tell you if there's a special on it or not. But we have tons of stuff going on like that, don't we, Kyle?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So
give us a call.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Just give us a call. Or you can, ask them on the live chat on the website. If you can't call, if you're like one of those sneaky ones and watching from work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can always chat.
Yeah.
So
is everything a call in or a chat in? So call or chat.
Yep, yes. Linda, everything is a call in or chat in. I guess you could say, yeah, you need to call because there's a lot of things that's going on. And I think I explained that to you yesterday as well. We have to be kind of careful on these shows about, what they call break and map. And MAP is the minimum advertised price, and that is set by the manufacturers. They set a price and they say we can't advertise it below that price. So if I just told you that on air, that's actually, breaking the MAP. That's telling you, and it's advertising a price cheaper than they're wanting us to show it. So, but if you call in, we can tell you what our prices are, and we don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what we encourage you. Even if you're just a tire kicker and you're just thinking about a future, if you want to call and try to get a deal on something, you never know. You may get such a good deal that you go, I gotta buy it today. So what we're trying to do is, be an advocate for our customers. And, we go out there and try our best to negotiate really good prices. And instead of us making more money and more margin, we try to pass those savings directly to you. And that's why sometimes you'll buy something and you'll see it a month later, it might be a little bit cheaper. I'm going to tell you why. Because what happens, we have a certain margin that we have to make as a company. And so we may make a better buy. So let's just say, for instance, this month I have some products in stock that I paid a certain amount for. Well, next month I may have got a special buy from the manufacturer. If I bought a certain number, I got a discount. Well, if I pass that right savings on to you, guess what? The price next month might be a little cheaper on that particular ones. And, there could be 10 of them, there could be 20 of them. It just depends, how many machines I buy at that time. So, and when they're gone, and the price goes back up. So what we try to do is we try to time that with our festivals so we can make really good buys and pass those savings on to you. And a lot of times, they're limited. So when they're gone, they're gone. So don't delay if you're in a market for something. If you want to really get a good deal, now's the time to buy. So we've got a special presenter coming up next, Kyle.
Yes.
And I got to tell you a little bit about her. We got Janome coming in the house. We have Ann Hine coming in. Now, Ann's passion for sewing started when she had to take that required home economics class. Sewing created, where she'd be able to create new, unique clothes, and crafting were her things. And even using her grandmother's treadle machine, she got those things done. And today you'll find Ann on the Artistic Digitizer Facebook page sharing her extensive knowledge of embroidery, digitizing, and editing. And she loves to help people and troubleshoot. And we're just so fortunate to have her part of the show. And Ann's been working with us for a few years now. And so y'all give a big SMP welcome to Ann Hine. Hey, Ann.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. It's a little wet here, but I'm doing pretty good.
Well, we need more rain in California. We always need rain in California, so we'll take all you got.
I'll try to send it that way.
All right. Well, hey, Ann, we're going to let you get going this morning. I know we're talking about a really cool embroidery machine, and we're going to let you get going, and I'll tell them how they can get it once you get finished up.
All right. Thank you. So today I get to show you the Memory Craft 550E limited edition. And this is an embroidery only machine. And it's a limited edition because it comes with some special things. One of the things it comes with is the AccuStitch software. So this software uses the decorative stitches, and you can create different shapes with them. There's ruler work designs in there and more things like that. It also comes with Stitch Composer so that you can make your own decorative stitches, which I love doing that as well. There's a USB stick with an additional 30 large designs for our big hoop here, and I'll show you that in a moment. There's 180 already in the machine, but we have 30 more on this USB stick for our limited edition. So our limited edition has this large hoop. This is a 7.9 by 14 hoop. There we go. And we also comes with 3 other hoops. They're back here. We have a 5.5-inch square, a 5.5 by 7.9 rectangle, and then a 7.9 square in the back side there. A cover for your machine, and then a few accessories here. An extra spool stand, some spool caps of different sizes, your high tension bobbin case for those times when you need more tension on the bobbin thread to pull your top thread to the back, a great pair of snips, some screwdrivers, needles, and of course some things to clean your machine with. And this very nice stylus that I'm using. Under my big hoop here, this is the extension table, comes standard with the machine, so you have that. And when you get down here to the threading, we do have the superior pull down threader right here and an extra high lift on the foot itself. All right, let me show you a couple other things that I'd like to mention. It has a great instruction book, and in the instruction book, you'll find a QR code, one with some tutorials, and the other one with a downloadable software called Embroidery Editor. So you can not only edit on the screen of your machine, but you can also download the Embroidery Editor and edit on your computer as well. The other thing I pulled out that I like to show is this quick reference chart. These are all the icons that are on the machine. I like to keep this handy right by my machine in case I don't realize or I want to look up one of them. It's two-sided. So this is a great thing to have with your machine. I'm just going to set these aside. Now this machine stitches at 860 stitches. I mentioned earlier there's 180 designs in here, 6 fonts, and then the extra 30 large ones here. All right, so let's go to the screen of the machine so I can show you a few things. When you turn your machine on, it has a great message here. It's reminding me, do I want to resume my last design or do I want to go to a different design? I don't want to resume it, so I'm just going to X out. And it takes me right to the area where I can pick my designs and get stitching right away. And that's what I like about the 550E. I can really get to my embroidery quickly, and I can come in here to the design area and either pick a design, I can pick an alphabet, or I can go to the edit screen. So let's just pick a design. And when I come into the design area, I can sort my designs by category, or I can sort them by hoop size. So today I hooped up my large hoop, so I want to look for those large designs. I'm just going to select that. I will select my large hoop here. And these are the large designs that are built into our machine. I can, of course, bring them in by USB stick if I wanted, or use the one with the special designs. I'm just going to choose this one here. This is one for maybe you're making a gift for a couple for a wedding. It's giving me a message here to keep my hands clear because the arm is going to move. There we go. And it's telling me what hoop I need to use. I like these reminders because sometimes I'm in a hurry and I want to make sure I have everything correct here. So on your screen, it's going to show you the size of your design. It shows you how many stitches, how fast it's going to stitch. And you can change that in your set mode. I'll show you that in a little bit. Here's your design in the middle. And at the bottom, it's only a one color design at the moment. So it's showing how many stitches are in the design and the one color that's there. Now, this design is missing something in the middle. So I want to add a name to it. So I'm going to take this to my home and go to the edit screen. And now it's right here in our edit screen. And I'm going to add a name right in the center. I'll go back to my home, go to my lettering. And when I get to lettering, I have my fonts under here. And I'm going to choose the script. The next icon, I can either have my letters going across my screen or down. And this design has that opening going down. So I want to turn my letters. I can rotate them, but this turns them right away for me. And then I can pick the size of my letters here. I'm going to go with the large size. And right down here, I'll start typing and go to lowercase. Oops, helps if I stay in the right spot there. Here we go. All right, get my name in there and okay. And it pops it right in the center. Let me open this up so you can see it. I'm going to go down here to the magnifier and make it really big so we can see that design in there. And now I can move that design around and get it to fit right in there. If I need to, I can use some of the tools here. I might want to size it down just a little bit to fit in there. And once I have it where I want it, I can go ahead and select OK, and it'll go into the sewing area for me. But there's a few more tools down here. I could rotate, as I mentioned, and we can rotate by 1 degree or by 45 degrees in either direction. We have our mirror image tools here and our lettering art. And in lettering art, you can curve your letters upwards or downward, and you can move your letters apart as well. And going beyond that, we have a grouping. We have the folder for stitch out at another time. I could do that as well. And then if I want to change the color of anything, I could go into the color and I could group colors here. So there's a few more design things in here as well, but I don't need them. So I'm just going to touch OK. And it takes it right back to my sewing area. Now I just need to put my hoop on, thread up my machine, and I can stitch this. But I want to show you a couple more tools on the side here. But first I'm going to go back and I want to pick a different design on the screen. I want to show you this guy right here. These are some built-in stuffies that come with the machine. And he's like a little monster. And I chose to show you this because I want to show you when you're doing an in the hoop project, you can select the little flower here and it will show you just the spot that's sewing at that moment. So as you're putting your fabrics in the hoop, you'll be able to see what's going to stitch next. And it will go through the colors. I'm going to page over so you can see the next thing. It would start the eyes next, and then it would move on to the mouth and the little arms and that way. So you can see what's going on with that. And that's the little flower. Sometimes before I get started, I like to baste things in my hoop or even trace where my design is. And that features right here below the little flower. It's a trace feature and a basting feature. So I would choose baste, and it would baste around my design. That way it would hold my fabric. If I'm floating fabric, it'll hold fabric in the hoop. I can also use the magnets that come with our hoops, but the basting is a great thing. If I'm putting a topper down, I can use the basting in there. I don't have to put pins in the center of my hoop at all. As we come down, we have whether you want to move the hoop around under the needle, or if you're going to change colors with things. Here's your color list. So this color list shows me the number and the name of the colors. And it says retain original color up here. And that means it's going to read the designer's colors that the design was made with. So this was made with Janome colors, so that's showing there. And I can see the threads. I can also touch the needle and I can see how many stitches are in each of those threads. So if I have a thread that might be running a little low, I can kind of guesstimate here, well, maybe I need to get a new spool. Coming down from there, if you needed to adjust anything for tension. And then this last one is the parking button for your arm. If you're going to park it and put your machine back in a box or in a carry case, or if you're doing applique in the hoop, you can bring that hoop forward like this. So you have access to your hoop and you can lay fabrics in or do trimming and things like that. So that's the hoop forward, or maybe it's called hoop back, maybe it's a little bit of both. So that's located right there. So these are really helpful things that I find on the machine that I really, really like. Now, when we go over to the right-hand side here, we have a few more tools that I like to point out. And I did point out the house. It's always like, go to your home. It'll point the way for you. And in here, you have your design area again and the hoop parking. So you have it in another spot. You can open a folder. So if I had anything at the moment, I do not. I don't think we've saved anything in here. We haven't. But I can save it directly into the machine or to a USB stick. And that's very handy. Set mode. I really like when Janome has a set mode on their machines because that means I have the features on my machine that I like to use. And you might want it a little different for your machine. So under our set mode, right here, we have the things that I call, these are like the little bit of the fluff things. Your screen contrast, the volume of the little beeping. Some people don't want the beeping. I really like that beeping. I think I grew up on it. I've been a long time Janome user. You can work in inches or metric. If you page over, you'll find calibration of your touch screen. Down here is your standby timer. That's when your machine will, how long before it falls asleep. That's always handy. Upper thread sensor. So this is great for when you're sewing along and if you should break a thread or your top thread runs out, the sensor will alert you that you need to change your thread or fix your thread. So that's a good one to have on there. And it has an on and an off because if you were doing something like a cut work design, you would need to turn your thread sensor off. So that's why we have that in there. Down here is the sewing lights and quiet mode. Now, it's not very loud as it is, but if you turned on quiet mode, it makes your machine sew a lot slower. So that's quieter and it quiets all the buttons that are on there. As we go forward to the last one in this area, there's a message in here that tells us when to clean our machine in the bobbin area. And that's really important to keep your machine running at top speed. When you have that message come up, you just need to pop the lid, pop your plate off. It actually screws on this machine. And then clean that bobbin area, clean your bobbin case as well. You can change, of course, the colors to the background. And then once you're done with this, you can go into the ones that pertain to embroidery. Now, when I'm in embroidery, this one right here, my remaining bobbin thread. So I have it set to the lowest, and this means it's going to use my bobbin down to the kind of, I'm not sure how much is left on there, but it's a little bit of thread on there, and the machine will let me know that that section that I want to stitch, the bobbin thread will not be enough. So I would have to change my bobbin. Now, if I want to say, oh, you know what, I think it will finish that area, I could come in here and turn it off and then let it stitch it out. And I just watch it to see, sometimes there is enough thread on there. Sometimes you end up running out. So you can turn it off in here. Your maximum speed, I mentioned earlier that this stitches at 860 minutes, stitches per minute. And one of the things, once you set it here, that it reads your design and it will change the speed per your design. But if you put maybe a delicate thread in, you're using a couple of different metallic threads or some other decorative threads that you have, you may want to come in here and turn the speed down to go a little bit slower with those decorative threads. That's always a lot helpful so you don't have breakage on there. So you can just come in here and adjust your speed. I like to go fast. I always have it up to the top speed. How many of you are doing quilting in the hoop? You can quilt in the hoop with our machine as well. This one stitch stop, when you turn it on, it will go to the first stitch, cycle the needle down and back up so you can pull your bobbin thread up. So you have bobbin thread on the top of your machine, on top of your work, instead of making a little bit of a nest on the back side. So this is a very handy thing that you can have. Consecutive color grouping, that's handy to turn off so that it doesn't group any colors that are like when they're coming in the color order. Sometimes there's like a pale yellow and another yellow, it might combine those. I like to turn that off. And then down here we have our hoop confirmation message. That's always handy. And we're going to go back over here. You can adjust your thread, your jump thread cutting. And then this is the area I was talking to you about where you select retain original color. If you use one of these brands, of course you can use that and it will pick up those color numbers for you. But if you are using a design from a certain company and they use a particular thread, if you have it set at retain, it'll show those color numbers and those threads in your design. So that's kind of handy for you to work through. And then on the last page, you can change your grid line. And down here, very important, make sure your resume mode is on. That's when I first turned my machine on, it was asking me, do I want to go to the design I just had on, or do I want to go to a different design? And that's so handy because there's times when you turn your machine off, maybe you're going to, run off to the store and it's embroidering and you want to stop midway. It will resume back to where you started as long as you have that turned on. And there's times when you go to bed at night and wake up in the morning and you're like, oh, I want to go back to that design and stitch it one more time. It will ask you if you want to resume that. So I always have mine turned on. Then I have no worries at all. Whenever you make changes here, you want to touch your OK so that it goes back to your ready to sew screen. So at any moment you can start your sewing. Once we're back here, I do want to show you a little bit more about our edit screen. So I'm going to go pick a new design, and I'm going to stay with him. I'm actually going to go to our home, and I'm going to take him into the edit screen, but I don't want to use him, so I'm going to use the trash can down here and delete it. I'm going to change to a smaller hoop. And then I want to go back here and go to some lettering again. In your, on your lettering here, you have your different fonts. And when you page over, you have 2-letter and 3-letter monogramming. And then you have these border and normal sew designs. These are quite fun to play with. And I'll just show you a couple things you can do. You can bring in these designs. And when they come on your screen, now you can use that lettering art I told you about right here. And I can curve those like that. I'm going to say, OK. I can copy paste that design and mirror image it. Now it does copy paste right on top of itself. So it doesn't look like it copied. So I want to make sure I move it right away so I don't forget and have 2 designs on top of each other. There we go. And I can use my arrow keys to bring it over here. So this is a great way to create a quilt label or a special message that you're going to put on a quilt for someone. So once you get your borders in there, you can go ahead and go back to your lettering. Fonts that you want. I'm going to go back to that. And I'll go back to Gothic. And I'm just going to write, I'm going to switch it to going across. And I'm going to put in love. And then I'm going to say OK, because I want to make a column of words. I'm going to go back there again. And I'm going to put 2. Move that down a little bit. And then one last time, I'm going to put on here love to sew. So I'm going to put my SEW right there. So I can easily make a cute little label. If I want to change any of the colors on this, so it's not all black, because that's the default, I can select there, page over, go to my colors, and choose a color here. So I could make these all different colors. So it's really easy to edit right on your screen, but you also have your embroidery editor software. So if you prefer to do it on a bigger screen on your computer, you can always work there as well and access any designs that you might have saved to your computer. And then you would just load those to the USB stick and bring them right over to your machine. So back to my design. Once I'm done here, if I want to group some colors, I'm going to change the color of the sew to this blue color. And then I'm going to group it. It'll bring some of these together for me as I page through. There we go, and okay. Now when I go here, I have 4 colors, and it made sure these are going to stitch at the same time. So they'll stitch out first for me. So hopefully I've answered all your questions on this. I'll review again our hoops that come with this machine. We have our great big 7.9 by 14. That's our large hoop. And then over here, I'll hold these up so we can see them a little better. All the hoops come with this inner grid for placement. This is the 5.5-inch square. This is our 5.5 by 7.9, our nice rectangle. And then our last hoop here that comes with the machine is the 7.9-inch square. Now there are optional hoops you can get with this machine, but it comes packaged with 4 hoops. Especially I love the really big hoop. It has our new connectors on the corners so that for adjusting, it's easy to put your, let me get that out of the way, easy to put your fabric in here. When you're loading your fabric, you can have it open, close it halfway, tighten up your screw here, and then finish up with the final part of it. So it's easy to get a nice even tension around your hoop. All right, I think I'm going to go back and see if Blaine has any questions, or I know Tracy's asking or answering questions for me on the side. So I don't know if there's any additional questions that I might need to answer. So let's see if there's any coming from Blaine.
All right, Ann, we'll let y'all listen. If y'all got a question for Ann before she gets out of here, go ahead and put it in the chat right now. If you have any questions for her, and Kyle's going to be looking for your chat.
Someone asked, how often do you need to service the machine?
Oh, how often do you need to service the machine? Well, if you're keeping up on your bobbin thing, you should take it in for service once a year, and they can go through all of it. But this machine does have information in the manual about how you take care of the inner part of this machine and how to do the inner oiling. So you can do some of that servicing yourself. And then I would say if you're a very heavy user, be sure to bring it in once a year or every 1.5 years so that you get a full service on your machine.
We also got a question about moving the embroidery foot for thicker projects.
So that you can lift it up higher to get your hoops under there, but the hoop is stationary on there. I think there are some options if you check with Janome on thicker projects in there.
And is there anything else you can say about the clips on the hoops as well?
So these are great. A lot of times people forget to use, let me put this back here, to use their clips. They're a little bit of a magnet, and I'm not sure if I need to hold this up this way, but it gives you that little bit more tension on your hoop. Especially, I like them, especially when I'm doing an in the hoop project where I have my stabilizer in there, because just stabilizer is very thin. So I can put my magnet clips around here and it'll hold my stabilizer nice and taut. Nothing will shrink up and go in here. So it's really handy to use those. They're very easy to put on and take off. There we go. And hooking up to the machine, I didn't show this part. So there's the connector here And here's your nice connector on the machine itself. So you come over to the arm, you pull back on this, it's on. So quick. Pull back, it's off. Very nice. All right, I think that's all the questions. I've been hearing them from Thomas in the back there.
Hey, there is a couple more. What format, embroidery file format does it use?
That's a really good question. I sometimes forget that because I'm all Janome here. This machine uses JEF format, JEF, and JPX, also DST.
Okay. And then can you add some different fonts to it?
You can't add it to the machine itself. If you buy a font, this is an interesting question because sometimes you buy a font and it's an actual embroidery design. It's 26 letters, individual letters. So those are entered like just as individual embroidery designs. And you can, like I was adding things to the hoop here, you can add them in that way itself and then put them together on the screen, either in the machine or through the embroidery editor program.
Okay. And if you were out there, looking for an embroidery machine, and this is your first machine you would ever own, would this be one that you would recommend?
Oh, definitely, definitely. I didn't think I wanted an embroidery machine many years ago, and then I got one. And I've had a combination machine and an embroidery only at home at times, and I really like having the embroidery only. I think it's ease of use on the screen here. So if you're a beginner, you should be able to find your way. The instruction book is very good. Plus we have our Facebook pages and you can always ask questions on there as well. But I think it's an easy one to work with if you're new. It gives you a great big amount of options with hoops. That's the biggest thing. Sometimes you get a machine and it starts with just a small hoop. And we always, it's all about hoop size. That's what I think, all about hoop size.
It is. And also, do you know how many stitches per minute this thing stitches out?
Yep, it stitches 860 stitches per minute. And it has 180 built-in designs, the 6 fonts, plus the extra 30 that are on the USB stick for the large hoop. This is part of the LE limited edition package.
Okay. And Bernadette's asking, what size are the additional hoops that are available for this? So I don't think she's talking about the ones that come with it, I don't think, but what additional?
Right. So the additional ones I can show you here on the screen because they're in the edit screen here. So I can show you what else there is. There's some little ones for like using for on a cuff or something. It's 3.9 by 1. We have a hat hoop insert, so you can do a hat on flat. Let me go back here. These are the 4 that comes with it. So the other 2 would be back here. Hang on one second. The RE28 is an optional hoop. That was our older, largest hoop, and it's 7.9 by 11. And we go to page 2. There's a quilting hoop here as well. And our quilting hoop does not have that inner hoop to it. It has larger magnets, so you can lay your quilt layers over. It's called the AccuFill hoop, and you can put the large magnets on there to hold your hoop if you wanted to do some quilting in the hoop on the machine itself.
Okay. If there's any more questions, okay, here's one coming in. Diana is there a sewing and embroidery machine like this one? So I guess a combo machine that's equivalent to the 550.
So for a combo machine, we have our S9, which I showed yesterday morning, right? With it, and that has the largest hoop on that is the I think it's the 5.5 by 7.9 is the largest hoop on that machine. And then you would go to our CM17, which is our has all the bells and whistles, both sewing and embroidery, and all those beautiful large hoops with that one.
Yeah, that's a great question because again, sometimes some people already have a really good sewing machine and they just want to get an embroidery, and then some people want to upgrade and get a combo where they have sewing and embroidery. So both the S9 and this one, either one would be a great addition.
Or both.
Yes. Nelda saying, do I lubricate the machine at machine? Do I lubricate the machine? Some don't.
This
Okay.
one in your instruction manual, it shows you all the parts of where you need to oil, not just in your bobbin area, but there's some areas with underneath the hood that they show you how to do that on this machine.
What about magnetic hoops?
Well, Janome doesn't sell. I know there's a company out there that does sell magnetic hoops. I don't know all the brands that have them. So if they have a listing for a 550E and a magnetic hoop that would work with it, definitely would work with the machine. I know we have some for our CM17.
Yeah, that would just give us a call if you want to know about what all the magnetic hoops fit. You can call us and we can give you a list of all the different hoops that'll fit that one. Carol's asking, does it digitize?
So it doesn't digitize. The embroidery editor software is an editing software. It's not digitizing. If you wanted to do digitizing, of course, you would get the Janome Artistic Digitizer software and join us on our Facebook page. That's a full digitizing program.
And then Kathy's asking, how heavy is it? Is it hard to travel with?
I'm trying to think. I think this one, it might be like 35 pounds on there. It does have the arm that sticks out. You can park it. And some people have put it in some larger roller bags. I can't remember which company has one that it fits, and then you could take it to an event. As long as, when you're traveling with any machine, make sure you secure it well in your car, whatever you're traveling it with. Put it in a nice box and then secure it so it doesn't, roll around or fall.
Yeah, it's not real bad. I mean, I tell people always put their arm under the throat to pick it up.
To carry it.
And instead of using a carrying case, put one hand on that, the other one underneath the throat, and they're pretty easy to pick up. And a rolling case is the only way to go, I think.
Yeah, definitely a rolling case. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Is there any other questions, Kyle? I believe that was it. And great job. I mean,
Thank you.
That was a great question and answer session.
Have a great day today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming on, and we'll see you again.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Let's tell you how you can get this one. This is the Janome 550E Limited. This is the memory craft. Look at the SMP live pricing is $28.99. We do have a call-in special on this, so get on that phone if you're interested in this and give them a call, 800-401-8151. And I tell you what, they can answer all your questions and they can get you hooked up on one of these. And we also have some financing available for this. And if you're one of those out there that you've been thinking about the combo, the S9 is going to be very similar to the embroidery side of the house, but it also has that sewing. So we showed that yesterday. So either one would be a great addition. But I tell you what, if you're a Janome fan out there, you know the quality of this. If you're not, I'm telling you what, you don't know what you're missing. These machines are so great and fantastic. And they just look good too, don't they, Kyle? Yeah, these are awesome. This is such a good looking machine in person. The picture does not do it justice. It's just a really nice looking machine. And if any of y'all out there have this machine right now, chime in on the chat right now and tell them, everybody, how much you love it and how good looking it really is in person, because it really doesn't, the picture doesn't do it justice. All right, so guys, get on that phone, give us a call, or just on live chat. If you're on the website, you can speak to one of the live chat agents and they can help you out as well. All right, we're going to continue on. We got Brother in the house. And again, I think I told y'all yesterday, all the Brother educators, they had an educational meeting in Memphis this week. And they're learning and going over some brand new machines that's going to be released in August. And so our next guest, Alexa Galloway, could not be live, but she did do a little videotape for us. And Alexis, she's a embroidery coach, Brother educator, and creator of My Pretty Perfect Embroidery Planner. Alexa has cleverly combined her passion for crafting and embroidery with a natural talent for instructing, always finding a unique way of sharing her gift and getting others to love the craft as much as she does. And she's just a pleasure to work with. And I'm glad that she was at least able to videotape her session. So Y'all welcome to the show, Alexis Galloway.
To be here today to introduce you to my bestie. This is truly a game changer for anyone interested in embroidery. So whether you're brand new to the craft or you're just looking to expand and upgrade your setup, let me introduce you to the Brother PR1X. This embroidery machine is designed to bring your power, your precision, and versatility right into your sewing room. So it's going to weigh in at 68 pounds. It has an LCD screen. It's a touch screen, an automatic needle threader, and so much more. So let's get into it. Now, what makes the PR1X so special? You have your free arm embroidery right here. And this is one of the things that I love. I want to highlight it first because this means you can embroider on hard to reach places, hats, sleeves, pant legs, and even small bags. Up next, we have speed and power. This PR1X can stitch up to 1,000 stitches per minute. That's some serious speed, which means faster project completion. I mean, you can get through it in no time, which is great if you're looking to sell your items or get through your to-do list of gifts or orders. But don't worry, you also have the option to slow this baby down for more delicate things like lace, freestanding lace, or your silk projects. Next, we have a large 8x12 stitch field. Look how big this is. This is a big sweatshirt that we're working with here, and you can stitch on an 8x12 stitch field. That's going to give you plenty of room for, like you just saw, your sweatshirts, your jacket bags, your tote bags, even some of your larger kitchen towels, anything that you're looking to stitch. But you also have a smaller frame, which is your 4x4 frame for your tiny items that you want to do, maybe like a onesie or something. Up next, we also have built-in designs and fonts. It comes loaded with over 500 designs and fonts. Whether you're making a cute baby bib, personalized towel, stitching out a name on a backpack, there's a built-in design for anything you can look for. We also have a laser precision placement guide. So the built-in crosshair helps to ensure that your design is placed exactly where you want to. So no more guesswork, no more wasted blanks. In that way, you can get to your favorite features because it takes the stress out of lining everything up perfectly. So this is our 2-point position screen. You can identify it for center, center top, right, left, center right, and so on and so forth. So no more poor placement. I know that's a problem that I've had in the past. There's also a built-in bobbin winder right here on the side. It's for vertical bobbin loading. Yes, it's built in so that you can wind your next bobbin while your machine is still stitching. And with the vertical bobbin loading, you can change your bobbin without removing your hoop. And let's not forget about your toolbox. You have a toolbox here with a ton of screws. You have your scissors, your tweezers, helping to change your needle if in the event you have a thread break. So always remember to check on your toolbox. So now that we've discussed some of the features on the machine, let me give you some ideas of what you can make with the machine or some things that I've made in the past with it. For example, I already have this hoop, but you can do a large sweatshirt area. I did an applique one with this one. So it gives you an 8x12 stitch field. This super cute design is in your machine. This is going to be an idea that you can use for a tote bag. So this free arm allows you to stitch on here without having to turn this thing upside down and inside out. Just slide it right on with your hoops, stitch it out. Here's some more sweatshirts you can do. So let me turn this to the side a little bit. Maybe you can see it, but this is a raised 3D font. It's a puff font. You would use foam behind it to stitch it out. So it gives you that 3D feel to it. I wish you were here to feel it. Run your fingers across that. But it's going to be a 3D raised font that's right here inside of the machine. And before we go on to the next one, let me show you exactly how you get to that one. So inside of your font, you're going to just scroll to T01. That is going to be your 3D puff font. All right. So that's a super cute new one that we have incorporated into our PR1X. Another cool project we can do, everyone's been seeing the cute mama shirts, right? So imagine being able to do your own mama shirt with a font that's exclusive to the PR1X. Look at this one. This is Mama. I just added a little bunny ears here to the side of it, but you can use this font, and I want to show you exactly where that one is at. So that is going to be the first one in our font set, and you can use the word Mama. Just load any letter in that you want and place it as you would any other font. So another thing I want to show off with this machine is going to be the hat frame. All right, this is our universal flat brim cap frame. It is so easy to use. I always like to show you how to hoop with it because a lot of you all have this, or either you're looking to get it to use it with your PR1X. So I've done on here already just a 3D just to show you that 3D is possible. So let me show you exactly how I hoop it on here. So first, you'll notice that there's a locking mechanism on here that's going to lock the plastic piece into place. You're going to unlock that, pull off this top portion. I like to put my stabilizer in first because it just holds everything into place. So the stabilizer slides right up underneath this lip here. And then you press it into place with the perforated notches on the top. Take the plastic part of your hoop. Do not open it out too far. It is plastic, so you want to just gently bend your hat in some. I usually hold it there. Move your sweat guard out of the way. Slide this down the front of the brim. You'll notice that there is a prominent notch on the side. I line that up with the center of my hat. And then also another major thing to note is that you want the teeth of the plastic rim to be on the outside of the brim of the hat. Okay, so let it ride on the outside. Take your sweat guard, slide it underneath that little opening. Same thing on the other side. I'm holding it all in place with my thumb. Make sure we've locked the hoop back into place. I use my pinkies to guide it down over the stabilizer into the groove. And it's like a ratcheting sound. You'll hear it. I'll be quiet so you can hear it. It's like a roller coaster. You hear that? Push it down until you can't anymore. One thing I didn't mention, when you first do that click, you still have a little bit of room to adjust it if you did not get it completely straight. Grab your bent clips, secure each one on the side. Same thing on the other side. All right, and then we use our thumb here to just pop it off here, and then we head over to our machine. Once we're at your machine, you will remove your A-arm. And then grab your hat driver. You're going to slide it on with the open barrel towards the front. Slide it all the way back. Unscrew those large screws, but don't take them out completely. And gently place it over the same holes that you would put your A-arm in. All right, screw your screws back in the top here on both sides. And then we're ready to put the hat frame on. Now, you can't put it on straight forward. You have to turn it, rotate it, and then it'll straighten up. Now, one thing I did not mention, you have to screw in your bottom screws also here on the side. You see these two? I usually lift them back. And then slide your cap frame on, and we're ready to stitch a hat. Now, whether you're just starting off your embroidery journey or you're looking to turn your hobby into a side hustle, this machine, the PR1X, is built friendly and intuitive with its controls that make everything easy for you to get into, make everything for you to learn. There are built-in step-by-step tutorials on the screen to help guide you through the process. So My next question to you is, what will you create with your Brother PR1X? I've already showed you what I've created with mine. The possibilities are truly endless, from custom gifts to products you can proudly sell. So if you've been on the fence about this machine, this is your sign. Get off the fence, get this machine, and bring it into your own sewing room. All right. Thank you so much for watching and letting me share my favorite parts of the PR1X. And I can't wait to see what you create. Bye. Remember, it does not have to be perfect, but it has to be pretty.
Oh, that's pretty funny. Well, let's tell y'all how y'all can get a PR1X. Here we go. This is the Brother PR1X single needle. And look at that price right there. It is $6,599. Now, this is a one needle. I know y'all see the 4 threads up on top, but this is a one needle machine. But what makes this so really awesome is, again, it has an 8 by 12 embroidery field on it. So it has an 8 by 12 hoop. And the great thing about it too, you see the thread up there. It is so easy to change the thread. All you have to do is, let's just say, for instance, you're using the red thread on it and you wanted to move to the black spool next to it. You just, up at the very top by the spool, you just cut the thread there, tie the black to the red, pull it through, and then hit the button to self thread, and you are back sewing with another color that fast. I am telling you, you can do it within 5 seconds. It is really, really fast to switch the colors of thread. So that's what makes this a really cool machine. And, you know, we sell these to a lot of businesses as well. So we have companies that buy them from us that they'll set them up to do nothing just but hats. So if you wanted to do a home-based hat business, man, I tell you what, this would be a perfect machine for that. And we sell it to other companies. We sell it to a company right now that do bags, and they do specialty bags and embroidery the bags. And, or I shouldn't say a bag, it's kind of more like a purse. And they, I mean, you know, again, it's like a 2-color embroidery design they put on it. And this is just perfect for it. So again, financing is available for this. Again, 800-401-8151 would be a perfect number to call today, because guess what? We have people standing by to answer your calls. And if you just want to go to the website and check it out, just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in the search bar at the top, you can just put PR1X and it will come up and you can read all about it. We have, you know, our chat agents are standing by as well. And so there you go. Great, great machine. And again, Kyle, this thing only weighs 68 pounds. So it's really not, you know, extremely heavy for a big, you know, machine like that. And it's got a very small footprint on it too. So it doesn't take up a lot of room. So it's really good. All right. I think we are going to continue to move on. And hey, we got a treat for you next. Our good friend, Wendy Owens, is coming up next. And y'all, she was here yesterday. Wendy is a full-time event specialist for SVP. Now, SVP stands for Singer Viking Pfaff, and it's called SVP Worldwide. And she brings creativity, enthusiasm, and skill to every class that she does. She has a true passion for all things sewing, including garment construction, heirloom quilting, embroidery, and incorporating modern techniques and technologies into her garment sewing. And I don't know if y'all remember, but she pulled, I think it was Quilt Fest, wasn't it, Kyle? She did 2 demos a day for the whole week, like 10 demos. She pulled double duty. And I was like, I kind of felt sorry for her by that Friday. But I was like, you know, I've been here the whole time too. So, well, anyway, y'all give a big SMP welcome to Wendy Owens. Hey, Wendy. You are muted on StreamYard.
Sorry.
There she is. That's okay. How are you this morning?
I'm good. The sun is shining today here in Greater Cleveland, so got a little
that's
more light in the room.
I was just thinking about that. You know, on Quilt Fest, you pulled double duty doing 2 demos a day for 2 different machines. You know, you did Viking and Pfaff every single day for 5 days. And so I know you did a lot of demos, but hey, we got you again this week, and we're so happy you're here. And hey, you've got extra time today, so I'm going to say, if you want to do a 40-minute demo, just take all the time you want. And I want you to really do a thorough job with this machine. Let everybody know how great it is. And I'll let you take away, and I'll be back in a little bit.
All righty. So, yep, I will be here all week doing 2 demonstrations, one for Viking, one for Pfaff again. Today, right now, I am going to be talking about the Pfaff Creative Performance 950. So that is not a top of the line machine. It's a little bit lower, but it has so many great features on this machine. It's quite amazing. So I'm going to go through some, and then I also have a special technique. I told you last week that I was going to talk about a special technique with every machine that I do. So today we're going to talk about the creative embellishment attachment for this machine. Creative embellishment attachment can also be used on the Icon 2. If you have the Icon 1, the ribbon attachment is still available for the Icon 1. They did not upgrade that machine to accommodate the embellishment attachment, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and let's get into it. So again, my setup, I don't get to show the whole entire machine. I'm sorry about that. Maybe there was there was a mess this week, so I couldn't do a bang up setup. But I'm sure Blaine is going to show you a really good picture of the machine in the whole. It is a sewing and embroidery machine. And again, because it's Hoop Fest, I think we need to talk about the hoops that are available that come with this machine. I'm not going to tell you about all 46 parts and pieces that come with the machine. You can click on the link in Blaine's on Blaine's website to go ahead and see what's included with the machine, or you can head over to Pfaff website and take a look and see what's included in the machine. It has your basic, your feet and things like that. But as for hoops, it does come with, oh, I have them right here. It comes with the 120 by 120 hoop, and it also comes with the 260 by 200 hoop. And it comes standard with the 360 by 260 hoop. So, and you can see that I use this one quite a bit because it's a little bit dirty. So it does come with those hoops. There are additional hoops that you can purchase. We have the magnetic hoops. We have the endless hoops. We have some quilting hoops. So there are all kinds of different accessory hoops that you can purchase for this machine. Now, this machine, this is the Creative Performance 950, so it does not come standard with that large turnable hoop. Reach for it. It does not come standard with this hoop. It does come standard with the Icon 2. So if you are interested in this hoop and want the Creative Performance 950, then this hoop can be purchased in addition to the machine. So it is an option, still is an option for this machine. So let's go ahead and let's show, since I have extra time, let's go ahead and show some features of the machine. So let's pop over here to my screen. Again, you can see some of the messy stuff in my background. That's my desk. And we do have, by the way, I do want to tell you, we do have a special guest. He is off camera. I have a cat who's not feeling too well today, so he's sitting right next to me. I don't know if he'll make an appearance or not, but we'll just see. Okay, so here is the screen. We do have some really good features up here as well. So this is our presser foot up and our presser foot down. With our presser foot up, we do have an additional lift, and I don't know if you'll be able to see that it makes an additional lift so that if you have something a little bit loftier, you can use that extra lift. I also like to use that extra lift when I'm inserting my hoop. Sometimes when it's at the standard heights, it hits the edge of the hoop. So I just use that extra lift to go ahead and help me out with popping my hoop on. Here I have my needle up, needle down. I have my scissors. I have my tie-off, stitch repeat, and my automatic needle threader. And if you have not seen how an automatic needle threader works, I'm going to go ahead and show that to you. So right here, you can see my foot see if I can get a better angle of that. I do have my thread up through my thread guides. And when I touch the automatic needle threader, that's how it threads the machine. I don't know how I can ever live without that feature. It's such a great feature. A lot of our machines have that. While I am down here, I do have my standard 08 foot on. And if we take a look at this 08 foot, it has a little cutout in the back. That is to accommodate what we have called IDT, Integrated Dual Transportation. And what that is it is a it's your walking foot built into it. It's an integrated dual feed built into the machine. And all I need to do is just reach my hand back here and slide it into place. I don't even have to look at it. All I need to do is reach my hand back there and feel for it, and engaged, not engaged. So it is a great feature. I will tell you that almost every single Pfaff machine has that IDT feature on it. There are 2 machines in our lineup that are an entry-level machine that does not have that feature. We even have the Pfaff Passport 2.0 and 3.0, which is a 12-pound machine that has tons of built-in stitches, 27 different needle positions, and it has the IDT. If you're interested in a machine that you can take to sewing retreats with you that has the IDT on it, or you go to a lot of sewing classes and things like that, that is a great travel machine. So just a little something else I'm going to throw out there that you can bombard Blaine about and ask him about: the Passports, the 2.0 and the 3.0. One has automatic scissors, and that's the 3.0, and one does not. IDT, 12 pounds. So cool. But almost every one of our machines have that. So if you are interested in just sewing and you don't really want to get into an embroidery machine, all of our sewing machines has that IDT built into it. So you can't go wrong with a Pfaff machine just because of that feature. So while we're talking about it, let's go ahead and I'm going to show you what IDT can do for you. So I'm going to go ahead and come back over here. And I have a tricot fabric. And I'm going to show you how it looks with IDT and without IDT. So let's go ahead and I'm going to show you what I'm going to do over here on the screen. I'm going to pop into sewing. And it automatically comes to the first stitch number 1. So I am in my essential stitches. It shows you right here that it says essential. So all of our menus are labeled. And if we go into our sub-menus, you can see that our sub-menus are labeled as well. If you ever get confused about an icon on the machine, we have what's called our help, which is our question mark. So if you touch your question mark and then you touch, let's just say that, you touch an icon that you are not sure about, it gives you more information about that. And I happen to touch on the closed overlock. And that is for sewing seams and overcasting stretched fabrics in a 1-step or reinforced edge. So that is really cool there too. But I'm going to go back to submenu 1, my straight stitch. And I do not have my IDT engaged at all right now. So let's go ahead. And I forgot to put my foot pedal on. So I'm going to slow the machine down. I do have speed control. It's on the side of the machine. And by the way, you can adjust your speed control as you are sewing. So some machines do have a speed control, but you need to stop sewing in order to adjust your speed control. We could do it with that. The other great feature about this machine, I'm going to tell you a lot of our Pfaff machines, we can use our presser foot and our start button in tandem. Meaning if I have my presser foot attached or my foot pedal attached to the machine and I decide I'm going to use the start stop button, I don't have to disengage my foot pedal. I can leave that in and I can, switch between the two if I need to. That is a great feature that is on almost all of our machines. On other brands, you may see it on the top of the line machines, but on our Pfaff machines, they're integrated, so I can use both. But because I forgot to attach my foot pedal, we'll just use the start stop button. No harm, no foul. I am more of a foot pedal kind of person because I realized about myself last year, I have some control issues, and that is control. So let's go ahead, and I have some tricot fabric here. You can see it's got a stretch to it. So when I sew on this, I want to get the most stretch here. When I start sewing on this, and I just got a little message on my screen, I want to tell you about that. This stitch is set up to be used with the integrated dual feed, but because I'm showing you a demo for, why you would want to use it, it gave me a message that says, hey, you want to engage your integrated dual feed, and I don't want to do that this time. So that's the little beep that you heard, if you heard that beep. So let's go ahead and let's start sewing. And you can see that it's getting, it's got a little bit, it's stretching a little bit. So I'm going to use my scissors. So you can see how it had a little bit of stretch there, right? So now let's go ahead and engage our IDT. And let's see what we get there. Go ahead and put that under my foot. So with the integrated dual feed, you see you get a lot less stretch. So that was without IDT, and this is with IDT. Now I did this on the most stretch of this tree coat. So yes, we do have a little bit of rippling. So there are tricks that you can do to help with that rippling. You can put some kind of interfacing behind it that's going to help not have it stretch 100%. But that is a huge difference between the with and the without the IDT. Such a great feature. I love using the IDT. Now, it cannot be used on every single stitch. This machine does have sideways motion. Our feed dogs will move your fabric side to side. And just like a walking foot, you shouldn't be going in reverse and things like that. Now, with the IDT, you can go in reverse. There's nothing wrong with that. The other great thing about IDT is that we have a slew of additional presser feet that can be used in different capacities of the machine that will include IDT. And all you need to do is just make sure that on that foot, if you see that little cutout in the back of the foot, that is an indication that it can be used with IDT. So there are some stitches that cannot be used with IDT because of the sideways motion, and we call those maxi stitches on this machine. On this machine, our Creative Performance 950. So you want to pay attention to that. We do have foot recognition on this machine as well. So it indicates what foot you should be using for that stitch. So it will tell you. So let's go ahead and go over to that screen and I can show you that. See if I can get a little bit closer to the screen. All right. So right up here, you can see that I have my straight stitch chosen. And up here, it is suggesting the OA foot. And here it's telling me I should be engaging my IDT. This is telling me this is my menu. So I'm in menu 1, submenu 1, stitch 1. And this, forget what that is. And this is telling me what speed I'm at. So I just touched the drop down arrow so I could see more of this. Up here, it's just showing you the icons. But when I touch the drop down arrow, this is giving me more information. So that's the speed that I slowed the machine down to. And remember, you can change that at any point. Okay. So we also have a whole bunch of stitches here, and I might show you some that I already have stitched out. If this screen is a little small for you, down here, you can click and drag, and you can make that bigger for you so you can see more of it. That is a personal preference. This, I call it the icon menu. This icon menu can also move to other parts of the screen as well if you so desire. It's completely up to you. It does default to the right-hand side. We also have our basic editing with this machine. So we have one, the I is information. So this is going to tell you that this is our mirroring. We do have our mirroring left to right, up and down. So some people know it as mirroring, horizontal or vertical. We also have our stitch position. So this machine has 32 needle positions moving left and right. So it moves 1/10 of a millimeter over. So you can get really close to, let's say, if you're sewing a zipper, you can move it over and get a little bit closer to the zipper. Same thing if you want to sew in piping. When I sew in piping, when I make my piping, I use the default setting to make the piping. But when I go to sew the piping into my project, I do like to move my needle position over to the left a little bit to get closer to the piping to get a tighter fit in that. And that's a personal preference. I think I moved my needle position over about 2 to 3 times to get nice and close to that piping. But you have 32 needle positions, which is nice. Let's see what else we have down here. We also have our stitch length. So as long as you see the plus or minus, that's an indication that you can adjust the stitch length in that direction. Once this is grayed out, then that means you hit the max of your stitch length. I believe the longest stitch length that you can create on this machine is 5 millimeters. Okay. And then we also have our thread tensions. So if you need to adjust your tensions, and if you toggle over, you also have your foot pressure. So you have that information there. We have other great features on this machine. We have our stitch repeat. And since I have lots of time, let's go ahead and talk about stitch repeat. So you have patchwork program. So what patchwork program will do for you is when I touch that, you'll notice that a little reverse icon came up on the screen. And that is so that as you are stitching, maybe I should just go ahead and stitch something if I could find a scrap piece of fabric. Wasn't intending to have all this time. Patchwork program, what it will do is it is going to calculate how many stitches you sewed. So let's say we're sewing hexagons. And you know, when you're sewing hexagons, you need to start 1/4 inch in of that seam and end about 1/4 inch to the end of that seam so that when you piece them together. So if you start stitching 1/4 inch in and you end at 1/4 inch away, it will calculate how many stitches are in that area. So then when you go to sew the next set of hexagons in the same position, it will calculate how many stitches it sewed on the first one, and it will automatically stop for you. So that's a great feature. I also like to use it because I'm a garment sewer. I also like to use it when I'm sewing pleats, because when you have pleats and you need to sew down, you know, pleat is a release, so it doesn't go all the way down. It'll calculate how many stitches I sewed on the very first pleat. And assuming that I'm starting at the exact same top point and sew down the next pleat, it will calculate how many stitches I had, so it'll end it at the same point. So I have the same amount of stitches in every single pleat that I sew. And that is going to make that garment with the pleats hang a lot nicer. We don't have to count stitches. Then we also have our stitch program. So I'm going to go ahead and go in and choose more of a decorative stitch so that you can see what I mean here. So we'll choose this stitch. So right now, this is in a row. It's just going to continuously sewing. The machine doesn't know how long I'm going to sew for, how long that seam is, or how long that row is. So it's just going to come up. But if I touch single stitch program, this shows me that that is what one motif consists of. And the other great thing about this machine is we have this option right here. It's very hard for you to see it, I know, but there's this little red cursor right there. So it's showing me that this particular stitch starts in the center of the stitch. Sometimes a stitch, like our maxi stitches, may not start at the center point. It may start off to the left or off to the right. And having that little cursor there to indicate where my starting point is for that stitch is very helpful. So if I were sewing a larger stitch that maybe starts over here to the left, I know how to position it on my fabric so that I'm sewing, let's say if I'm sewing in a column and I want to make sure that it is in the dead center of the column, that cursor is going to help me. But down here, let's say I know exactly how many I need. Let's say I need 5 of them. I can touch 5, or I can touch the number and it brings up a keypad, and I can just type in 5, and I know exactly how many I need. So it will stitch those 5 and tie it off for me at the end. So it'll finish all 5 motifs and tie it off for me. and then it will stop. So I don't have to guess and I don't have to pretend. Is there a certain, do I have to sew and keep my eye on it? Nope, I can calculate it. Alrighty, so that is our stitch repeat program. So let me go ahead and turn that off. We also have our free motion. So our free motion is going to ask us, are we going to use the dynamic spring 60 foot? And that is the embroidery foot that comes with the machine. It can also be used for free motion as well. Then we also have optional free motion feet that have spring action. We also have the centermatic, and we have the ruler. So we do have a very specific ruler foot. So if you're into free motion ruler work, we have a specific foot for that. And you do want to let the machine know which foot you are using, just so that because the holes may be in a different place. And the other thing with the different free motion feet, there's different slants, and one has a spring action, and then you also have your open toe free motion foot. You have all these different free motion feet, and you want to let the machine know which one you're using so that the needle is coming down in the proper place for the opening of that foot. Then we also have a tie off, so we can tie off in the beginning, and we can do thread cuts, and we can tie it off in the end. Now, when you do an end, you need to touch your reverse button to let it know that you want to tie off at that end. Because again, the machine doesn't know how long your seam is. So it's not just going to automatically tie off for you. You need to tell the machine in some way that, okay, I'm ready for that tie off. But you have that option to go ahead and do that. We have create sequence, and some of you may think of it as programming stitches. So this is the place where I would come in and I can, well, the most thing that a lot of people create a program for is your fonts, and that's why our fonts are in here. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to choose the top font. As soon as I do that, my keyboard will come up, and these are sewing stitches. So now I have that. I typed in my name. I'm good with it. So we're going to say okay. And now it's just going to do a sequence of my name. And if I only want to stitch it out just once, I don't want it continuous. All I need to do is just go into stitch repeat and touch my stitch single stitch program. And there it is. It'll stitch just my one name. That's it. And it will tie it off at the end with my little dotted I. So easy thing there. Then we also have Stitch Creator. So I'm going to go ahead and clear that. Stitch Creator will allow you to create stitches. So if the 800 plus some stitches that are already built into the machine are not enough, we do have it so that you can program your own stitches. Not only can you program your own stitches point by point by point, but you can also go in and edit existing stitches up to 9 millimeters. So the maxi stitches you will not be able to alter, but any stitch built into the machine up to 9 millimeters can be altered. So let's go ahead and let me show you something on that as well. So if I come in here to my stitches, and I'm going to go over to my decorative because they have some fun features to play with. I don't remember which stitch I normally demo. And somebody is outside mowing their lawn, and I hope you don't hear that. People don't realize I work from home. Let's see. I'm looking for a particular stitch that I like to play with. So let's just, I know it's in here. Where are you? Remember? There we go. I'm going to go with this one. So this is showing you the whole entire stitch. So right now, every single stitch point. So all of these little points that you see, those are stitch points. So if I wanted to, I can go ahead and duplicate that stitch. And it adds, where'd you go? Put it on top. Let's see. Duplicate. And then I can also mirror that stitch back and forth So let me go ahead and click on, so did it not mirror? Well, there you go. So right here in my preview, I can see that, oh, I did accidentally put 2 stitches in there, but I went ahead and I mirrored it. So now I have a different stitch. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete that one that I created. Now we'll go back to that, and let's do this because I have 2 of them in there. If I go and I do multiple select, I'm going to start with that stitch point, and I'm going to come up to this stitch point. And do you see that it selected that whole second one? Now I'm going to go ahead and mirror that. And that is what I was looking for. If I wanted to as well, I can delete stitches if I so desire. So let's go ahead and we'll just do this. So if I touch that stitch point, and I'm going to go ahead and select multiple. Up, I select all. Let's go back. And click a stitch point. And I'm going to make sure that I'm touching the right one. And that is my select all, so that's my select multiple. So if I touch those, so I only have those selected, and now I can go ahead and delete those. And then I'll have a slightly different look, not a very pleasing look. So just because you can doesn't mean you should. So that's not very pleasing, but you get the idea that I can go in and I can edit stitch points. The other thing that I can do is I can also see if I can move stitch points. So I can take an existing stitch. Come on, let me pick that one. And now I can move my stitch points to get a slightly different flower. Because I deleted those connecting stitches, these are right on top of each other. And again, that's not very good. But you get the idea of what you can do with that. So I'm going to select multiple. And let's go up to here. Delete those. Ooh, that created a hot mess. So we're just going to select all and delete it all. And we'll start over. Unfortunately, there is not an undo on this. That's okay. Alrighty. So the other thing that you can do is right now I have this stitch, and you can take a preview of it. That is exactly how it's going to look. I have every single stitch point selected. And right here, I have something that's called ×3. And if I touch that, that is going to put that stitch on steroids, meaning what it's going to do is it is going to do a triple stitch or double stitch, if you will, in between every stitch point. So in between every stitch point, it's going to do a stitch forward, stitch back, stitch forward, stitch forward, stitch back, stitch forward. So it's really going to make that stitch very defined, and it's going to make it thicker. So I have done that with a few stitches. And I have actually loaded my machine with like a 30 weight thread and a 110 top stitch needle. And I was able to have that stitch look something more like a hand look stitch. It works great for crazy quilting because you know what crazy quilting, all of those stitches were done by hand. We have all kinds of stitches in the machine that have that hand look to them that you can do this to. Make them bigger, make them more defined, and it's going to look like you did all of that crazy quilting by hand, opposed to do it by doing it by machine, which is going to be a lot faster. If I had known I was going to talk about that, I would have brought my sample in from my suitcase, but I didn't know I was going to be talking about that, so I'm sorry. Let's see, what else can I show you? Let's go ahead and go over to embroidery because I did talk quite a bit, and I only have 15 minutes left, and that's okay. So let's head over to embroidery and check out what we have in there. So I'm going to go ahead and say okay to that stitch. We're all right with it. And I'm going to touch my home button. And when I go to my home button, it takes me to my home screen. And you can see here that I have sewing, I have embroidery, and this is something that's called continue from saved state. So what happens there is two things. If I was embroidering and the power went out in my home, it would automatically save my embroidery design from the moment that the machine turned off. When I turn the machine back on, I will get a little message that says, hey, your machine stopped unexpectedly. Do you want to continue where you left off? And you can say yes. And then what it'll do is it'll recalibrate your arm, tell you to put the hoop on, and then it'll go right to that stitch point where it ended. I was very skeptical about that the very first time I ever tried it. So I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write down the stitch number and I'm going to see what happens. And nope, it works out perfectly. I use that feature all the time. There's times that it's like 2 a.m. and I'm tired, but my machine is not. So I will just go in, stop the machine and turn it off. And then again, it's like it lost its power. It knows it stopped unexpectedly. You also have the option that if you know you need to do that, there is a save button and it's from Save Current. So you could stop the machine, touch save, it'll save it from that current position. And then when you turn the machine on, again, it'll come up with the message, do you want to continue with that one? Know that a smart save will only hold one save at a time. It's not like the memory of your machine. Think of it as your short-term memory in your brain. It can only hold so much. And for this, it only holds one design. So if you did a smart save on an embroidery design and you said, I'll get back to it later, I need to hurry up and do a quick stitch out of this one in a small hoop. And you load that one up, you're starting to stitch off that small hoop, and then your power goes out. Then you know what happens? It's going to save that one in your smaller hoop, and it's going to overwrite the larger one that you may have been working on. So just keep that in mind. But there is no trouble with that because this machine also has precise positioning. So if for some reason that happens to you, you can go ahead even if you unhooped it by mistake, you can still rehoop it, and with precise positioning, you can get back to where you left off in the other hoop. So all is not lost. We have options for all of our little mistakes that may happen. Okay, so back to the machine. We also have what is called the MySewNet, the user's guide. The user's guide is your manual built into the machine. You do not need to be connected to the internet to access the user's guide. We also have the Learning Center. The Learning Center is going to give you all kinds of information that you need to know. If you need to know how to thread the machine when you first get it, go to the Learning Center. It's going to show you how to thread the machine. It's going to show you how to thread your bobbin. And it's going to show you how to use a twin needle. It's going to talk to you about engaging and disengaging the IDT. It gives you setup for embroidery. It gives you setup for attachments, and then you also have an accessory guide, stabilizer guide, needle guide, advanced features, embroidery and sewing. So it has all kinds of stuff in here that you want to. So when you first take your machine home, I suggest going to that Learning Center and getting to know your machine. And by the way, something really cool about this machine, the Creative Performance 950, is we have a separate motor for the bobbin. So you can wind a bobbin as you're embroidering. And that is a great feature, especially for those of you who do freestanding lace. You know that when you do freestanding lace, you need to have your bobbin wound with the same thread that you're using on top. So instead of preloading a bunch of bobbins ahead of time, I will pop a bobbin onto my machine when it tells me, hey, your bobbin is running low. I know I have a little bit of wiggle room there that I can keep going, probably long enough to wind another bobbin. This also gives me the opportunity to gauge it and be like, well, I am almost done with this particular embroidery. I don't need a full bobbin, so I can maybe half fill the bobbin or fill it a quarter of the way so that I am not winding a full bobbin with this thread that I may never need in the bobbin again. So it's a great feature to have that you can wind a bobbin as you're embroidering or sewing. All righty. So then, so that is our help center. I am connected to the machine. We have what's called MySewNet, and I did mention this yesterday if you were watching. We no longer are called MySewNet. It is called Creativate, but it does the exact same thing. All we did was change the name. And so if I go into MySewNet and look, introducing Creativate, and it'll tell you more about it. So in here, this is a blog that is meant for the Wi-Fi capable machines. You will not find this blog on an app or in on the internet anywhere. It is for the Wi-Fi capable machines for SVP, and there's projects, tutorials, tips and hints, and all kinds of stuff that you can find in this blog. It's a great little feature. For the MySewNet or the Creativate, I'm going to call it now, you do need to be connected to the Wi-Fi to do that. The other thing about the Wi-Fi capability of this machine is that when you're connected to the Wi-Fi and you turn it on, and if there is an update available for it, you'll get a message right on the screen telling you that, hey, there is a update available. Do you want to download it now? The good thing is you can download it in the background, and you can sew and or embroider as it's downloading. And when it's finished downloading, you'll get a message saying, do you want to install it now, or do you want to install it upon the next time you turn the machine on? So it's your choice. So there's no time wasted waiting for this machine to do its updates. You can also send machines over from the Creativate software over to the machine and vice versa. So if I brought up an embroidery design and I wanted some quilting behind it, it's very popular to do quilting around an existing design. So if I brought up a design and I said, ooh, some quilting would look good behind this, I can send it over to the software, go through my Quilt Black Wizard, add that quilting, and then send it right back to the machine. So I'm not searching for USB sticks, and I don't have to connect my machine to the computer to do all that. It just goes via Wi-Fi. And I know Wi-Fi is not strong in rural areas. That's okay. We still have 2 USB ports that you can connect to get designs back and forth from your machine. All righty. So some features of this machine. Let's go ahead and go into embroidery. It's probably going to want my arm to calibrate, and no, it's not asking me to calibrate, and that's okay. So we do have hoop options. So you can see right here, we have all of the hoops that are available to this machine. May they be the ones that come standard or the additional ones that you can purchase. You can also set up a My Hoop list and set it up so that only the hoops that you own will show up in this list to make your life a little bit easier. This is going to allow you to change your background. So if you want to change the background here in your hoop, you can do that. We also have, so change color. I'm looking for, oh, there's my grid. I knew my grid was in here somewhere. So if you need the grid, you can turn the grid on. You can change the size of the grid, and there's the grid. Sometimes the grid, it confuses me, but if you're designing something with multiple designs, that grid can be extremely helpful, and you can change the size of that grid as well. We have create sequence, so I can bring in my sewing stitches over into embroidery. I also have Stitch Creator. Again, I can do something in Stitch Creator and then bring it over to the embroidery field. I have Create Shape, so I can create shapes with embroidery or with, so let's go ahead and do one real quick. I'll just do a basic circle just to make my life easy. And then I'm going to go in, and I know I have, oops, I was searching for a design earlier today. So I have a search menu so I can search for my built-in design. So let me go ahead and get rid of that because I know I want to go over to my minis. There is my mini selection. And let's just go ahead and bring in that one. Oh, where'd we go? I'm outside the hoop. I can tell you I'm outside the hoop. So let me say okay to this and see where it went. Let's use a bigger hoop. Always during a demo. Oh, so what it did was it chose the best size hoop for that particular design because I don't think I properly chose a shape. So let me just go ahead just so that I can find it. I'm going to choose that biggest hoop I can. And look, there it is. So let me go ahead and I'm going to move that up here. And let's go into our create shape. And here you go. So it attached it to that circle. Okay. And if I want more of them over here, I can touch my plus and minus. And do you see what's happening? It's going to distribute it evenly. So to get there faster, I can go ahead and just touch the number and I can type in and I'm going to say 20. So now it filled that whole entire circle. And if I want it more, if I wanted them to actually touch, I can just touch that number and let's type in 30 and see how many and see what I get. So now they're not quite touching, but if I do want them to touch, now I can just start touching my plus sign and it's going to keep adding more in and we're at about 40. So then if you're happy with that, you just touch your okay. And there it is. This is definitely something that when you go over to Stitch Out, in Stitch Out, it knows what stitch plate I have. It's telling me what size hoop I have. It's suggesting that I use the 6D, and I'm trying to swipe here. So we have what is called color sort, and you definitely want to go ahead and choose color sort and color merge, because what that will do is it will, and it wants me to touch the hoop, and I'm not going to. So each one of those flowers was its own entity. So it was going to have all of those different color change, but because I color sorted and merged it, it's going to stitch out all of the blue ones without stopping. So I don't have to press start after every one. And then it'll go and do all of the yellows so that I'm only switching my thread once and it's not going to stop in between each one of these colors that I have to press the start button. So the machine is going to go ahead and do the hard work for me. It'll just keep going. Okay. Any questions on that? I know there's questions and comments and I'm not even looking at it. I'm so sorry. But I have a few minutes left. So let me show you one other thing that you can do with this machine. And it can be done on the Icon 2 as well. It is called the Creative Embellishment Attachment. And I am sure that you can get this from Blaine as well. And he may have some special pricing on it. I don't want to make that, I don't want to determine that for him, but he may. So this is the Creative Embellishment Attachment. And what it allows you to do, it is a fun technique that you can do within your embroidery machine. You do need to have a larger embroidery area, and that's why it's made for the Creative Formats, the 950 and the Creative Icon 2. So this is what it looks like. Okay, and this goes onto the machine, and I'm not going to put it on the machine for you because that's going to take a little bit of time. But before I leave, I will drop a link into the chat to a YouTube video that I did for Pfaff last year, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was last year. And I go into more depth on how to use the creative attachment, on how to attach it, how to wind the spools. So it comes with 2 spools that you can wind it with. You can use 2mm or 4mm strung beads, yarn, or ribbon. And there are some designs, and on the Creative 8 website, all of the creative embellishment attachment designs are free. So if you have this attachment, I would strongly urge you to pop over there and get some of those designs. So let me show you some samples here that I have. You need some inspiration, I'm sure. So here we have this little mannequin that I made, and this was using the embellishment attachment with yarn. And the good thing about this is that you can use different weights of yarn. You just need to adjust your tensions. And because this machine has active stitch technology, we have the opportunity to change our tensions in embroidery mode so that you can change the tension to accommodate whatever yarn that you are using in the attachment. Then you also have, this is beads. So this is a little flower that I stitched out using the beads. That's pretty fun. This one, was using, and the design is set up for all of these multiple colors. This is done using a sheer ribbon. So it's a sheer ribbon. It's not a satin. It's sheer, for heaven's sakes. And it is set up with all of these multiple colors. And being able to have 2 spools was a huge convenience, because while it was stitching out one color, I was able to wind ribbon on another spool, so that when it was time to switch colors, all I had to do was pop this spool off and feed it, and then take this one off, replace it, and then I'm ready to go with the next color. So that was a time saver. With the original ribbon embellishment, the tool looks very similar to this, but you take this part off and you wrap the ribbon around the base of it, and then you pop the tool back together. So if I were to switch threads, I would have to take this completely off my machine and rethread it. So they did make this a little bit easier to work with. And then I have one more sample I want to show you. This little lamp. So this is a quilt as you go. I'm going to stand up so that you can see my little quilt as you go. So this was done quilt as you go. And the inspiration was this fabric right here. So it's just a strip. So you know when you do quilt as you go, the quilt is finished, right? You don't have the opportunity to, you're through all of those layers, right? And I really wanted to get this lamb embroidered on it. So there's the little lamb. Okay, there we go. There's the little lamb. The downfall of it is that it's going to show up on the wrong side, correct? So I had to think of a creative way to take care of that so it didn't look like a hot mess on the back. So what I did was, on the back, there's the little lamb. I filled the bobbin with the same color thread that I used on the top as the bottom, so it would stitch through the same way. And then I put this little piece of, I don't know what it is. It's some kind of fleece or some kind of textured fleece that I picked up at one of our craft stores, so it doesn't fray. So I laid that down on the back side of the hoop just before I started to do the ribbon stitches. So if you look at that textured piece of fabric, and I'll see if I can get a little bit closer with this. So if you look, you can see all the swirls in there. So it gave it an additional texture, and because all those swirls is how it was sewing on the ribbon. So I have an additional texture on the back, and it's finished. So it was just a way to get around the fact that I wanted to put this on a quilt that was completely finished. Okay, so I think I exhausted my time because it is 1 o'clock.
All right, Wendy. Well, hey, great job. And thank you for the very thorough demonstration. We're going to tell them how they can get it now, okay?
You got it.
All righty. All right, everybody. What a great machine. This is the Creative Performance 950 from Pfaff. And I just love the looks of these machines. But again, the price on this is $13,479. We do have financing available. We have a call-in special on this. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. And I tell you, this thing is just loaded up with features. And I think Wendy did a great job of showing those off. And I tell you, she could probably spend a couple hours just going over all the features of this thing. It has so many. But hey, we're going to move on. Again, give them a call, 800-401-8151, if you want to know more about that machine. But hey, we're at our first educational session of the day, and we have Stephanie Young coming in. And Stephanie, she's a self-proclaimed professional crafter. Stephanie is the craft coordinator for Sizer North America, which is the industry leader in HTV and PSV vinyl. So we are so happy she's here. She's been on our shows before. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Stephanie Young. Hey, Stephanie.
So thanks for having me back again. So excited to be here.
Oh, we are so happy you're here. And I know everybody looks forward to the educational sessions. I'm going to let you go for the next hour, and we'll see you back here in a little bit.
I'll see you then. So, hey everybody, so glad to be here. I am Stephanie from Caesar, North America, and it's one of those names that everybody gets wrong all the time. We hear Sizer, we hear Caesar, we hear sister, Zizzer. So it's Caesar like the salad. So we are the leading manufacturer of HTV vinyl, which for some of you, you're like, what is that? That is heat transfer vinyl. So I am so excited to be here. Some of you may have never heard and you're wondering what I could bring. So I like to show things a little bit outside the box, how we can mix and match those machines, those products, those things that we already have in our house. So this is where I would be like, so by a raise of hands, tell me, do you use vinyl? Do you use sublimation? And do you mix those? Because that's what we're going to be doing for the next almost hour. So you can see my jacket. I absolutely love blinging out. This jacket has been seen because it's my security blanket. I have tons of different jackets, but when I go places, I slide this on because it's a walking billboard for what I do. But it really does give me confidence and it makes me feel a little bit more secure when I'm having to do this. So I'm going to just start here and talk about this and then kind of go down and talk about different ways that we can use heat transfer vinyl, sublimation, and embroidery. So a lot of people call me, the vinyl girl. Well, before I was the vinyl girl, I was the embroidery woman. That was my background, was embroidery. So I love pulling those together. And I'm just going to show some different samples and we're going to walk through some processes and talk about it. So the first thing that I'm going to talk about is this. So this is inkjet printable vinyl. I know it's inkjet. You can see I have an inkjet printer behind me and I will just show, it's inkjet printable. So it's just a sheet that you can put in your inkjet printer. It's white on one side and kind of grayish on the other. It goes, for me, I put it in my back feed and then I just print it. That easy. I know. So guess what? Our printers also are copiers. So I will show you where I just lift that up, put something down and copy with it. So this, again, inkjet printer, and I love showing that you can just cut it with a pair of scissors. Not everybody uses cutters. Stick around for a while and I'll talk you into one of those also. Trust me. But this was just cut with a pair of scissors and you can see through here I have some cherries and those cherries again are printable inkjet. The one that I travel with, some of you that are listening has heard this bill. It's a $29 Canon Pixma. So it doesn't have to be an expensive printer. So I print, I use scissors, and then I press it on. This jacket is about 3 years old. It has been in numerous suitcases, overhead bins and airplanes, underneath seats. So it has had a lot of wear and tear. So I'm going to grab a sample just to show another print and cut that I have done. So this is Easy Color. This is one of my favorite new projects. And this again is just printable. And then, it's a Mardi Gras theme. So of course I have to have some Mardi Gras beads. And then I have hand placed some rhinestones. I'm going to flip to the back and you can see this is just embroidery. This is sublimation with glitter. I'll walk you through that one in just a little bit. This is applique with Aurora, which is a type of HTV. And then the label on this, and I'll zoom in a moment and kind of show you what this does. This is printable. And then I just have little pieces of Aurora there. And here is a HTV and it's reflective. So when light hits it, that will glow. And this is an embroidery design. It is stitched on top of purple, gold, and green glitter HTV. And then I used purple, gold, and green King Star metallic on top of that. So that is a way just to kind of show how you can mix and match those products that we already use. So I say, and you'll hear me all the time, vinyl is more than words on a shirt. This is more than words on a shirt. I love to be able to show to you how you can, this is an upcycled jacket. I never will buy one full price. I always get those when I'm traveling, and I love, love, love showing how we can upcycle. I like going to different kinds of vintage, stores, going to Goodwills, thrift stores, that type of thing, just so I can recreate and make some stuff. So I am going to turn on a different camera so that I can zoom in so that you can see that. And this design was from A Stitch in Time. So Rhonda and her son Jonathan are geniuses at digitizing. So she made this design, and I love showing that off. And I'm not sure why we're glitching. So let's see if it's my camera. And here. So yeah, I'm not sure why we're glitching on that. It's alive. You never know what's going on. And I'm going to stop and do that way. You can see it, but I don't want to make everybody dizzy with that glitch. And I will try to see if it's a connection. But I love showing different elements that you can pull together. So you can see in this jacket, I have sublimation. I have just straight embroidery. I have vinyl. I have vinyl with applique. So lots and lots of things that you can put on to decorate. I love talking about easy color. So a couple of samples that I'm going to show are just going to talk about easy color, and then I'll move to something else because we have an hour together. I had said that you could use your copier. So these are kind of trendy at boutiques around where I live. And I'm going to just pull it out so you can see they have a little sleeve to protect them. It's a dictionary page that's been printed on. So, like I said, you see these even at like craft fairs, they'll have all different topics and different pictures and things. So all I did was I took this design, I put it on my copier, and I hit copy. So very, very easy. And then I printed it out and I pressed it to a t-shirt. So you can see I'm never just going to have one component. No. I'm always going to have 2 or 3 different things that I get to show you. So here is where I hooped it and then I embroidered. So I embroidered just some sketch butterflies because I didn't want something very heavy stitching. So I love that you have a way to stitch on top of. So the next question that always is, how does it wash? How does it wear? How does it stretch? All of those things. So this is a very quick way to show you some of these. And I'm seeing some of the comments and I appreciate everything you're saying. I do have some friends in the comments, so they can even put, but yes, I do have a YouTube. It's So Stephanie Says, So Stephanie Says. I also do content, of course, for Caesar. So we have videos and content on CaesarNA.com. Caesar also has a support page, Caesar North America support group, that you can post questions and comments in. And I'll try to get back and answer anything. So okay, so can I clarify what you copied and how you applied that print to a t-shirt? I'll be glad. So let me move some stuff off of my copier. Look how official. I moved it. So I would pick up my copier, I would put the print in, and I would hit copy. And then it would copy out onto a piece of my printable vinyl. I would then take the back off, press it, and take the backing off. So that's, take it off the backing and press it. So it's just printed, that easy. So then it becomes this. And then, like I said, I hooped it and then I embroidered it. So I'm going to give an example of 2 shirts. So these shirts were made August 22nd, 2023, maybe 22 now. I've forgotten. I just remember that it was National Waffle Day. So the shirt was made on the same time, the same day. You'll notice that one shirt is a different color than the other because the shirt has faded. It's been washed 53 times. I'm trying to forget which hand looking in the camera. So it's been washed and dried 53 times. This one's been washed once. So that kind of shows you the vinyl hasn't faded, but the shirt has. So stretchability, wearability, washability. I said, typically we will say at 25 washings, you'll begin to see signs of wear and tear. I washed that one 53 times. Stretchability. Are you ready? I like to show, and you can see he's got tiny little arms and legs, and I have not popped those yet. So extreme stretchability. It has a soft hand. It is a vinyl, so it's going to feel like a vinyl on your shirt. It's DTV, direct to vinyl. So it's a vinyl. So you're going to feel it on the shirt, but it does have a very soft hand to it. So again, we all have inkjet printers. Think about your kids' artwork. Think about memorial photos. My favorite, I love handwriting. Handwriting was kind of my first things with embroidery, as I would digitize people's handwritings to stitch it. So look through recipe cards and your grandmother's and your mom's and your aunts and your dad's, all of those handwriting. Take those index cards, put it, and hit print. And then guess what? You can cut it with a pair of scissors. You can cut it with a, your rotary cutter, and then press it onto an apron. We have Father's Day coming up like in a few days. So find things with your dad's handwriting or his, something that means something. Have all your kids write notes. Print it. So I didn't even have that as part of my spiel today, but that's a bonus for you. So I love showing that stretchability. So great washability, great stretchability. So what else can we do with it? And again, I am so sorry. These comments are flying by. I appreciate everything. I hopefully can see them when we get done. And I see some names that I recognize. So I much appreciate. And so here's something that I love the wow factor of. So again, it's a printable. So I just did a full page of a print, and I took wax and seal paper. So, it's kind of like wax paper. I covered my shoe, and then I used a Sharpie to get kind of a template, and then I cut that vinyl, and it'll make sense when I show you. So this is just an inexpensive shoe, and that is printable vinyl, and I ironed it on. So how did I iron it on? Lean in and I'll tell you the secret. So a lot of you that are watching, you're sewers, and we got talked into at some retreat, some class that we went to, that we needed that clover iron. It looks like a hot iron, and it's got the little triangle on it. That works beautifully, or the little small craft irons that you see on the market. So listen. Put on an oven mitt on your hand. I shove a towel in my shoe so that when I'm pressing, if I happen to slip, my hand is covered. So do y'all all get that one? Please cover your hand when you're doing this. I did burn myself. I should zoom in and let you see. I now have a scar because I was doing and it slid and I burnt my hand. So I didn't, everything else I learned. I put on an oven mitt. I shoved stuff in the shoe just to make it firm. Then I put my hand in with the oven mitt, and then I press. And you can see, I got it really down in there. Now, are these going to last forever? No, they're not. Because, it's going to get wear and tear. It's going to start to get a crease. And you can see I've worn these. So it's not like I just made them to show to you. I love the flexibility of these shoes. I think that they were probably $5. I love the ones at Walmart that they have that are $4.88. And They come in men's, women's, and children's. I've made a bunch of those. And I love doing it like if you go to Disney, if you go to Epcot, I do different themes for different days because you know that I'm going to have an outfit on to coordinate with what I'm doing for that day. So I did SeaWorld ones. I had Universal. I had different parks for Disney. You know, I made different shoes. So it's a fun way to, you know, use printable, create them, use HTV on them, just a different way to kind of use it. And again, outside the box of what we do. So several people saying they love my jacket. Thank you so much. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about my jacket. So here you're going to see, this is just traditional applique. And the pink is glitter and the lens is holographic. I just saw one comment, you print on the white side and there are directions with it. And we have directions on our website, but it is print on the white side. And you can feel, it feels vinyl, and the grayish side is like a harder plastic to hold it together. So this is holographic, this is glitter. So great ways to applique with it. So here's some other applique kind of ideas. So this one says, this is one of our taglines, be creative, be Caesar. And I love buying jelly rolls. Why do I love buying jelly rolls? Because the fabrics are already coordinated for me. So I love it. It's a great, great way to be able to use it. And so somebody said the last time I used iron-on with my embroidery, it separated after a few washes. One of the things different designs are going to do different. Like on this, it's just a run stitch. I always heat press mine from the back side. That way that glitter has now adhered with the adhesive that it was made for to the garment, and then it won't separate. So just a little helpful trick. So this has glitter here and then fabric here. I could have looked forever, and I mean forever, at a fabric store looking, and I'm using this camera instead of trying to switch over because I'm not sure why it was glitching. So I'll just kind of show you some stuff here. So you can see how that glitter really pops. You can tell I didn't use that much of it. So if I went to a fabric store and bought a specialty fabric, then I would have to buy a half yard. They're getting worse. You know, a lot of things they're not going to let us buy a fourth of a yard. They won't let you buy at some of the stores that I've been to, like a fourth of a yard of velvet. It's that, you know, 54 or 60 inch. So definitely, this is a way that I'm using scraps. This is stuff I already had in my bins. I love that it's a color that's just perfect. And I didn't have to go looking for fabric. Not that I need an excuse to go looking for fabric, because we all know I love fabric. But this is just another way to add to. So another way, this is, you know, I could have used fabric. Of course I could have. But nothing is going to show off that fingernail polish like glitter does. So I love to show that there's so many ways. These are scraps. They would have been in the trash, right? So let's talk about how do I use that. So I'm looking on my floor right this moment. Typically I have a scrap somewhere. So if I had a little scrap, here's a piece. I would just take the corner. You can tell this is something I've been working with. You're going to take the corner off, and we're going to show this again in a minute, but I just, since I was at this point, I thought I would talk about it. And again, yeah, we never need an excuse to buy. And why is it when you're doing something on a live, something will suddenly just be like, oh, I'm not going to peel the corner off like I do 1,000 times before. I'll go to another corner. I'll fool you, maybe. This is brick that I'm playing with right now. Just another way to show you brick. So I would take this is the carrier sheet. I would take it off, and that would be a scrap that I now could embroider with. So just a quick way to show you. That would be a scrap. I would lay it down, and I embroider with it. It's that easy. So some examples. So this piece is approximately 10 years old. So before I went to work for Caesar, I actually created pieces along with some coworkers, and we did samples for Caesar. So this was a start before I ever started with them. So this piece, and I'm going to kind of walk you through. So I made a sample to kind of show you what do I mean. So when we're appliquing, this would be that placement stitch. And then we place it down. And this would be the step that you typically would cut the vinyl, right? But I stitched the satin stitch, and then you just rip it away. So you don't even have to cut it when you do this. So I'm just going to do a little corner and show you. It'll just rip away. And then I would press it from the back side. This is Aurora. Aurora is more like a true fabric. It has, look at that shimmer and shine. This is when you go, ooh, ah, because it's so gorgeous. So we went from placement, then we have tack down, and you'll see I actually cut it. It does not rip smoothly. So I cut it, and then I did that satin stitch. But that was just a quick way to be able to show, thank you, Teresa, for the ooh, ah. That's just a way to be able to show the process instead of stitching it over and over again. So some of you that follow me and some of you that are going to start following, you'll know I love flamingos. Flamingos is my jam. So this is one of the first things that I digitized kind of, and this is with cut and stitch. I love and use some other programs to turn those into, it was a coloring book page, and you can turn into. So I used brick. I used strip flock. Strip flock is a vinyl that kind of feels like velvet or suede. It has a texture to it. And then you can see that I just used different types of vinyl for the mane and tail of that unicorn. And again, that color, perfect for a flamingo. So, and you'll see I'm so neat throwing stuff on here. And I love this project. So this project, if any of you follow Designs by Juju, this is one of her projects. It's her nutcracker, one of her hanging. And this, we did a content and showed. And yes, obviously they have done these for years and years and years and used fabric. But look at this. So I absolutely love, so I'm going to, again, zoom in. The hat is glitter. The hair and the beard is strip flock. So I love that it gives texture to it. I love that it just adds an element to it. The face is just a muslin. And then we have glitters and we have King Star thread that really just kind of makes that pop. And, you know, again, this is just so eye-catching. It just really, really gets a lot of color to it, a lot of bling to it, a lot of things. So a lot of people are saying they love Designs by Juju. She is great. I just got off a cruise teaching, and she was there, and Embroidery Garden. So wonderful to get to stitch and create and do projects and cruise. You know, you can't go wrong with teaching on a cruise. So those are all some ways that you can add to embroidery and to add those things. And we're going to talk about some other kind of elements, but I thought this is a good time to kind of pause, catch my breath, catch your breath, and I will show you a couple of other types of things that I like to make. So this is, because we all have in our closets those little black kind, you know, t-shirt dresses, you just slide them on. This one, you know, this is from, you can tell, I'll even show, it's from Old Navy. I buy these dresses by the handfuls at the end of the season when they mark them down. You know, sometimes they go $250. So I love that there's lots of things that we can do with it. So this is the same designs, and I just kind of made them bigger and added elements to it. So again, I'm sorry, my camera's not going to cooperate, so I'm going to zoom in so that you can see. So that rhinestone, this is holographic here, and it makes it look like rhinestone. So we have strip flock, and then I've added electric over it. So just a way to kind of bougie up that little t-shirt dress. And then I continued it. And then I cut part of the design off there at the seam to have it kind of off-centered. So same design, different sizes to show how you can just take, again, $2.50 at the end of the season and kind of bougie it up. I love that, zhuzh it up, bougie it up, add some elements to it. Mr. Crafty Pants is in the house, and he's the king of bougie. So I love showing textures, building on it, using more than one type of vinyl because there's so many different types that are out there. So earlier you heard me say brick. Brick is 600 microns, so a very thick vinyl. It embroiders beautifully. It rips away, but it's thick. So I'm not going to do a big design on my shirt because it would be hot, it would be heavy. So speaking of designs on my shirt, this is a little balloon dog, and this is gold puff. So I love puff, metallic puff, because it does raise up and puff. So now it's just a different type of vinyl to add that dimension, to add to your product. Next, this is definitely that little black dress. And this dress, I'm gonna take the sash off just so it's easier for me to show it to you. I wore this as a bridesmaid, and I lost the belt before I ever got home. So I went to the craft store and just bought a satin, ribbon. And then I cut holographic to make it look like rhinestone. So that way when it's tied, look, it does look like rhinestones. But I would never want the weight of rhinestones on my dress. I wouldn't want, can you imagine that being tied and hitting your arm and catching stuff on it? So this is a perfect way to change up. And, it's ribbon. So how much, do you spend for a spool of ribbon? And everybody, this is one sheet of HTV. So it's not like I used yards and yards. I did a full page, and it's 20 inches. So then I did a section, cut it, pressed it, did a section, pressed it, cut it, did a section. So that's how easy that was. But I love holographic. And you're going to hear me say everything's my favorite, because for certain projects, everything is my favorite. But I do love that holographic just because it doesn't add weight. It adds that shimmer and shine. You're not going to want to put on, a cheer outfit rhinestones so that when they're cheering, you have those stones. You might have different things that you put on them, but I love having that holographic because it gives a totally different dimension. It's lightweight. It doesn't scratch. You don't have to worry about where you bought them from. Does it have lead in it? So all of those are things that you kind of think about. So cheer bows, little girls' dresses, I put rhinestone, we call it faux rhinestone technique on a lot of things. So I'm going to show, so here's the little dress, and now I'm going to kind of show the bottom of it. So after it was the bridesmaid's dress, I kind of wanted it to be change the look of it. So this is just a tone-on-tone design. And that is that strip flock that you heard me talking about earlier, right? It has that velvety feel to it. And then again, I just put that on there. So somebody asked, how did that get cut? I used my cutter. So I have, Caesar sells our own brand of cutters. We have Romeo and Juliet's. I would just use an electronic cutter, a Juliet, Romeo, to do that. And then, that was just a design. So funny story, this dress outlasted the wedding that I wore it in. They got divorced, and she married his twin brother. So I said, Did you have to get new pictures made? Because, you know, they're identical. And I'll never, if she ever sees that, she's going to be mortified, but I don't say her name because I think that it's hilarious. So you've seen how you can take vinyl and bougie up a dress that I wore in a wedding. So vinyl, again, is more than words on a shirt. So hopefully you're seeing kind of my vision. You're seeing that there really is so many different things. So this was, I did a class, and this is just, you know, just your, you know, just a notebook. Still has the receipt in it. And it says, I hope this year is a page turner. Guess what this is? It's heat transfer vinyl. So many things that we can do, different textures, different, we have metals, we have all these different types of vinyl that you can use. So they're not one and done because there's so many different textures. There are glow in the darks, there are reflective, there are, you know, we have an app for that because everybody's got an app. So if you go to Caesar HTV on an iPhone, Android app is been down right this moment that I know of, but it'll come back. It'll come back. So you've seen me use, I talked about Aurora. That was that bottle in my New Orleans jacket. Brick, diamond dust. Here, I'm going to take this jacket off. I'll show you some diamond dust. So this orange is diamond dust, and if I move it just right, it has a rainbow that kind of goes through it. So I love this, that it really gives you that color. I mean, that looks like an orange soda pop, right? And then the clear is my shower curtain. I know, trust me, I know we all have clear vinyl that we bought for snow globes. We have it in our house. I was doing a video, couldn't find it, but I knew I had a clear shower curtain. So I didn't have time to really stop and keep looking. So I went in my bathroom, I cut a hunk of it out, I stitched with it, and then I told my husband that it was kind of grungy and needed to come down, and could he stop and buy one. So shh, if you see him, don't tell him right then that I just cut a hunk out of our shower curtain. It needed it. But that's just a way to really show how you can use that. So since I'm here, let's talk about this piece. This is brick. So it's that brick HTV. So again, it has that texture to it. And this is that printable easy color DTV. And you're going to see that, can you see where it's distressed? Again, I told you, I've worn this thing 3 years and it's been everywhere. But I knew it was going to, you know, you can't wad stuff up without it getting distressed. So after I pressed it, I took a cheese grater, or if you are really lucky and you have one of those small, like nutmeg kind of graters, the little grater, I grated it so that I could do the distressing where I wanted it to be distressed. That way it didn't get just one odd piece. So I pre-distressed it with a cheese grater. So a lot of things that we can do to kind of distress, if, yes, a cheese grater, I know I'm too much. No, not too much. I'm just the right amount. And then you'll see this is a patch, and you can see that it has glitter. And this was an embroidery garden design that she's retired. But I love that pirate look, and I love those colors. It's just the perfect little smiley face. So, and I'm going to show you one piece here, and then this is what we're going to talk about in just a moment. So stay tuned, right? So here, this piece got forgotten. So this will also be talked about. This is sublimation, and I sublimated on fleece, and then I appliqued with it. So what I absolutely love is that, so again, I would say by raise of hands, who sublimates. Sublimation is, you know, it's so perfect for our world. And everybody kind of thinks about sublimating on coffee mugs and things. I love sublimating on Oh my gosh, I love that, Mr. Crafty Pants. Tell him to go find less. So fleece, what things that we have in our craft rooms? Fleece, 100% polyester. Lace, 100% polyester. I love embroidering with those two things because look how it gives it loft. I love how it gives it definition. So that is, you can tell it's still on the hoop, right? I love showing that. So do you want me to be really honest and show you something? Tell me how honest you want me to be. Ready? That's why it was still on the hoop, because you cannot always multitask and try to do something 2 minutes before you're walking out the door. So it is stitched to the hoop. So I had to recreate another one, but I really wanted to show you, you know, even us professionals, quote, we screw up and make mistakes too. I just am the one that will show you that I messed up. So I love taking this with me. I love for people to see that I make mistakes. I forget to do stuff. I forget to mirror image. I forget some of those things, just like you do. So this is just embroidery. And then I'm going to move to talking about sublimation, but I can't not show you this because I love this jacket. And this is a built-in design on Brother 10 needle, and it may be on the Luminaire. I can't remember. So this is just embroidery, but I love showing how you can add just elements. Sometimes, you know, just adding that other little element. So see how, to me, that key really makes that design pop more just by having, you know, these keys. You can buy them by the bag full. They're cheap, right? So I love that little element. You can see that I leave the tag on so you can, you know, but look at the back of this. So again, these are just little cogs and keys that I've added, just buttons to show you how you can take something that you already embroidered. It was a built-in design. It was free. Well, free considering I just paid for a 10 needle, but you know, it was free. But how just adding those little touches can make such a huge difference. So if I'm going to do it on a jacket that's probably now sliding into the floor, I also did that design on a pair of boots. And everybody always, oh, how do you do boots? Boots are really easy if you buy the right ones. So these are full leather boots, but they unzip. And you can see here's my sticky stabilizer in there. I forget how beautiful these boots are on the inside. I just love these boots. I love them. Love them, love them. And then there's that design. And again, there's those cogs. But wait, it's me. There's going to be more. So fishnet stockings. Yeah, I might wear them, but I use them in crafting a lot. So I took that fishnet stocking and put it over my shoe and then spray painted it so that you can see that design. Can you see it? Can you see it? Tell me you can see it because it looks like it's showing up. So again, it's just that little extra oomph. It's fishnet stockings. You know, 2 days after Halloween, you can pick those things up for pennies. And I put them on Yetis and spray paint and resin. I stitch with it. I bleach with it. But that's just a way to show you how you can take, you know, a boot. And this would finish off that outfit, right? When you're wearing boots like this, you're making a statement. You are a little extra. And I get that. So now, let's take a drink of coffee, wine, whatever you have nearby. Mine is coffee. And let's talk about sublimation. I love sublimation. Brother has a sublimation. It's an SP1, beautiful price point. And I love talking about that. But there's so many things that we already have that you can use sublimation on. So earlier I said lace. So lace, unless you're like an heirloom sewer or you're buying 100% cotton lace for a sewing project, everything else that you get more than likely is 100% polyester. Stephanie, was the fleece heat transfer? No, it's just fleece like you buy off the 60-inch bolt, just fleece. We use it for, batting. We use it for all kinds of stuff. It was just polyester fleece. I don't have a piece right here. Typically I would, but so this is lace and I sublimate. So what are other things that you can get? This is, don't tell anybody, it's from Walmart. It's 97 cents a yard. It's just that satin. It's kind of like a lining. This is what I use for the lining on a jacket inside my purses. I will sublimate and make my own liners. What's really great about making your own liners, some of you earlier said you love Designs by Juju, you love Embroidery Garden. Well, they do a lot of in the hoop purses, bags. Well, when you're doing quilter's cotton and you're doing batting, sometimes they're hard to turn inside out. When you do your lining with things like this, so this is, you can tell it was just a page of bees that I printed and pressed. Now that's just one lighter layer when doing those in the hoop projects that make it, you can see it's flimsy, it's light. And, some of mine, I put sayings on it, like on one of my bags, it says it sure is dark in here. The other one says you're never going to find it anyway, go buy another one. Because how many times do we lose chapstick and we keep digging on our bag? You don't find it until you go buy another one and then you find it. So this is just an oddball sitting here, but I'll say it. So this is sublimation that I sublimated and then I embroidered more elements on it. So that was a way to add that depth to that sublimation process. So, are you ready? Lean in. So this is a piece of white glitter. You don't have to just use white glitter. A lot of people say that you always use white glitter. Any light colored HTV. Lemon sugar is, and I'm looking quickly, lemon sugar is one of my very, very favorite ones. I love different colors. So this is the carrier sheet and this is the glitter. Man, my nails look nice today in video. Just noticed that. I'll give myself a compliment because I never paint my nails red. It was because I was on a cruise that I had them bougier. So here, so this is now just a piece of glitter, correct? So I already printed with sublimation a couple of designs. And you can see, look, I put 4 different designs on here. And I have some flowers, I have Halloween, I have Argyle, and then this one, it's flamingos. And then, because I can't find my scissors right this moment behind me as I look around, because I'm sure I was cleaning up. So look, you can rip it. And I'm going to try to change camera views and hope for the best on here. And what type of printer do I use? Well, I'll be very 100% honest. I have a Sawgrass. I have an Epson F170. I have a Brother SP. And I have a converted printer because I teach a lot on them. But I do love my Brother SP1. 1, because of the price point. 2, because the cost of ink to refill it, $40 a cartridge, and they go on sale. So for me, I never hesitate to say I love, love, love the Brother SP1. So let me see. Everybody cross their fingers because I really want to be able to show my heat press. So I want to show you some components. This is a non-stick cover sheet. So I'm going to lay down non-stick. I'm going to lay down glitter. I'm going to lay down sublimation, and then I'm going to cover it with a piece of paper. That's the process in case it's glitching, and I don't want y'all to have to be glitching while I'm doing this because it was nerve-wracking for me. Okay, that one's working. So here you can see non-stick. Here's my glitter. There is my sublimation. And then I'm going to cover it with a piece of paper because I don't want that ink to bleed and go up onto my platen. I'm at 398 and I'm going to press that for 1 minute. I'm not going to make you stare at my heat press for 1 minute, but that way you could really see the angle of that. And I love having the comments. They're cracking me up. And great, that is, to me, the brother's a good one. So while we're talking about that, I'm going to go ahead and set up and rip a piece of this to show you what I mean about other products. You can tell I have Halloween already on my mind. Floral, different things to do, but I love being able to do these kind of linings. It doesn't have to be glitter, that we have several products that you can sublimate on. And if you go to our website, CaesarNA.com, we have a whole listing of, but you can sublimate on holographics, on pearls, on glow in the dark, on clear sparkle. So those are some other ones that you can do. So this has come off the press. It is hot because it was 400 degrees. So I'm going to show that was just my paper coming off. And I do throw that away so that it doesn't. And then, did I say it was hot? It's hot. And you're going to see how much brighter. So now, does that pattern look familiar? That's here. And I want to show you, if I can, without my other camera. This was on lemon sugar. So this is lemon sugar here. So that's lemon sugar. So this is lemon sugar and this is on white. And you should see the difference. See how so just having that background changes a little bit. So now this is cooled off. I take this off of my nonstick carrier sheet. And guess what? I can embroider with it. So what did I just create? My own custom fabric. So now I can embroider with this. I could put it on my cutter and cut with it also, but I love showing how that was just a scrap piece of vinyl you saw. Pulled that off because I don't need a whole page sometimes. So that's why I love filling the page with all those different sizes so that I can print different sizes. And I had shown you on the back of that jacket earlier on my New Orleans jacket that I had printed a scene. And so this is what it looks like. So I just created a border. I should have done this beforehand because now this isn't going to be that easy to quickly take this off with all these little points without ripping something. Talks amongst yourselves. Ask questions is while I'm not prepared on this one part with all these. Look at all these little points that I'm pulling off. If I rip one, just forgive me. It's hard to do this. And I could press something while we're doing that. Thank you so much, Bernadette. That is an amazing compliment. Appreciate that. I think that somebody posted, I just started a YouTube channel, and because I do Facebook Lives. Tonight I have a Facebook group, So Stephanie Says Crafty. Typically on Tuesday nights at 6:30 Central Time, I do a live. Well, Facebook, as always, keeps changing things and changing things and changing things. So I am gearing and moving stuff more to YouTube because you have to. And I do these things because I love educating. I love getting to be creative with you and bouncing ideas. And, you know, I get to have a fun time. So come join me. Come on over tonight at 6:30. I'll be there. And you can see I'm just doing and doing. So what heat press do I use? I'm using a Caesar craft press. It is 9x12. There's lots of presses out there. I love our craft press because it has great pressure and it's easy to adjust. Everybody thinks a 9x12 is too little. It's not. You can, press things 2 times. It's perfect for me traveling, and it's perfect for me to be able to show it on camera like I just did. So somebody just asked, can you use a household iron instead of a heat press? Yes, you can, but don't use your ironing board. Either put it, like I have a wood counter right here. Either put it like on a coffee table with a butcher block underneath it, put it on your kitchen countertop with something, because you want to be able to be white knuckled. You're going to press and let the iron up, press and put the iron up, press and put the iron up. But you're not going to iron it. Ironing and pressing are kind of different, and you want that pressure. With sublimation, I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit harder because you have to hold it in place for so long, and you really have to have your iron hot, because you heard me say that, I'm at 398 degrees. So small things you could do, sublimation that fits underneath the iron, but if you wiggle it all, it's going to blur, or ghost is another word for that image. So yes, and it has a little icon. It's so Stephanie says, crafty. And it's got some people know I change my hair color, my hairstyle all the time. So in the picture, it's of me of a cartoon, I believe, and I have brown hair, but so look, finally, sorry about that, guys. So here it is. Again, I'm going to put it on that non-stick. And yes, you could do a thin silicone on it. So I'm making sure. So here, non-stick. This was some artwork that I bought in New Orleans, and I just scanned it so that I could print it. So that's what that is. And I'm just going to lay that down to cover it. And then again, I'm going to cover it. Some people call this blowout paper. You just don't want that ink to go through and go to the top of your heat press. So whenever you're pressing, if you're using even a thin nonstick cover sheet, I would put a piece of paper down, then the nonstick, then the glitter. You just don't want that ink to get on your press, because you don't want it to show up suddenly later and surprise you and ruin your project. So that way you can see all of those things. So I have 3 minutes left. I have 40 seconds left to print that. And then here's a little piece, and I'll throw that in just to quickly give you the idea of what it would look like. And again, still hadn't found my scissors. They'll show up the moment that I get off here. They'll pop in. And I'm going to stop it a few seconds just for time. So again, very hot. Pulling it off. Are you ready for the magic? Because I love this part. And you can see right there, it looks like it's not, but that's just a light blue portion of the sky in that print. So it kind of looks like it didn't show up, but it does. It's just light blue. But that way you can see how gorgeous he is. And again, you could use different colors. I just had white here. And so see how it's on this cover sheet? I wouldn't use this cover sheet for anything else. I'm only going to use it for this technique. And then when ink's on it, it doesn't mess anything up, and I'm always covering it. So let's get that pulled off of it real quick. If I can. Here, lace, paper, and here is a piece of printed, and I'm going to do that real quick just so you can see. And I have some other things that I do with lace, but this is just a quick way to show you. And press. Thank you. I love doing these things. I really do. I find, we buy these machines, we buy embroidery, we buy vinyl, we buy sublimation, and we just use them one way. And then we get tired of doing that way, I feel like. And then it's just a way to kind of be different. There's so many things that we already have purchased. If you look at your, in your craft room, grosgrain ribbon it's polyester. There's so many things that have a polyester base to it. And I love that we can use them in different ways. I love doing the thin ribbon and embroidering it and showing it as shoelaces. So just another way. And again, I'm slowly pulling this off because I have all those little points. Sarah, it really is that simple. I promise it really is that simple. So there we go. Now, are you ready to see? So this kind of does, there's the piece of paper. And I'm going to show you the lace, but it's, let me find, there, that way you can see. So now that lace, when I embroider with it, would have that design on it. So that way you can see. And I love embroidering with lace because it just gives a little femininity to it, to something. And you can see how the color changes. So this was that original before the heat hit it and activated, and there it is on glitter. So that way you can see how it really does change that. So thank you so, so much, everybody. I have loved getting to be here. Thank you for the kind comments. Please go over and follow at Caesar North America. That's SISER, North America Support Group. And we have different people that do lives. I do them. Patrick is he's our lead educator. He does a lot of things with our cutters and with vinyls. We have Cortez that shows some phenomenal ways that you can layer and get different effects. So I love being able to share what I do. So thank you so much for joining me. And I can't wait to see you next time.
Well, thank you so much, Stephanie. Great job. I think everybody really liked that. And hopefully we'll have you on again real soon.
I'll be back. Thanks, guys.
All right. See you later. All right, everybody, we're going to move on. I hope y'all enjoyed that educational session. That was really, really educational. I love that. Again, let's move on. We got Wendy Owens coming back in, and we're going to talk all about a Viking machine this time. So let's go to Wendy. Hey, Wendy.
Hi. I had a little glitch there. I don't know if you saw it, but I had to hurry up and fix that.
Got you a little break. So I know you're pulling double duty again all this week. So a little break now. So we'll let you go and talk all about this new Viking, and we'll come back and tell them how they can get one.
All righty. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming back again. My camera's a little skew. I'm not going to fix that. We're good. It was like real fuzzy. It like glitched on me. But that's okay. We're back to working. So the next machine that I'm going to show you today is going to be the Husqvarna Viking Designer Ruby 90. So it is not the top of the line machine, but it's pretty close to the top of the line machine. And it has some wonderful features on this machine. And like I said in some of my past lives that I've done, you do not need to have the top of the machine to get the job done. I am a big advocate in purchasing the supplies that you need at your price point so that you can enjoy your hobby. I'm also a knitter, and I do not always go to, the knitting stores and buy the $20 skeins of yarn and things like that. Sometimes I do go to my crafting store to buy yarn just to make something and have that motion going. So I feel the same way about sewing, or what Stephanie just showed us with all of that sublimation and things like that. You get what you can afford so that you can enjoy your hobby. But this machine has some really great features on it. I'm not going to show an additional accessory like I have done in the past, because this one I have a different plan for this one. But let's go ahead and let's hop into the machine. Again, I'm not set up to where I could show you the whole entire machine. Maybe tonight I'll try and do a different setup so I can do something, showcase the machines a little better. But I'm sure Blaine is going to show you what the whole machine looks like. It is a sewing embroidery machine. This one is Wi-Fi capable. So it has the same features as our other Wi-Fi capable machines, where it has the Creative 8 blog built into the machine. You can update your machine. You can send designs to and from the software via Wi-Fi. So that setup is exactly the same. And in the Best of Hoop Fest, let's go ahead and show you what hoops are included. Again, I'm not going to go through all of the accessories that come with the machine. You can go to Blaine's website, Sewing Machines Plus, and go to his website. Click on Designer Diamond Ruby 9, Designer Ruby 90, and you can see all the accessories that come with the machine. But the hoops that do come with the machine is the 120 by 120. I do use this hoop quite a bit. You'll be surprised. So it is the 120 by 120. And then we also have the 260 by 200. So I'll step back so that you can see the size of that hoop. And then it also comes with the 360 by 260. So again, just like my sister brand hoop, I obviously use this one a lot because it needs a good clean in front and back. My goodness. So it does come with those hoops. You do have the opportunity to purchase additional hoops like the 5x7 or the magnetic hoops or the endless hoops. Hopefully you'll pop in sometime this week or stick with me for the rest of the week because I will be showing the endless hoop on one of these machines. I don't know which one yet, but I will be showing it. So we do have the endless hoops. We have the mini hoops. We have all kinds of different hoops for these machines. And it is best to purchase the hoops that were made for the machine because they are engineered to go with those machines. So no matter what embroidery machine you have, it is best to buy the hoops that were made for that machine. So let's go ahead and hop into it. I was just looking for something here and I found what I was looking for. So we have some great sewing features. And I didn't bring them in. Okay, we have some great sewing features. I will show those show this at another date because I think I'm showing the Ruby 90 twice. So I'll show some of the sewing features the next time I show the Ruby 90, but I'm going to show you some things. All right, so that's the machine. This is the needle of the machine. And again, this one does have the automatic needle threader. So if I go ahead and touch the button on my machine, that's as easy it is. It is a great machine. So you feature, and you can use multiple kinds of needles. The only needles that you cannot use with the automatic needle threader is a twin needle or a wing needle. So those are the only two that you cannot use with the automatic needle threader. So let's go over to the machine here, and I'll show you what we have. I'm going to turn this. And let's see if I can get it close so that you can see the buttons that are going on. It is a little difficult to see. I'm sorry, my lighting is not the best in here. This is our automatic needle threader. Then we have our speed control. For this machine, you do need to stop sewing and adjust the speed control. And then we also have different lights. This is our start stop. Then we have a fix. So a fix is going to tie it off. So tie the end of the stitch up for you. We have a stop. We have a presser foot lifter up, and it does have the extra lift again, just like one of our other machines does. And then we have the presser foot down. This is our sewing with our needle down, and sewing with our needle down allows you to take advantage of the exclusive sensor system. And I did show that on the Topaz 50. I have the embroidery foot on the machine right now, so it's not going to be super easy for me to show that to you, but know that our exclusive sensor system, it does recognize the thickness of your fabric. So as you're sewing, it will adjust the pressure foot with what you have underneath your needle. And then when you're sewing with the needle in the down position, your foot will hover so that you can easily rotate your fabrics if you need to do something with rotating the fabrics. So you do not need a knee lift for this machine because of the exclusive sensor system. And then we have our scissors and we have our reverse. So that's what we have going on over there. I'm going to slide over here and slide back so that we can see the machine. So this is the screensaver of the Designer Ruby 90. And this is not, I had just logged in. So this is giving me a message that I have X amount of space in my cloud. So I might need to adjust my cloud. So I'm just going to say okay to that. And again, you heard me talking about the Creative 8 blog. it's still showing up as my SewNet blog on this machine, and that's okay. Still the same thing, but you can see here it's introducing the Creative Aid. So it's the same blog that is available on all of the other Wi-Fi capable machines that we have with Husqvarna Viking. We also have the JoyOS Advisor. So the JoyOS Advisor on this particular machine, and I'm going to go into sewing. It has all kinds of videos and things built in, just like our sister brand. So if you are not sure how to wind the bobbin, how to thread a needle, how to do some basic things, you have videos built into the machine that will assist you to do that. And you do not need to be connected to the internet in order to access all of these built-in videos, because they are built in. Again, because this is a Husqvarna Viking machine, we do have our sewing advisor. So you can choose what type fabric you want to sew with, and it will adjust the tensions and pressure and things like that in the background. So it's always best if you can. Not everybody uses the system, and I'm very surprised about that. But if, let's say I'm going to do a stretch light. And what is so great about this? So I'm choosing a stretch light, and let's say I want to insert a zipper into that stretch light fabric. I'm going to go to my zippers, and it's showing me that the best zipper for a stretch light is going to be an invisible zipper. And that's great. So now let's go ahead, and I'm going to go back to woven medium. I'm still on zippers. Now I have a few more zippers to choose from, because those are zippers that are going to work great with woven medium fabric. There's the fly front zipper. A fly front zipper isn't something that I insert very often, so I'm grateful to have this video built into the machine, so that if I wanted to, and down here it pops up, down here pops up, and I can go ahead and make this. Make this window. Oh, I went into the wrong thing. Let's go back. I went into my manual. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this bigger so that you can see it. So it shows me everything that I need to get started. It's giving me step by step of how to do it. It's showing me my zipper, and I'm looking for. Oh, there it is. I was a little impatient. So here, if I touch that icon, it takes me into how to sew this. So then not only do I have the words to walk me through it, but I also have an actual visual of how to sew in the zipper, which is super nice, because usually I have to go to one of my sewing books, but now that they have this built into the machine, I don't have to go search for that sewing book anymore. I can just look it right up on the machine. And if I were out and about, say at a sewing class or something like that, and I didn't have access to my own personal library, it's built into the machine, which is super great. I love that. So you have other things that you can do. You have your dimensional stitches. You have your embellishment stitches. It shows you that. It shows you collars, hem finishes, all kinds of stuff of what it can show you. So such a great feature to have. So I am going to go back to the home page, and in here you will see, so because I chose the content, these are the best stitches to use for that for that fly front zipper application. So that's what it's showing me there. However, I can get to other stitches as well. Just go into my load stitch, and here we have all of our stitches, and then we have a sub menu down here as well. And if you're not sure exactly what these submenus are, like a lot of our other machines, we have this little help icon. It is a question mark that is on top of the machine. So if I touch that question mark, and then I touch the icon that I'm questioning, it tells me that it's a stitch menu, and this blue area, it tells me I could read more about it, and it takes me straight to the manual, to the page that I need. So I don't have to go searching through the manual to get what I need. So again, another great feature of the machine. We have our standard information here We have our stitch length, our stitch width. We also have, and I am going to touch my thing here. So we have our thread tension as well. And if I change it, we now have our presser foot pressure. So that little toggle does two things. We can mirror image our stitch horizontally and vertically. Stitch width, and it's a straight stitch, so there is no stitch width. However, this is a needle position then, and I believe there are 32 needle positions built into this machine. So if I just touch that, you can see it's going to the right, and if I touch my minus, it's going to the left. So I do have all of those different needle positions. This up here is telling me that in my sewing advisor, I chose woven medium. It's suggesting an 80 needle, and it's telling me that I am on menu A, stitch 2. So it's giving me that information. It is also suggesting a foot that I should be using for that particular stitch, which is awesome. So I don't have to do so much thinking. We also can save our stitches if we need to. We also have, this is where we can load stitches. We have our free motion. We have Project Creator, and we also have our manual built in. So we have all of these really fun features. And I am going to go ahead and go home because I'm going to go into embroidery so I could show you some embroidery because, again, this is Hoop Fest, and that's what we should be talking about. Before I move forward, I do want to tell you this machine as well as some of our other machines. To wind a bobbin, it is on a separate motor, so you can wind a bobbin as you're sewing or embroidering, and that bobbin is 33% larger than your standard 15 class bobbin. I just want to put that out there that our bobbins, we like big bobbins, and we cannot lie. Alrighty, so here we have more information. So if I wanted to learn how to do certain things, again, you can see we have cut work, we have yarn, we have freestanding, all of these different techniques that we can do in the hoop. It explains it all in videos to help you get there. So this one is cut work with scissors. This one is cut work with needles, and we have special cut work needles. So I'll talk about that really briefly. I don't have them here with me, but we have what's called cut work needles. There's 4 little needles, and each needle has a different bevel to it. So instead of using scissors in the embroidery design, it is built in to tell you what color needle to insert into your machine to cut that particular angle. So you're letting the machine do the hard work for you when it comes to cut work. You're letting the machine cut it for you, which is a really good feature. Just make sure that you clean out that bobbin area after you do some cut work. So then we also have instructions for if you're doing cut work eyelets, and you know that for that you would use an eyelet punch. But because there's those 3 different techniques, they're not assuming you know how to do all 3 of those techniques. They're giving you instruction on how to do all of those different techniques. And then here we have our surface embroidery, which is texture. And I love texture when I'm sewing stuff. So we have thread velvet, fringe embroidery, foam embroidery, and the ribbon embroidery attachment that you can also use on this machine. So it has information and videos on how to do all of that as well. I'm going to go ahead and we're in embroidery, and down here at the bottom, I'm going to touch start new. And now it's going to take me into embroidery mode, and it usually opens to my designs. And I think there's, I forget how many designs are built into the machine, but there is a lot of machine. There's over 500 designs. These right here, as I was telling you about cut work, those are cut work designs. So again, for every technique, specialty technique that you can do in the hoop with Husqvarna Viking, there is at least one design built into the machine that you can try it out. So it's not like you have to rush out and buy designs to get familiar with that technique. There is something built into the machine to give you a taste of that particular technique. Okay, so then we also have some other features in here, and we have your basic tools. So let me bring in a design so that our tools will become active. They were all grayed out because as long as I don't have a design in the hoop, it doesn't know I need to use these. That's why they're grayed out. So we do have our mirror, horizontal and vertical. We have our trash. We have our duplicate. We can turn on the grid. We can turn off the grid, however you want to do it. Like I said, sometimes the grid interferes, but sometimes the grid is such a huge benefit if I'm doing multiple things. We have our move, and whatever icon these are highlighted to, that's when this control wheel would work. So right now, this is on move. So if I were to use the control wheel, you can see it's going to move the design. Of course, I can always, use my stylus or my finger to move it as well. But if I touch rotate, you'll notice that I can rotate it 90 degrees really quick, or I can do it 1 degree at a time using the control wheel. So whatever is highlighted over here, that is what's controlling. So this is our scaling. It is not resizing. There is a difference between resizing and scaling. Scaling, you can take the design 20% up, 20% down, and it does not touch the stitch count or the density of the design. Okay, so if it's still not the size that you need, because the machine knows that you already went up 20% up or down. The machine knows, and it will stop. If you need the design a little bit bigger than that, then at the bottom of the screen, we do have a resize option that you can resize directly on the machine. And that way you can take it further up than 20% and lower than 20%, and it will adjust the stitch count and the density of the design. However, please don't take offense to this, but common sense needs to come into play when you're doing a resized design, because you cannot take a super mini design and expect to blow it up to this size hoop and not have issues. You're going to get that no matter what brand of machine you have. You can only do so much with a mini design, and don't expect to take a design that was this big all the way down to maybe this size hoop. If it looks bad on the screen, like if it has holes or it looks very dense or doesn't look like it's not going to stitch out right, if it looks bad on the screen, it's going to look bad when you stitch it out. Okay, so we have all of those features here. So this one right here, this one's grayed out because I'm not outside the hoop. But if I go outside the hoop, oh, you see all this red? It's a pure indicator that my design is outside the hoop. So this right here will move it into the hoop, and then it's called move into hoop. It doesn't move it to the center of the hoop. It just slaps it in so that it is in the embroiderable area of the hoop. There are many times that I actually use that feature to my benefit. If I am trying to fill a hoop with something, I want to get the most out of my hoop, I will purposely take it down so that it's outside the hoop area and then slap it in. And now I know it's right on the edge of the embroiderable area. So I know how much space I have to play with. So great feature, and it will be grayed out until it's outside the hoop. Okay, so here we have our layers. So if I had multiple designs in here, they would all show up here, and I can adjust. Let's go ahead and get one. So I'm going to change my hoop size. Let's go ahead, and I'm just going to go, we'll just do the 200 by 200. And if I go back into here, these are my built-in designs. I lied. It is not my built-in designs. That is my design creator. Design shape. Go up here, and I'm just going to pick another. We'll bring in another. We'll bring that in. Okay. So, and I don't know if you noticed what I just did, and I tell my students this all the time. I dragged it from the corner of the design, and I should practice what I preach. I pulled it from the corner and it resized that design. It scaled it. So if I need to get it back, I could delete it and just go back and get another one. But because this is demo purposes, I'm not going to bother. We're not stitching it out. But truly get in the habit of putting your stylus or your finger in the dead center of the design, opposed to moving it from the corner to avoid resizing that design. So just get in the habit of right from the center. And I tell my students to do that all the time. And I did not practice what I preached. So let's go in here into our layers. So you can see we have the option that Right now, this one's going to stitch out first, and then this one will stitch out. But if I want that to stitch out first, I just touch that, and now that one is going to stitch out. So if I was sitting there designing something on the screen and I wanted it to stitch out in a particular order, I can tell the machine where, how I want it to stitch out. It's up to me. I have that control, which is super nice. I'm going to go ahead and select all, and we'll just delete all those. And yep, I want to delete them. What I wanted to showcase on this machine today is because, there is so much more on this machine. And I, like Blaine said, for some of the other machines, I can be here all week showing you features of this, but I only have X amount of time. So I am going to show you a feature that I like to play with. It is the design applique. So I can create applique designs right on the machine in certain shapes. And I'm going to show you how to do that quickly. But let me show you a few things that I've done with it so that you get an idea of what I'm doing with it. So for this particular quilt, this is like one of my favorite quilts ever that I made. These monster designs, they are built into the machine. And how I did, where are you? This one, we'll say this one because that's where my hand is. How I did this one was 2 different circles of applique, and I'll show you how I set that up. The other thing that I have done with this, and I'm going to go to this view so that you can see these. I created some little tags. So this one has embroidery glitter. So like the scissors that you just saw, it embroiders nicely. And what I did was when it came to lay the fabric for the front, I also laid a piece of fabric on the back of the hoop so that it was finished on both sides. And for the hole here, it's hard to see because I matched the color so well. For the hole to put the chain through, I used an eyelet that is built into the machine because I can bring over sewing stitches into the embroidery mode. And that's what I utilized, was an eyelet that's in the sewing mode over in embroidery. So there's one thing that I did. And then I made some patches, and this one's looking kind of rough because he travels with me. So again, this was just a circle applique, and I did not put fabric on the back because this is meant to be a sew-on patch. So I didn't do the reverse fabric, but these elements again are sewing stitches. So these are satin elements that are in the sewing side of the machine, and I brought them over to embroidery. We have satin scallops. So I was able to bring those into embroidery and place them where I wanted them within this little patch here. Here is another patch. If you are a gamer, or if you know a gamer, you know what that is. So I'm not going to say what it is, but if you're a gamer, you know. And then we also have some alphabets built in, and I did the same thing as the lips for the for my W. Brought in an eyelet again so that I have a hole there, and then I used the same fabric on both the front and the back, and I did wind my bobbin with the same thread that I used on the top and the bottom. And one more little sample I want to show you. So I was able to take this square and make it into one big rectangle, and I placed my wording where on half of it, because if you look at this, this is like one whole, this is one piece. And again, I used that embroidery glitter so that I placed it on half of it, so then when I fold it in half, it will be right here on the one side. And then I just added a little key fob, so now I have a nice little keychain there. And that was just using the built-in feature to the machine. So let me head over there and let me show you how I did that. So down here at the bottom, we have, and I'm going to double check because I switch between machines all the time. So design shaping, and then we also have, this one is our design applique. Sometimes I get confused with between the machines because, I touch like 50 machines. So sometimes they're in different places. I'm going to go ahead and let's just do, I'm going to do the circle. I'm going to show you how I built my little monsters. So for this, I chose my shape, and you can see you have these choices of shapes, and then you also have the alphabet and some numbers. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close that up. And then, oops. And then down here, you have your options of how you want to finish off that applique. So you have a satin, an irregular satin, and you also have candle wicking stitches. And then these are almost the same, but they're a little bit larger than those up there. So you have those 6 to choose from. And on the monster quilt, I did play with all of them just to get a sample of them. But I'm just going to go to this one. Okay, so if I like that circle, and I hope that circle is big enough, we'll see. Because right now it's doing, I'm going to resize it just to be safe. Okay, so we have that circle, and if you're happy with that circle, then you'll touch the check mark and say, yep, I'm good with it. So for the monster, it's actually 2 circles that I use. So I need to deselect this one just by touching somewhere outside the screen. If I go back into my design applique with this one selected, it's going to think I wasn't happy with this one and it's going to want to change it. But I am happy with it. So we're just going to deselect it. We'll go back in and I'll go back, grab my circle again. Oops, circle. Okay. And now I can adjust that size to however you want. And I did this all free form. I just played with it. And then I brought it down, offset it, however I wanted to do with it. And let's go ahead and I'll add that satin stitch to it. So we have that. I'm happy with that. So then we'll do a check mark. I'm good with that. And now let's go ahead and bring my monster in. So he is in my built-in stitches under children category. And there's 4 monsters that you have to choose from. I'm just going to go ahead and choose him. And then I can place him where I need to. And my circles are a little bit small for what I want, but that's okay. You get the idea. So if I place him, he's just, when I created this, I was using the 360 by 260 hoop. So there you have it. I can go ahead and select this one if I need to, and then go back into design applique and make it larger, but I would need to change my size hoop first. So let's go ahead and do that. What the heck? We got time, right? We'll go straight into the 360 by 260 hoop, go into here. And okay, so it doesn't want to go ahead and change it. So I'm just going to X out of that. And we'll just go ahead and get rid of him. And when you're at home and you're designing, you may need to do this kind of stuff too. So let's go ahead and get rid of that one as well. And we'll just start over. We'll just leave the monster there so we can have that to judge by. And then because we can change, make that as big as I possibly can. And we'll choose that. He's outside the hoop. So let's make him a little bit small. If I wanted this to be an oval, if you look right here, there's like a little lock that is in my control wheel. If I unlock that, then now I can change that circle into an oval. So that's going to give me more shapes, but I do want to keep it a circle. And I'm going to take it just a little bit smaller. We'll go with that. We're happy with that. So let's go ahead and bring in my second one. And again, I'm sure when I was designing that quilt, I was probably going through all of this trial and error myself, trying to play with it and figure all of this out. So I want to offset that a little bit. We'll bring him down. Oops, we got to say okay to that. And do you see what's happening? I'm having a hard time touching him. He thinks I'm trying to get the whole design, but if I go into my layers and choose him, now he's selected and I can move him down. Oops, I chose the wrong one. Oh, you know why? Because I had select multiple on. And again, you'll make that mistake at home just like I did. And I'll probably make that mistake again. Now, here's the situation. I really need those circles to stitch out first so that his feet are not behind this applique. So I have the opportunity that I can move him down. So now he is on the outside. So once I'm happy with this, now I can go ahead and I can stitch that out. So for this part, I want to make sure in my layers that the big circle stitches out first. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to stitch out the big circle, and then I'm going to lay my piece of fabric, and then I'll trim around the outside. And then when I sew the second circle, it'll do its placement stitch. And then instead of placing fabric here, I'm going to cut away the inside of that fabric. And then I was able to use that scrap fabric that came from that inner circle on one of the smaller circles when I redid that. So that is a fun little thing that you can do with this. So not only did I do applique, but I also did reverse applique. And then with the monster, I used some metallic threads and just had fun with it. So that's what you can do with some of these shapes. I have other samples that I had. So I turned the square into a diamond so that I can do an argyle down the front of a sweater. Maybe I'll bring that sample out later on this week. I can show you. So if you pop in later on this week, I'll bring out more samples to inspire you. But this particular quilt was free-formed, and how I did that was, if you're not familiar with the Creative 8s, this machine, as I said, is a Wi-Fi capable machine. This is the designer Ruby 90. It is a Wi-Fi capable machine, and on our phone app, oh, Blaine, 1 minute. On our phone app, you do have the option that you can take a picture of your hoop, and it'll come up on the background of your sewing machine as an image so that you can do placements. It may not have a built-in scanning or projection on the machine, but you do have that app as an additional option. So take a look at that. Okay, Blaine, I'm sorry.
All right. Well, thanks, Wendy. We're going to tell them how they can get one, okay?
You got it.
See you tomorrow. Bye. All right, everyone. This was the Viking. This was the Ruby 90. And what a popular machine. And it is such a good looking machine as well. The price on this is $14,299. We do have a call-in special. Financing available, 800-401-8151. If you want to take a look at this, just go to the website, SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar, type Ruby 90. Takes you to the product page. You can read all about it there. If you have questions, we'll have our live chat agents will pop up and ask you if you need help. Again, we have all the call center available, so you can call them, ask questions, or you can even chat on our Facebook and YouTube channels during the show right now and ask, and they can help answer some questions for you there. All right, we're going to continue on, and we're going to go all the way over to Charlotte, North Carolina, to the Happy U.S. headquarters, and we have Matt and Renee there. I think they're both there. So let's go all the way to Happy. Hey, Renee.
Hey, how are you doing, Blaine? It's good to see you. We're glad to be here.
Good to see you. Is your buddy Matt with you there today too?
I think he's looking over my shoulder at the moment, so don't be surprised if he pops in and makes a cameo.
All right. Well, we got a lot to cover, so I'm gonna let you go, and then we'll come back and tell them how they can get one of these Happies.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Blaine. And again, it's a pleasure for us to be here, helping you all represent and get out there these Happy Japan embroidery machines. So Happy Japan sells a wide variety of these machines, which SewingMachinesPlus.com carries. And so we're here today to talk about the 15 needle models of Happy Japan's lineup. So you can see off to my left here, we have some of the ones we talked about the other day, where they're compact, they're very convenient, they fit in just about any sewing room or small space or travel. So this is another perspective here where you're doing embroidery. So we were just talking about you all were just talking about other sewing and embroidery machine combos. So this is for those that need something in embroidery and want to take it to the next level purely on an embroidery standpoint. So the 15 needle models have more colors, of course, but most importantly, you can kind of see they're a little bit bigger. So, and with big comes some advantages that will be very meaningful for you. So Happy started out, if you don't know much about the brand, building industrial grade machines that they put in factories and shops where they're running these machines 24 hours, weeks on end, and for years and years and years. Now, I know some of you probably don't want to be thinking about something like that, but you're thinking more about what you can get with the larger machines, like what you may guess here with these larger machines is you got very large sewing fields. So machines can do big things. Don't forget they can also do small things. So included hoops for these 15s, you're looking at small round hoops for your standard items like left chest or small patches, or just sewing a monogram on a shirt or a sweater. But when you get into the big field, you're talking about some of your larger projects. So on the commercial end, this means that you can take on some really, really big things. But I think this is more interesting for those of you who are doing things like crafting, quilting in the hoop, where you're doing projects. I've seen people do elephant ears, bunnies, and instead of doing 4 or 5, maybe in a standard hoop like an 11 by 11, then take that another level, especially when you have family holidays, you've got holidays coming up, and you have a lot to do. Imagine doing it all at once in one run. So that's what these machines are really, really good for. Now, on the other end of it, if you're a quilter, when we're talking about doing things like entire panels or even a large center panel on a quilt, can you imagine doing all of that here, or even several panels together at once, even sewing them together? So, and one big thing, I know that a lot of us have done this before, is if you've had to split up a design because your hoop area is smaller, let's say like maybe a 6 by 8 or a 5 by 7, and then you have to do multiple hoopings, you got to split, you got to turn that hoop. No splitting, no turning with the big 17 by 16. And you'll be able to see if you follow along with us on another day that we even have some options that are even larger than that. So when you're looking at the 15 needle machine, happy machines, you can think big. You can think also less work because the machine's doing the work for you. You're not having to split it up into subtasks. You're able to do it all at once. And then again, the other thing is that because these are the kind of machines that are built to work tirelessly, if you're not running production, that also translates to reserve power so that you can drive through thicker items. So we've mentioned things like horse blankets, puffy jackets, leather. We've got people doing, let's say that your kid comes home, they just turned 16, they got a new car that they worked hard for, or a used car new to them, but they want a custom car mat. Well, guess what? You can get car mats that these machines will drive directly through and put, Chris's Chevy or something like that on there. So again, it opens up all kinds of projects. So I personally own one of these 15 needle machines. It's pretty old, it still runs like a top. They're easy to maintain, which is really, really nice just because they're big and intimidating looking. They're very, very friendly. I have worked with, and I'm part of the team that helps Blaine and his team back you up and make sure that your machines are working well so that you can do the projects that you want to do. But they're very, very maintenance friendly. So you all know with your sewing machines, you just need to oil your sewing hook and keep them clean. That's pretty much what you have to do with these. And so when you're taking on big projects like big leather jackets, let's say that you've got somebody who's got that motorcycle club, they're proud of that big new bike, and they want a big rocker and a big emblem on the back of their jacket. Well, you can see, like, for example, I've got a project here that we did for a show, and that gives you an idea of how large a sewing field. So that was done by the 16 by 17 inch hoop. You can see how large that is, but this does it all in one go. This is a 267,000 stitch design. It does take a few hours, but can you imagine doing that in several runs? So this is just kind of a dramatic showing. Again, but without any drama, these machines take on projects like this. So all kinds of detail, all kinds of layering. Now denim shows up really nicely, but this could easily be, like I said, on a leather jacket for a motorcyclist, or saddle blankets, or blankets instead. Or again, you can sew multiple items. So looking at, again, the 15 needle machines, one thing that with that large hoop you can do, if you ever do patches, again, lanyards or key tags. Let's look at, for example, taking that same hoop, this is a project we were working on before. We have 3-inch patches, and you can take some water-soluble topping. You get them, again, through SewingMachinesPlus.com. And then you can lay down some twill shapes. And then this is doing 16 3-inch patches at once. And then the way this works is the machine will basically outline where they all need to go all at once. And then you can lay down your 16 shapes, a little spray adhesive, other supplies you can get through Sewing Machines Plus. And then it'll then sew all of it all at once. And then what'll happen, and just like we have in a cooking show, we've got one that's already done. Obviously it's been pretty popular, but it'll sew that satin stitch border around, finish it up. So when that border is finished, it just rips right out. You've got a ready to go patch. If you want to put your Wonder under or your heat and bond light to make it a heated, basically an adhesive patch, you can do it. But basically the machine pretty much produces 90% of the patch. And again, 16 at once or a really, really big patch. So again, some of the capabilities that you get with the very, very large sewing field. So, but also just because they can do big projects doesn't mean they can do small projects as well. So again, with small hoops, as small as you can get in the industry, here's one that comes with a machine in the box. Look for other hooping options you can get through Sewing Machines Plus. You've got a narrow sewing arm, and if we zoom in a little bit on that sewing arm, then you can see, for example, that you can slide socks, you can slide pockets, and of course with the right hoop, and get into some pretty tight spaces. This is a slim down arm. And for example, you can get, for example, these popular Mighty hoops that you can get with other machines. So the Mighty hoops work with the machines. You'll see them a little bit later today, but you can get tall hoops and they'll mount on the machine, and then you're getting into sleeves, you're getting into pant legs or any other tubular item. I've even had some people do stovepipe hats because you have this nice deep field you can take advantage of. Now this one will fit on just about any model happy machine, but Mighty Hoop also makes one that's about 16 inches deep. So that allows you to, again, I mean, decorate an entire leg of a child's denim jeans, for example, with a floral pattern. That kind of stuff is really just all in one go is possible with this. I've also seen spirit wear schools where you take a hoodie, sweatshirt, slide that onto the machine. You can do the school's logo all the way up and down the sleeve, even intruding across on the back. So those are some of the possibilities, again, with a very, very large machine. So Matt is looking over my shoulder. So if I could turn the camera around, you would probably be laughing, but I know that he's wants to make sure that you guys get to know these Happy Japan embroidery machines, these 15-needle machines, and what they're capable and what they really, really bring to the table. So, and another thing that might surprise you when I'm talking about having big machines that are very, very friendly, they also are designed so that if I turn this on its side, for example, rotate it, I'm not going to actually pick up this machine. They are designed so that this is less than 3 feet wide. So you can wheel it through a standard door. And also they don't use much power, as much as they've got bigger motors, they've got bigger and higher sewing speeds. The one that you're looking at here, the ACD3, will sew at 1,200 stitches a minute, hats at 1,000 stitches a minute. But the power that they draw is about 250 watts, which is less than a quarter of the power that like a hairdryer or think of your microwave on low setting. That's the kind of power that these draw. So you can plug them in. Right now I've got these all plugged in the same plug strip. So I probably recommend you being a little bit more conservative than that. But I mean, I run my laptop off of it, lamps at home, my printer, and then my big Happy machine right next to it. So one thing I've just been told to show you guys, and I'm really excited about this, this is called the Gator clamp. So now I did mention a couple of things that you can do that you would never think is possible with these machines. We're talking really heavy items, like For example, the side of a sneaker, or I think what the kids are calling kicks now, that's kind of beyond my generation, but they can have some pretty thick sides. So these gator clamps have a lot of clamping force, and they're really easy to use. Basically, you just swing that open, jaws are open, slide something on, and then swing it shut, and it holds it in place. And this will hold something like a car mat in place. This will hold things like suitcases. So you don't have to come up with hoops. You don't have to. We've all been there where we've tried to hold up a suitcase and we're just holding it, letting it so long. So the big heavy arms that these can take that weight. You can also have the gator clamp on here. This is pretty substantial. It's 2 or 3 pounds, but that's so that you can sew those heavy items that, you can put a spare tire cover on there and put your favorite logo, your monogram. I'm sure we've all driven through the streets and we've seen a Jeep with those big monograms on the spare tire cover. We're down here in the South and everybody likes to monogram everything. I think it's kind of cute. And also it's just a good way to show your identity. But that's another project that your family or friends are going to be crazy about, but you can hold heavy items with things like this. So you can do karate belts, you can do dog collars, leashes, that kind of stuff. And it's so easy because you can slide this open. And if you're seeing also these knobs here, you can probably guess what they do. So they let you slide this in and out so that you can go wide, you can go narrow, and you can do variable width items. Now, what makes this unique with the Happy machines, especially the 15 needles, is heavy duty clamp with a heavy duty machine means you're probably not going to have to turn away anybody's jobs. Turnout gear for firefighters, where they maybe want their engine company sewn onto their uniforms, people's workwear, that kind of stuff. Carhartt is something that these machines are completely unafraid of, as far as that husband, brother, or whoever that wears that heavy work gear that wants to show off their logo or maybe their favorite truck or their favorite team or whatever. That's perfect for these machines. They go through these thick, heavy items without any problem. And again, because they're high speed, 1,200 stitches a minute, 1,000 stitches a minute, then you're turning these out faster than other machines. So that, let's say that maybe you're not running a business and you don't need to run 60, 70, 200 copies of these on this machine. What it means that if you have 3 hours, 4 hours worth of embroidery on one machine, you put it on a big fast machine like these Happy machines with the servo drives, and they will knock an hour off of that total production time. That's an hour you can be with family, or it's an hour for you that are creative and artistic that you can take your projects to another level. It's an hour more editing you can do, an hour more where you can clean stuff up or just think about it, fit another project in the day. So we're talking about taking on projects that you otherwise wouldn't think of with these large field machines, but they'll also gain you back time in your life so you can do more with your machines, or just think about getting done a little bit earlier, or maybe not having to go to bed so late for that last minute project. I know I've been there for Christmas where I get those last minute orders and I need 6, 7, 8 others, or so-and-so's aunt wants one because they heard that you do embroidery and you didn't hear about it until the night before, and you got to turn everybody away. Well, you're going to turn away fewer people when you've got a faster machine. So these are the kinds of things that you want to think about when you have machines like this. They're not that big, about 3 feet by 3 feet. They fit on the same stands as the 12 needle and the 7 needle Happy machines, so they wheel easily around your house. I have personally delivered these. They are really not, between a couple people, not that hard to move around and set up in just about any location in your home or shop. So they're very friendly in that way. So, and another thing that I do want to talk about with the 15 needle HCD, so which is that this comes in 2 different versions too. So the HCD 3 is our best-selling 15 needle full-size industrial machine, but again, think of it your full-size creative machine where you can do all those big projects. This comes in 2 versions that you can buy with Sewing Machines Plus. You've got the HCD 3E, so this is well within everybody's capabilities and needs. And then what you're looking at here is the HTD3 servo for a little bit more speed, a little bit more basically high-speed operation, that kind of thing. So you can choose between a couple different levels that lets you customize exactly where your need level is and where your investment level wants to be. So ask about both of them with Sewing Machines Plus and Blaine and his team. Both of them have equal capability as far as what hoops they can sew. And you have that full 16 by 17 all the way down to as small as a hoop that you can fit and as small as an item that you can fit around these arms. I've done stuff like kids' gloves that I've kind of stretched over. I floated them. Yes, you can hoop, you can float. You can use items like Durkee's Easy Frames. So with these frames that clip right onto the machine, and you'll learn a little bit more about them in a little bit here in another session. But these floating hoops let you attach adhesive backing, so you don't even have to think about hooping. Just slide the item on here. That also adds a lot of flexibility for those kinds of items that you don't want to have to clamp down. But these machines accommodate these really, really well. Just either the 15s or the small machines. But again, when you put any project on an embroidery machine, you have that capability. But when you put it on a big 15 needle happy machine, even though you're sewing the same, might not even need the same big sewing field, but you also have that greater speed. And then on top of that, you do have 15 colors. So with 15 colors, that means that you can do more complicated designs. So the machines can accommodate up to 255 color changes for each design. So you can get incredibly fancy. And then without you having to tie on a different cone, you can have basically a kaleidoscope of colors on here. Every shade of red, blue, green that you want to put into your project, tie it all on. The machine will change back and forth between layered colors, again, up to 255 times within a single design. So that means you can get really, really creative. I mean, if you look at our design over here, that large, our large shark design that we did a little bit earlier this year, it's actually kind of inspired by my wife. She loves aquatic things in her bathroom. It says, "Don't swim with sharks, be the shark." I thought that was cute, so I thought I'd stick a shark on there. Had a digitizer do this, and then, but it has about 45 color changes. So just going back and forth between the different fish, we wanted to put all kinds of shading in here. I'm sure a lot of you have more beautiful projects that you have in mind, and probably from better inspirations than the inside of somebody's bathroom. So the sky's the limit as far as how much detail that you can put on these machines. You can put them on anything. You can hang them up on the wall. These are, open up your creative possibilities with these large 15 needle machines. So I know that we're getting close to the end of our time here. So I want to know if anybody has any questions. I hope I haven't over-explained or under-explained. I hope you're just as excited as I am about what these machines can do for the embroiderer. So even in conjunction with you as quilters, for your embroidery only projects or combine your sewing and your embroidery, this is a great tool for those who need that kind of sewing field and capability.
Great job, Renee. Hey, Renee, I got a question for you.
Sure.
The 215 needles behind you,
Yes.
is the one to your right, is that the one that you can do the quilting on?
Yes, both of them can. What you're looking at is that the very large sewing field accommodates that. There is a extended field version of this one.
Okay.
I don't want to let the cat too far out of the bag, but if I can, well, let's do this. If maybe a hint, so I want you guys to tune in again. So please keep going to Hoop Fest, and we're going to be talking about some things like that. So,
so that's the one that everybody is excited to see too. That's the one that's got the big embroidery field. So, yeah, we won't talk too much about it.
Okay, so remember that little teaser. So,
yeah. Is anybody got any questions out there for Renee? It says, what design format does Happy use, please?
Happy uses the DST and Happy's own TAP format. So DST is very, very widespread in the industry. So I'm sure you can get a DST version just about any design you have.
Okay. And it says, does it come with designs?
Yes, you do have 100 built-in stock designs now. They're small and they're cutesy designs, but it lets you play around. And like you saw maybe yesterday, and we can show on any of these other broadcasts, you can combine those designs right on screen with text and other designs as well, too. 100 stock designs.
And it says, was the shark design done in one hoop?
Yes, absolutely in one hoop. So you can see, for example, that if I grab the hoop that we actually sewed it on, you can visualize it right away. So you can see how, oh, let me scoot that over. So I move my camera off. There we go. So you can see that fits in the included 16 by 17 hoop that comes with the HTV machine. And we could have even gone a little bit bigger if we wanted to.
All right. And it says, how often do the heads fail?
The heads do not fail. I'll be honest with you. My personal experience, I have a 2005. The head has never failed. These machines literally run for billions of stitches. And I've been with the company for 24, 25 years. And so you can expect, your folks can expect this kind of performance out of these machines when they buy them from you. And again, we back them with a 10-year warranty. So you guys can work them hard. You won't void that warranty. We expect you guys to exercise your creative juices on these, work them hard, try and break them if you want to. So, don't try, but we're there for you. We'll take care of you.
All right, fantastic. All right, Renee, well, thank you so much. I know we'll see you again just a little bit later, and we'll talk about some more machines.
All right, thank you, Blaine.
All right, thank you. All right, everybody, we're going to tell you how you can get the Happy that he just showed you. This is the 15 needle. Now, there's two versions of that he was showing. This one is the $18,396, but guess what? We do have a call-in special on this. Financing is available on these, 800-401-8151. If you are thinking about a home-based business, or if you want to start a business, I am telling you, these things are workhorses. You can embroidery 24 hours a day on these things. They'll just keep going with those industrial motors in them. And then you got 15 colors of spools that you can put on there. And man, I tell you what, this thing is just going to go and go and go. But again, if you got any questions about the Happy, get on that phone right now and give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you want to just go check out all the Happy embroidery machines on our website, just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. In that search bar, just type in Happy embroidery. It'll take you to the page, and you'll be able to see all the different ones we have there and all the pricing. But all the Happy embroidery machines today are on call-in special. So make sure any of them, the 7, the 12, the 15s, and we're going to come back this afternoon. We're going to show you that really special 15 that has that huge embroidery area that you can actually do quilts on. So we're going to show you that one. That's going to be pretty cool. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show. We have got Baby Lock in the house, and we have our good friend Melinda Stevenson coming back. And she is always a pleasure. She was here yesterday doing an educational session. Today, she's doing a demonstration on the Baby Lock Array 6 needle. So y'all, welcome back to the show, Melinda Stevenson.
Thank you so much.
Melinda.
Hey, Blaine. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here with a really
Well, I am too.
You were asking me yesterday if I'd gotten started on my grandbaby's Christmas. And this is the machine that I do the T-shirts on, right? So I'm going to be talking about how easy it is to do a whole line of T-shirts on this one machine without changing any threads. It's wonderful.
All right, well, good. We're going to let you get at it, and we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much, Blaine. Hello, guys. I'm so happy you're here. So this is the Baby Lock Array. It's a 6-needle embroidery machine, and it is a wonderful machine. It stitches up to 7 7/8 by 11 3/4 embroidery hoop, which is a pretty nice size hoop. It has a crosshair positioning laser that makes it really easy to center your fabric and center your design. It also has that wonderful intuition monitoring app, IQ Intuition monitoring app. And so what that means is that you can start your machine stitching, And then you can walk out into another room and you can finish cooking or finish doing whatever it is that you need to do. And your machine will just continue stitching, and you'll be able to see it on your phone you're not going to be able to see the actual right here, but it just looks like that. It's just like an IQ positioning app, and I just walk around and it tells me when my machine has run out of thread. It tells me if if it's stopped, and sometimes I'll be stitching applique on my 6 needle, and the IQ intuition monitoring app lets me know when it's time for me to stop the machine, when the machine will stop, and I can change that applique out, or I can like trim that applique off. So it's very, very helpful. This machine has 126 built-in designs, and it has something called intuitive color management. I'm going to show you that in just a few minutes. Another thing that we have in this machine is design database transfer. So you can, any of those designs that are on your computer, you can simply wirelessly transfer them to your machine. All right. So that it will take flash drives, and you can see I've got a flash drive in here, but you don't have to have a flash drive. You can just simply use your computer. It embroiders at about 1,000 stitches per minute. That's a lot of embroidery. All right. That's enough. I'm going to stop talking for just a second and show you the machine. Let me change my camera. Okay, so there's the machine. I'm going to flip some lights off so that you can see the screen. Okie dokie. Now let's get onto this machine. All right. So I'm going to get my camera a little bit closer so that you're able to see it a little bit better. All right. And I'm going to show you the hoops that come with the machine, as well as the hoops that you can use with the machine. All right. So let me get this camera so that it's focused on, all right, there we go. All right. So you can see, focus this a little bit more clearly. All right. There we go. Okay. And let's get started. Now I just finished stitching out a Christmas design, and I make anywhere from 14 to 18 t-shirts for my family at Christmas, because that's how many members we have in the family. And they usually all come for Christmas, and we wear the same t-shirts, and I make them pants. But I'm starting out with this design that I thought was pretty cute. Let me come down here and show you what the design looks like. I just now stitched it out. All right, there's the design. Pretty cute, right? This right here is what I wanted you to look at, though. This is my crosshair. This is my positioning guide. So that enables me to see exactly where the center of my design needs to go. And if I need to do some moving around, I can move my design around actually right here on screen. Okay, so let me show you how that works. This is a new feature of this machine. Our previous machine had a light, but it was a real teeny tiny little light. And this one is a lot bigger. Let's see if I can get, okay, there we go. Okay, so let's say that my positioning, I just need to move it over just a little bit. Let's say I want the center to be, I don't know, a little bit higher. Okay, I want the center to be on my guy. That is how you move it around. You're just going to use your positioning tools. Let me pull it back just a little bit. There we go. Use your positioning tools, and you're going to be able to move it. All right, but let's start back. Let's go back to the home screen. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you all the different things we have on this home screen. So one of the things that I love about this machine is that it has 50 different fonts. All right, that's 50 different fonts. And honestly, most of the people who use this machine, the primary use of this machine is lettering. Okay. I don't know about you, but if you are an embroiderer, and if you've embroidered designs for people, more often than not, what you're doing is you're putting a name on something, or you're putting initials on something, or you might be writing out, his and hers, or, writing down the day that the wedding was, or the baby and how much the baby weighed. And so I really like the practicality of this machine because it has these 50 different scripts. So you can see that you can go all the way through here. All right. We've got all of those different scripts. We have this exclusive script also that's really pretty. So let's just do an ABC on this. Okay. Super easy. You can make it large, you can make it medium, you can make it small. And so that way you can choose, you can select your letter, and you can decide what size you want that letter to be. So if we wanted to do sort of like a, there we go. If we wanted to make it look something like a monogram, then we can select those letters individually and we can kind of move them around on the screen. Okay. So there we go. We've got those letters. Very easy to move them. You can see right here, I've selected, let's just select one of them instead of selecting all. We're going to move those around. Okay. All right. So that's the lettering. Now, one of the other things that we have on this particular machine, and I'm going to go back to our opening, and I'm going to go, that's going to show us our, let me go back to our home screen. I love that we always have the home screen. The home screen enables us to go no matter where we are. Okay. The other thing that we have is that I think is kind of fun, kind of unusual, is we have buttonholes on this machine. Okay. So you could actually pop in your buttonholes. Let's say that you're creating a pillow, or you're creating a even like a little girl's dress. You can go ahead and line up your buttonholes. And I know I've been sort of obsessed with this because I've been sewing a lot of dresses lately. And you know, buttonholes can be really hard to line up, but here we go. You line it up like that. You use your little crosshair positioning, laser, and then you can put those buttons exactly where you want them to be. All right, let's go back. Home. All right, now let's look at some of the other things that we have built in here. Like all of our machines, we have this built-in applique function, okay? So you've got the choices of all these different shapes, okay? And then you've got the choice of all these different stitches. So you've got all these different stitches, and then you can put your lettering in the middle of that and have just like a really cute little monogram, okay? Let's go back home. Now let's go into our designs, all right? And let's just look at some of our Celebrate designs that are just kind of cute, okay? There's the Celebrate, there's our 4th of July design, okay? Now let's play around with this just a little bit, okay? So you have choices, this color selection tool, and I'm going to show you what you can do with this color selection, okay? I'm going to touch the color selection, and then you have something called a color visualizer, okay? Now, to start out with, you can simply choose a color that you don't like, and you can just change that color, okay? So let's say I don't particularly like green stars, okay? I think I want my stars to be a different color. So I'm going to touch that green, and I'm going to go up here and find a color that I like a little bit better. I think I like maybe a bright yellow. Okay, and what that's going to do is that's going to change my little green stars into yellow stars. Okay, but I have to change them all down here. There's another one. I have to change that one into yellow. Okay, now there's my yellow stars. Another thing that's really fun is to go into the color visualizer. Okay, and what this allows me to do is this allows me to change the colors on my entire design. So let's say that I've decided that I want to celebrate, but I want to use some softer colors. So I'm going to touch soft right here, and it's going to give me all sorts of choices. Look at that. Okay. And you can see it. You can look at it sort of large. All right. That's kind of silly, isn't it? I don't really want soft choices on my 4th of July. So I'm going to put cancel on that. I'm going to put cancel on that. This time I'm going to go with vivid colors. Okay. Ooh, those are some mightily vivid colors. Okay. So let's go in here. Let's see these. Okay. All right. Let's get cancel here. Now this time let's do random colors. And let's just say that we want to use, I don't know, let's do random colors in red. Okay. All right, let's say manual. Let's say that we want our colors to be, let's say that we want to choose our colors. All right, let's say that we have a room, or let's say that we have a particular design that we have in mind. Let's say we're making that we want our embroidery to match the birthday cake that we've created. Okay, so we're going to choose all these different colors. Let's say we've got a lot of blues and a lot of reds. Okay. All right, so let's touch OK. Now let's see what it does. Okay, so now we have a little bit closer to what we're interested in. Okay, we have all these little colors going on. And again, let's say we like that, but we want to change it and change some of these colors. We can do that in that first screen that I showed you. Okay. And if we save it, we can go back to this first screen and change it there. So guys, you can play with this for hours. Okay. It's really crazy. And you can see right here that I have a choice of colors that I can use. And what I mean by that are my thread colors. And you can choose sulky or Robinson Anton rayon, isocord, Gutermann, paste setter. You can see all of these different colors. So whatever colors that you have, whatever threads that you have a primary use of, that's what you can use. Now, the one thing that I love is that it not only can you name by color, but you can also choose a number. Okay, so in my thread chest, I have different color numbers of poly, Mandira poly, so I can look at my thread and see what the number is, match that number, and have a perfect stitch out. Okay. All right, let's go back here. Let's go back home. Let's choose a different design. All right, let's go into our home accents. All right, and let's say that we want to do something like, oh, we'll do a little bit smaller of a design, this butterfly design, okay? Now, this butterfly design, this screen also enables me to change the size, okay? And I really love doing this. There's the size. Now, what happens here is that if you choose this particular icon, what's going to happen is that when you make that smaller, it is actually going to recalculate your stitches so that you don't have any bunched up stitches, okay? So what you can do right here, and you can go up 200% and you can go down 60% for this. So let's just go down a little bit. Let's just make this a little bit smaller. Okay. All right, let's make this. I'll tell you what, there we go. We've got 3.72 by 8.70. And let's go back to size. Okay. And let's go in here. We're going to choose that. Okay. Now, some of these do not want me to make it smaller because this design is so complicated that it really doesn't want me to make it smaller. So let's go and get a simpler design. And if it won't resize, that's because the design is stitched out and has a lot of very complicated colors. I'm sorry, not colors, but the digitizing is pretty specific and pretty complicated. So we're not going to change that. But let's look at this little dragonfly. Okay. Let's take that dragonfly. And let's go in and let's change the size of the dragonfly. So here we go. We're going to use stitch recalculation. Okay. And then we're going to change the size of our dragonfly. So we can make it teeny tiny. Okay. Or, so that was 60% smaller. Or we can go up 200% and have a giant dragonfly. Okay. All right, that's a pretty big dragonfly. And we can be confident that when we stitch that out, the stitches are going to look just as good using that giant size as it did with its normal size, okay? So I'm going to touch OK. All right, so I'm going to go back, and I'm going to go back to my normal size on that. Tell you what, let's go to a smaller size. Let me resize that and make it really small because I want to show you another kind of cool thing that we have. All right, whoops. Now let's go. See, that didn't, if I use the first one, it doesn't let me go down 200%. It only lets me go down 20%. Okay, so I'm going to take my dragonfly, and this is all in the editing screen, and I'm going to show you right here what we have, okay? This right here enables us to make a row of dragonflies, okay? So here we go. Let's choose, let's make a row across. I can do a plus here, a plus here, a plus here, a plus here. And what that does, it's too large, so that's as far as it's going to go. And I can put that in the middle, and I can make these go a little bit farther apart. Okay, let's say I don't want them that close together. I can squeeze them closer together, okay? I can subtract one from the end. I can subtract one from the other end. But this is a great way of creating a border, and it makes it super easy to do it, okay? All right, so I'm going to touch OK. And then let's look at some of the other things that we have. We have the ability to create stippling around our design. So let's go back into this and let's subtract one of those designs. Let's get him back in the center. Okay. Let's touch OK. All right. So right here, if we want to do stippling around this guy, and let's say that we only want to use a small hoop. We don't want to use a big hoop. We want to use the 4x4 hoop. So we can do some stippling around that in the 4x4 hoop. Looks pretty nice, doesn't it? Okay. All right, so let's touch OK. I can change the distance also that stippling is away from the design, and I can also change the spacing of that stippling so that it's bigger or smaller. So let's touch OK. All right, now what about, I'm going to undo that, and this is lovely. I love the undo button. Okay, it allows me to, if I don't like anything that I've just created, it allows me to recreate whatever it is that I've done, and it allows me to go back to the absolute original. Okay, so here we go. So let's go back. Oop, not to there. And let's create an applique. Okay, so what this lets us do is it lets us choose what design we want our applique to be. So let's say that we just want to do, I don't know, this one right here is kind of cute. So let's do set. Okay. All right. So what that's done is that it's outlined the actual dragonfly, and it's created an applique for us. And when we go into embroidery, it's going to give us just a regular embroidery. Okay, so it's going to give us the outline stitch, and then it's going to give it, or it's going to give us the it's going to create our dragonfly first, and then it's going to give us the stitches that enable us to create our applique. Okay. All right, so let's go in here. Let's go back. Go back to our embroidery. Okay. All right, let's go back to edit. All right, so you can see all the cool things that this machine does. That's just a few of the many things that it does. Let's go back now to our home screen. Okay. And I know people always ask if you have to use the built-in designs, and the answer, of course, is no. And you can, as I said earlier, you can send designs via Wi-Fi from your computer. Okay. And these are just a couple of designs that I sent from my computer. Okay. That I had digitized in another, in a different embroidery software. Okay. But you can also use your flash drive. Okay. So in this flash drive, I've saved what I want to be my Christmas design for my kids. And so one of the things that you can do with this is that you can go in and you can see that this design is too big. So what we're going to do is we're going to move it, and then we're going to move it again. So what we're going to do, we're going to touch set, and then we're going to rotate it one more time so that it's right side up. Okay. All right. Now see what I did, and you can see that I changed the stitches on this. Oh my gosh, I'm afraid of that. There we go. Okay. I changed the stitches, the stitch colors on this like I showed you earlier. I just went in here and changed it to the colors that I actually wanted. Okay. I thought his face was a little bit too dark, and so I wanted to give him a little bit pinker face. I didn't like the red of his outfit, and so I went in and I changed the color of his outfit. I didn't like the green. I thought that green was too dark, so I went in and changed the green. Okay. So there's just so much that you can do on this. I thought the gray was too gray, so I went in and I made it more of a white. Okay, so see, you can change up just in just a couple of minutes. You can make the designs look exactly the way that you want them to look. And then you can take that design and you can add writing to it if you want to do that. You go back into your alphabet, into your script, choose a script, and you can put that script wherever you want to put it. Let's see, let's choose, we'll choose a medium script. Whoop. And we'll just choose Mary so that you can see what we can, all the fun things we can do with this. Okay, so let's say we've got Mary, and now we're going to move that down, move it over. Okay. All right, so there are some of the fun things that we can do with that script. There are many other things that we can do with the script also. But what I want to do right now is I want to show you some of the cool there you go, the cool hoops that we can get with this machine. Okay. Now, there are a number of hoops that you can get with the machine, and one of them is really awesome, and that's the hat hoop frame. Okay, so there's your hat hoop frame. You can embroider on hats. We also have this wonderful magnet frame. Okay, so that is the 5x7 or 4x4 magnet frame. We also have a circle frame. You can see the little circle frame. And you can get teeny little frames. Okay, you can see that really teeny one right there. And that's for doing like tennis shoes or the inside of pants. And then there's another little bitty frame that you can get. And then there's all these frames. Okay. And you can get that Durkee hoop frame. So it makes it very easy to let's see, makes it really easy to hoop things. But I want to show you one of the reasons why I ultimately bought this machine. And that is because it is very simple to hoop a bag. So here's my bag. On my flatbed machine, it's a little bit difficult to hoop my bags. But on this machine, all I have to do is put it in the hoop. And then I'm going to slide my bag right over that free arm. I'm going to pop it in. I'm going to loosen it. Okay. And I'm ready to sew. Okay. All right. There you go. I think I've run out of time. So I'm going to go back to you, Blaine. Here we go. Let me change cameras. And I hope if anybody has any questions, I'm very happy to answer your questions. So let me get back on here and answer any questions that you might have.
All right, so if anybody's got any questions for Melinda on this, go ahead and put them in the chat right now on this 6 needle. And Leslie says, what large magnetic frame do you recommend, Melinda?
Oh, okay. So the 5x7 right now, it works really nicely on this machine. I really like that. If you need a much bigger hoop that kind of works like that, those Durkee frames are really nice because you can, stick the paper on top of it. It makes it super easy. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Durkee with the sticky back because you can place so many items, towels, hats, shirts, anything on there, and it makes it so easy.
And baby onesies are really easy to do on there. So when you've got those and baby onesies are the bane of the existence of all embroiderers who just have flatbed machines because they're so hard to hoop. But the Durkee hoops make it really easy.
Yeah, it really does. All right, and the next one says, I thought the Array had IQ Designer.
No, the Array does not have IQ Designer. The Venture the Venture has IQ Designer. The Solaris has IQ Designer. The Radiance has IQ Designer. Also, the Array 2. The Altair 2, the Meridian, and the Meridian 2. They all have IQ Designer now.
All right, and Dawn says, does digitizing need to be different for 3D?
No, it does not. All you have to do, like for example, for the lettering, all you have to do is just pull up the lettering, whatever lettering you want, and it kind of curves. It's got that curve. And the hoop moves. Okay, the hoop moves in kind of like a little bit of a curve. So it's pretty cool.
And it says, what is the larger hoop size?
So the largest hoop is the 11 7/8 by 7 7/8. Now let me see. Let me pull that. Let me pull that hoop up. The 11 3/4 by 7 7/8. And this is this hoop back here. Sorry, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, there it is.
Hoop.
It's a lot of hoops. It's a pretty big hoop. I really like this hoop a lot.
It is.
So, it's a pretty good size hoop.
All right, and the last question, Melinda, where is the best place in the world to buy one of these at?
SMP. Sewing Machines Plus today is where you want to buy this machine.
It is. I'm telling you what.
Right.
Well, speaking of buying, let me tell them how they can get one. Melinda, thank you so much. Great demonstration. We'll see you again. Okay?
Thank you. See you soon.
All righty. All right, everybody. This is the Baby Lock Array 6-needle multi-needle machine. You look at that SMP price, it's $11,999. We do have a call-in special. We have some special financing available. Give us a call right now. And we also, on this particular one, it's free shipping nationwide as well, which we don't get to be able to ship all those big industrial and multi-needle machines for free, but this one we are. So get on the phone, 800-401-8151, or go to the website and just type in array in the search bar, and it'll pull that product page up. And naturally, you can ask some of the chat specialists that are on, the live chat agents are on the web. They can answer a question for you as well. And if you have any questions too, we have chatters. Melinda and Rhonda are on Facebook and YouTube answering chats there as well. But anyway, give us a call. We would love to talk to you about this array. What a great, great machine. All right, so we're ready to keep this party rolling. And we're going to our second educational session of the day, another hour of education. And we have our good friend, Emily Thompson, here today. Emily created the sewing blog, Life So Savory, in 2008, which has become a huge resource of free sewing patterns, craft ideas, and recipes. She has been featured on the PBS Sew Daily TV, has worked with Brother, Blueprint, Craftsy, plus many other top brands. And she's also worked with Sewing Machines Plus many times. We always love having Emily on. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Emily Thompson.
Hi, I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for having me again.
Oh, love having you on. Looking forward to your session today. So we're going to let you get going, and I'll see you back here in about an hour.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let you know when I'm finished. All right. Hey, everybody. I'm so glad to be here today for Hoop Fest and making all sorts of fun things on my embroidery machine. I love embroidery, and, you know, it's always one of those things I wish I had more and more time to do. But I was really excited for this opportunity because it gave me the excuse to play a little bit around on my machines yesterday and get ready for this project. So today I'm going to show you how to make really cute costume masks all on your embroidery hoop. And these can be for yourself, for your kids. They can be for Halloween time. They can be for summer play. There's so many ways that you can use these and so many fun opportunities for these. So this is a cute little butterfly mask, and these are not my designs, but if you just search on Google, say in the hoop embroidery designs for masks, or if you head over to lifesosavory.com and search costume mask, you will find my post where I have written all about this, and it will give you the links to the designs that I am using today. So I am going to not show you how to make this one, but I'm going to show you how to make a dragon and a unicorn. And these were two of the original patterns that I tried, and I loved them. They were so much fun to make. And then we'll be making them today. So I'm going to have two machines going, hopefully. That's the plan. I have the Brother Stellaire here set up with the 5x7 hoop. And then behind me, which we're going to switch over to, I have the SE2000 with the 5x7 hoop as well. And I'm going to be demonstrating the dragon on the SE2000. We're going to make the unicorn over here. We'll go back and forth a little bit, but hopefully in the next hour we can make those two masks. And I just wanted to inspire you. Here's a little close-up of the butterfly. It's so cute. It has 3 different layers, different colors of felt with some additional embroidery stitching on top of it. And then it has a backing. This one I put a little elastic thread for the holder, but I'll also show you how you can use some really cute ribbon, and then you could tie it behind your head as well. So there's lots of different ways that you can finish this up, but it's made all in the hoop. It's super easy, and so let's get started. So I'm first going to bring my camera a little closer because I want to show you what the design looks like on the screen, and then kind of the edits that you can do. So there's not a whole lot. It really does step it out for you. Again, these are patterns that I have just purchased from other designers, and you can find that information on lifesosavory.com. Or you could take this, and if you love to create embroidered designs, I'm sure that you could create something like this as well. They're not complicated designs. Also on the Stellaire, I'm going to use the 5x7 hoop. I already have this stabilizer on it, And then we're gonna get close up on here and we're gonna take a look at my screen. Now, I know I'm moving this single camera. I have another camera, but it just doesn't work as well. So for today, I might move this a couple times and hopefully we don't get seasick in the movement. But I just wanted to show you what it looks like on the screen here. And you can see, so this was imported. I just put it on the USB imported, and you can see it has the outline. It has the colors that you need. And then you can go, we're going to go ahead and hit set. I'm not adjusting any size or anything like that. We're going to leave it just as is. What I am going to do is not do as many color changes as it asks for. And we're going to color change with felt and vinyl. And this is really a cool opportunity to use some fun materials. So I bought this faux skin vinyl, and that's going to be really fun. We're going to use that for our mask. Then for there's sort of a patch of hair around the horn. We're going to use this glitter felt. And then I have this fake leather piece that's sort of felt backed, and we're going to use that for the horn. And then, of course, all the stitching on top of that. I have some purple yarn on my machine, and I have some pink yarn here if I want to do that. And then I do have some black behind me, which I will grab when we do the eyelashes, because I want to make sure those look pretty. So we're going to first go ahead and get this ready to embroider. And on here, let's see, make sure that you can see what this is showing. But up here, the first thing it's going to do is an outline placement stitch. So I'll put that skin piece on there. It's going to do the placement stitch. And for each of the layers in all of the designs, it does a placement stitch. Then you put your new layer of felt. Then it stitches around in either a single stitch or a triple stitch. For example, on this around here, you can see that's a little bit of a thicker stitch that it did on there. All right, so that is what we're going to be doing on here. It's going to be cute. It's going to be fun. It's actually relatively easy, and I'm excited to get started. So just going to put this so you can kind of see the whole machine. And we are going to first put on this pleather-like fabric. And you could use sticky stabilizer. I do not have sticky stabilizer because I'm just going to hold it. It tacks it right down, and it's easy. And then I don't have to worry about any issues with my needle or thread breaking that might come with sticky stabilizer, but I do love to use that as well. So, okay, here we go. So we have a hoop size. You can make these file designs come in 5x7 or 6x10 inch designs. And today we're using the 5x7 inch hoop on both machines that we are doing this on. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and actually just take that off and place my hoop in the machine. And then we'll go ahead and put this right on here, and we're going to center it and hold it in place while it tacks it down. And then we'll go ahead and get sewing on that. So we're going to lower the presser foot. Everything I think is ready to go. Actually, pause on that. We're going to run into trouble if I don't pull my machine out a little bit away from the wall. I push it back for storage, but I want to make sure I bring that forward. Okay, I think we're ready. So you can hold it in place with your finger. You can use double-sided tape, whatever you want to do for this first go round while it stitches out. You just want to make sure that it's not sliding or moving. I don't feel like it really does, but just to make sure that it's staying in place while it stitches that outline and gets started. I am using embroidery needles, I think 14, size 14, just with all the multiple layers and the different kinds of fabrics that I'm using. I want to make sure that it's a little bit larger size needle. All right, so the next thing that it's going to embroider is it's going to do the outline for that patch of hair around the horn, which we're going to do with the purple. And it's also going to do in the ears. So I have purple in there. I'm going to go with that. I think that will be cute for color in the ear. Then once it's done with the outline, we will put the purple on, and then it will stitch around it. All right, so we're just going to lower the presser foot again and let that stitch those ears and get that outline set for the next patch of hair. All right, so one inner ear is finished. It'll go on to the other one, and then we'll do our placement. I'm just going to cut the felt a little bit smaller. This is a big piece. We're going to be cutting and trimming around it anyway after it's finished. But I'm just going to cut a little bit smaller square to make that easier to work with. But if you're really trying to conserve your felt, then you might want to wait and put it on, get it all stitched out before you do anything. All right, so now it's going to make that outline around the bottom of the horn. And we're going to then place this on top of it. And hopefully I cut this square big enough, or we'll have to grab the other piece. A couple tips when you're using these different kinds of fabrics, and if you've done embroidery before, you absolutely are aware of this, but you can see that I've slowed this needle down considerably. Okay, I think I have it at 350 stitches, just as it's going through all the different layers of fabric, the different kinds of fabric. Having it a little bit slower really just makes it so you're going to break less needles. Just going to move this a little bit farther away. You're going to break less needles. You're going to just be able to get through all those layers faster. Not faster, but without hopefully damage to you or your machine. And I just like to have it a little bit slower. All right, so now I'm going to take this and we're going to put it over those placement stitches, and we're going to make sure that it is covering all the placement stitches. And yes, it is. So we're going to lower the presser foot again, and we're going to stitch over that. Okay, and then while it's doing that, you want to get your really sharp applique scissors ready to go, because the next step is we're going to trim off that extra felt, because we need to get it out of the way before we put the horn on. So each layer, depending on its placement, like on this one, there was the pink, then there was the, and as I was just saying, sometimes that thread likes to break, and it just did. Okay, so we're going to rethread the machine. It's told me to stop and rethread, which I love about these machines is it doesn't just keep going with the embroidery. If it senses that the thread is undone or broken, it will tell you and then give you the opportunity to rethread it. I'm also going to here go back a couple stitches. So if we go to the stitch plus minus button, and we can go back to where we see that maybe that stitching stopped, then we're even better prepared to start again. Okay, so hopefully it's not, if it starts breaking, frequently, then that's when we're going to want to change the needle or maybe explore other options. But if it was just a one-off, then it just was getting a little bit worn in there. So like I said, you're going to want to get your sharp scissors ready, because our next step is to cut that felt around where it's stitching. And you don't have to cut exact, especially if the next layer isn't going to overlap. But one of our next layers is going to be the, I guess I can't push that button while it's going, is going to be the horn. And this purple up here is overlapping where that horn is going to go. So at that point, we're going to trim really closely to the stitching. The bottom part, we can trim as close as we want now, and then we can always go back and when the mask is finished, trim that up even closer. So depending on what your next layers look like as you're looking ahead, that's when you're going to want to make those decisions about how closely you're trimming it now and then how closely you're going to trim it later. So we're going to do, there are several of these little short stitches where it's just 1 or 2 minutes of embroidery for this design. When we get to the eyelashes, this dark black all around there, it says it's going to take 8 minutes. And so while that one is stitching out, we'll pop over to the other machine and get the other mask started so we can kind of have both of them going at the same time. All right, so I'm going to pull this off. Now, the machine has automatically cut the thread when it finished that color of the embroidery. And this will hold the placement as long as you don't bump this arm. So I've made that mistake before when embroidering is somehow the embroidery arm has gotten bumped. And when I put my hoop back on, the placement is off and it's not the fault of the machine. It's user error where I have moved that out of the way. So I'm going to make sure that that doesn't get bumped, but we are able to move this off and make it a lot easier to trim this as long as we keep it in the hoop. So we don't want to remove it from the hoop. That will cause a problem. But we do want to be able to move this around and be able to trim, especially up here. And I'll give you a close-up of how this is looking and the progress that it's made so far. Okay, so you're just using your sharp scissors to trim around. My curved applique scissors were nowhere to be found yesterday when I was preparing for this, so I was a little bit sad about that. Those are the perfect scissors for trimming, but as long as you have really sharp, pointy scissors, you'll be fine and it will get through. So in here is a little U shape, and I have to try to get in there, which is why having scissors with a sharp point are really important, because I'm just using the tips. And this is where that next layer is going to go, so I know that it's going to be really tight, and I want to trim as close to the stitching as possible. Now, you also want to make sure, as much as you can, that you are being careful not to cut the bottom layer, right? This scaly layer, whatever I'm using for this unicorn base. Okay, so we don't want to cut that, and then we don't want to cut the purple in any subsequent cuts that we're making. Okay, so we just want to continue to trim around, and I'm going to just let you see right here. So I don't know, it might be hard to see because it's stitched with purple thread, but it's stitched in here. We're going to cut around. Here's what the back looks like. So obviously you can see that this is what I'm trimming around, which is a little bit on the intricate side. But we can always trim it more later. I'm going to try to make it a rough trim up now so we can at least see what it looks like. And then if I need to go back later and add more, I will. Okay, so trimming that up. All right, so you can see that side, it's starting to shape up. The glitter felt is so cute. And I know I have done these projects before, but for this project, I really did just raid my felt stash and your maybe different fabrics like pleathers or other things. This is a good chance to use up those scraps for maybe other projects where you've used bigger pieces of more unique fabrics. And of course, don't cut the stitches as much as you are possibly able to control that. We don't want to cut where we've just sewed, or we'll have to go back and stitch over it again. Now, if I did need to stitch this again, I would just hit that plus minus on the thread, but instead of hitting the stitches, I would actually go back a whole color, which would restitch this particular part of the project. All right, So you can also see up here a little bit the shading in the ears, and then that little patch of unicorn fur, the mane of the unicorn. And we're going to slide this right back in here. And the next thing it's going to do is the placement stitch for the horn. Okay, so it says it's going to take 1 minute for that. Then we're going to put this on and it's going to stitch the design on the horn. So let's do that. Okay, so it's just going around there again. I can already kind of see the placement because it did that in the stitching of the mask to begin with. But again, it's just building the layers of the design as it does. And so we're just going to let it do what it does and not interrupt the flow. All right, so real quick and easy. And then we're going to tuck this in here. And I can actually trim this down a little bit. We're going to make sure that it's covered the entire placement stitch. And now for a little bit of this, it is stitching on 3 layers. Okay, so it's going to go between 2 layers and 3 layers depending on where it's stitching. So for these inside grooves of the horn, that will be 2 layers. And then when it gets down here, it will, on this bottom curve, stitch around where that purple was as well. And that's going to be 3 layers. But once it sort of gets down and stitching, you don't have to hold it anymore. So it doesn't have to be something that you're holding the entire time. Just kind of getting it started, making sure that it's in the right spot, and then I'm going to let go of it. So we'll see. Oh, yeah. So when we get those really thick fabrics, it does cause a lot of friction, and you can see that it did break the thread again. So, but otherwise, overall, it's doing pretty good. And I did just put this needle in yesterday. So we're going to continue on, but just be aware that probably, oh, I didn't back stitch. I'm going to go back a couple stitches because I don't want to have a gap. Just be aware that it's probably a good idea to be standing near your machine when you're doing this, because you might break the thread a couple times. Okay. So this is where I said it's getting pretty thick. Another thing that you can do is a thread lubricant, or you can even change the tension of the thread. And if it continues breaking, we're going to have to do some of those other things. I'm going to check the thread tension right now on here. Same embroidery tension. So I'm just going to loosen it a little bit for this part. And then when we get back to the other parts, I will probably change it back because we don't need it. I don't need it loose for the whole thing, but I just want to see if that will help me get through this really thick part, have a little bit looser tension, and then hopefully slower. I could also slow it down. Okay, so right now I can see over here I have it at 400 stitches per minute, so I probably could have slowed it down even a little bit more. All right, but it survived. So good. I'm actually kind of glad some of those things happened, so you can get some of the tips for what you can do when it might be breaking or it's not, playing nice. All right. So the next thing is 8 minutes, it says, of stitching these eyes. So after I cut around this, because I don't want this stitched into the eyes, we are going to change to black thread. And then I'm going to also get the dragon mask started. So we have time to at least see that one partway in action. And I don't want to run out of time. Okay, so I'm going to trim around this horn as carefully as I can. And it's coming together so cute. I think a rainbow variegated thread would be perfect for this unicorn. I thought I had some, and I was actually looking for it yesterday, and I was going to use that for the whole design, for the eyebrows or the eyelashes and everything, because I thought that would just be so colorful and so cute, but I didn't have it. The only variegated thread I could find was Christmas colors, and I was not really looking to make a Christmas unicorn. So we just went with purples and blacks, and maybe a little pink if I want to change when we change back. The felt is a little bit easier to catch in the scissors because it's, you know, textured, whereas this skin is very smooth. It's not really skin, but you know what I mean. So I'm just trying to be careful not to cut into the felt. Okay. Oh, it is looking so cute coming together right there. All right. So now we're going to place this back in and we're going to change the thread. Whoop. Guess we're going to just throw the purple on the ground, but we're going to change to black embroidery thread. Okay, and this is going to stitch the little eyes and the eyelashes, which are kind of heavy on this design, but I think look really cute. All right, so that's going to be the next thing that we're going to do. And just want to make sure that's all it's stitching. Okay, so it looks like that is ready to go. We're going to get this started. I'm just going to take a moment and make sure that the tension looks okay because I have left it on the adjusted tension. But if it looks all right, then we're going to say that that adjustment is actually going to be helpful for all this stitching. Yeah, I think that's good. All right, so we're going to let that go. All right, we're going to swing around. Literally, I'm just going to take the camera and swing it right here. All right, and I have the SE2000 set up and ready to show you this cute little dragon design. So I actually started this yesterday, and what I love about these machines is not only will it save the pattern and the placement if you just turn it on and off, but it will, yeah, so it will recall exactly. So when I turned the machine on, it told me to remove the hoop, which I did. So you can see the outline here of the dragon. Okay. And then, but then when I put it back on, it just recalled the memory, recalled the placement, and we are ready, and recalled where I was in the design, which is the second step. Okay. So the second step on this one is some nostrils and some little grooves on the head. So I'm going to go ahead and get that started. And I'm going to use some yellow thread on my green. Okay, so we're going to put that on there. Let's see. And this is another great embroidery machine. I love how compact it is, how easy it is if you need a machine to take with you. This is definitely the one that will do. I did put yesterday this thicker needle on here for embroidery, and I found that though the needle threader wasn't working. So I got to put my classy glasses on to thread this one. So I would need some more investigation. This is the first time a needle has not worked with the automatic threader, but it is sort of a specialty embroidery needle. So it has some different grooves on it. So I was wondering if that is what was sort of keeping it from embroidering this thing. All right, so you'll notice this one is also nice and quiet. It has a great sound. It's going to do these little grooves for me here. And I'm going to check on the eyelashes on the other one while we are embroidering this. Okay, so cute. Okay, so can you see in there, or is it doing more? Nope. All right, so it just did like a really nice thick triple stitch so that you can see those stitches pretty clearly. And the next time I have to take this off, I will show you. Okay, so now it's going to do two little nostrils We're going to not change the thread. We're going to do those again in yellow because I am really liking the way the yellow is standing out on this design. And again, these are all really quick little things that it's embroidering. It's just doing the little 2 parts. I'm going to actually take this off and give you a close-up for a second. Okay, so this design, let's see, it cuts the stitches after every time. It does move it out of the way. It doesn't have a jump stitch like flicking bar, but it moves the hoop. So it really does pull the stitches out. And you can see, well, maybe you can't see, but it leaves no top thread. So it's no trim embroidery, which I absolutely love as well. All right, so I'm looking on here. Next step. We are adding on, why did I pull out 2 different kinds of pleathers? I'm not sure. Maybe I was going to put this as something. All right, so I have this really cool dragon scale. We're going to use that for, it's going to add 2 little, I don't know, designs. They're not ears. What do dragons have? I don't know. Whatever the dragon would have. So we're going to do the placement stitch, and then we'll come back and I will be able to put this on and make sure that this piece, I think it's long enough, maybe not. I might have to cut 2 different pieces. And if you hear construction noise, I am sorry, literally right outside my window, they are tearing our road apart and resurfacing it. So there's a lot going on in this neighborhood today in this house. We got 2 machines embroidering. We've got the road being torn up. So hopefully you can hear and not too much distraction. Okay, so it has the placement stitches all done. Let me find where I put this piece. And now it's going to go over it. It says in a different color, but we're going to do it in the same color. Oh, my unicorn just jammed on the other side. So I'm going to have to go check that out. But let me see. I'm going to have to cut this in half because it's actually going 2 different places. So there's a little section here and there's a little section over there. But let's see, where is it going to stitch first? Oh, it's going to stitch these. All right. So I'm going to have it go over there. And then I do want to make sure that I'm checking, because when it stitches that back side that's just free floating back there, I'm going to want to make sure that I'm touching that and can help that. Okay, so it's moving over. Now I'm going to grab this side, make sure that it does a little bit of stitching so the placement is in place. Once it gets started, I don't find that it really moves much, so we can just leave that. And then we're going to remove this one again and trim these off. Okay. So I am going to remove it from the hoop, and you'll see the SE2000 has the snap hoop as opposed to the slide hoop. So I would say if there's one thing that isn't my absolute favorite about this machine, it's that, but I still do love that it has the 5x7 hoop and pretty much lets me do so much of what I want on this hoop. All right, so how fun is this fabric? It's so reflective. So the next thing I'm going to do is trim it like I did before. Got to give a little trim so that this is out of the way as we finish up the embroidery. Now this project only has 2 different layers of different fabrics. So we've got those all done, but it's going to add a bit of embellishment with other embroidery layers. And then I'm going to show you how to put the backing on this without taking it out of the hoop. All right, so we have, and I just have this white felt that I'm going to put on the backing. I really like to just put the white on the back. Now you can see your stitches when you use white felt because I'm not using white thread, but I just like that clean backing, and makes it easy to just put that on the back of all of them. All right, coming so cute. So there's a little line in between these two that I'm actually going to do later. But we don't, let me just see. There's no embroidery between these two sort of scale ear things. This would be so, oh my goodness, I'm just thinking about this now. So the new How to Train Your Dragon movie is coming out really soon. And you know, the main dragon in there is that black dragon. If you made this mask with a couple of different black vinyls or pleathers, I think that could be a really fun thing to wear if you're going to go see the movie or take your grandkids to see the movie. I just think that could be a really fun way to enjoy the summer. And like I said, we've made these for Halloween before. I've made like whole outfits to go with them, with the unicorn. I made like a unicorn skirt and like dragon pajama pants. But these are also really fun for just like summer backyard play. Get the imagination going and be using these just for your sort of everyday activities. All right, let's see if I can get down this middle. Putting my finger on the back to support it. Again, I'm trying to cut through the scaly pleather without cutting all the way through the felt. It's a straight line, so that part is easy, but I don't really love how tight it is. Maybe I should have used 2 different pieces. I don't know. Okay, I got through one side. Let's see if I can, maybe I can turn the scissors now and go through the other side. Okay, there we are. We've cut it apart. So cute, right? Ah, love it. Okay, so we're gonna do the same on the other side. I think my eyelash on the other machine needs a rethread. So I'll go check that out once I get this started on the next step. But this is, I'm just going slow because I don't want to cut the green felt, and it feels like I'm going to. Okay, so cute. So cute. All right, we're gonna pop this baby back in. We're gonna continue to use the yellow because it's sort of the color I've been going with. And the next thing it's gonna do is put like some, not scales, but some design on the sort of forehead of the dragon. And it didn't stay threaded. Okay, I do this without my glasses. Only because I'm on the wrong side of the machine here. This does have an automatic threader, like I said, and I have not had any trouble with it until yesterday, of course, when I was preparing for this live show, and it wouldn't thread this particular embroidery needle. So I need more testing on this to determine, but never fear, if you need an automatic threader, this one has it. I'm just trying to do this left-handed and slightly blind. Okay, lowering that presser foot and setting that to go. We'll check in over here too in a minute. So you can see those little sort of scale or marks that it's putting on the forehead. That's what this color is doing. And this one is definitely a simpler design. After this, we're going to actually be putting the back on and doing the outline again, and then it'll do the eye openings, and I'll show you all that. So nice and easy. All right, so this is a little bit of a longer piece on this one. So I'm going to swing you around and check you in on how the other design is coming along. All right, so it's got one eyelid done. I'm on the second one. It's just coming around and sort of doing the eye, not shadow, but the eyelid. The lashes are embroidered, and it's finishing up on this section of the embroidery. Okay, so far so good. Let's just get a little bit of a closer look. All right, and we're gonna I'm gonna move this camera over and do the same thing on the other one. Try not to move too quickly. But we'll get a close-up of how this is embroidering. You really can do whatever color you want for these scales. They're yellow on the pattern, but I've been using yellow for more than just this part of the design. Okay, so while that's doing it, I'm actually going to come this around, and we are ready to put the backing on this one. All right, so we've got the eyes finished. I've got my white felt here, and the next step on here shows an outline around the mask, the under eyes to connect this eyelid area, and the holes for the mask. All right, so this one is almost finishing up. So actually the mask instructions say to take the felt and you actually slide it under the hoop. This is my first, when I was making these the first time, it was really my first opportunity to put the felt under, put anything under a hoop. Let's see, it's up. I'm just trying to slide this under as careful as possible, and maybe I'll just pull this off. So if you're unsure about doing this, you can also do like some double-sided tape or some sticky adhesive if you don't think it's going to stay in place. I just think on the back of the stabilizer, it seems to sort of grip to it and it doesn't really slide around. So I am just going to hold it as it makes the first pass around, but I think we're going to be just fine. We are going to take off this black thread. All right, so no more black thread. We're going to go to this purple. Because at this point, we don't really need this to stand out. This is just stitching all the pieces together. Make sure that's pulled through. All right, so we're going to lower the presser foot, and the first thing it's going to stitch out for me is it's stitching the little hole here where you're going to put your ribbon or your elastic. Okay. If you're just joining me, I see several questions, and I know that we'll talk about this at the end, but questions about where to find these designs. These designs are ones I just bought from other designers online, but you can find them and find the details if you go to lifesosavory.com and search costume masks. You will find the post that I've written about this and where to find these, at least where I found them. You might be able to find more. Okay, we're going to swing this around to this one. All right, so the next one is it's just going to outline around these sort of, they're not ears. I don't know what they are. And then the last one is we will put this felt on the back and we will go with that. All right, so we're finishing up here. These masks are looking awesome. Let's just talk really quickly about ties. So you can use sort of thin elastic. This is actually elastic I have left over from making masks. As much as I hate to say it, that's what it is from. And it works great for this project. So thin circular elastic or 1/4 inch elastic would work great. You also can use ribbon, and I'm going to show you on the unicorn how to just add ribbon, and essentially you just make 2 ties and then you tie it behind your head. Okay, so those are sort of what I have from this. And these are both finishing up. The unicorn is stitching around the outside of the mask one more time to attach the backing to it. And now we're going to do the same thing for this. So I'm going to go ahead and lift the presser foot. We're going to take this and we're just going to slide it under. This one is actually much easier to do that on. Okay, we're going to lower the presser foot and I'm going to go ahead and hit start, and it's going to attach the backing to the back of this mask, add the holes for the ribbons, add the eye holes that we can cut out after, and then it will be almost ready to go. And just giving these a finish up so that I can sort of show you the last results. I don't know this. All right, we are coming up onto the end. How cute is this? All right, so it looks like it's doing sort of a triple stitch around, and then it's also going to give me the 2 eye holes on there, and then we'll take it off and we will see how it looks. So I have currently here the unicorn as well. Let's see if we can get it to focus on that. All right, so how cute does that look? I'm gonna go ahead and take it out of the hoop and trim around it so that you can see the outside of that, but it is looking like it's coming together really well, and then we'll be able to see both of the designs. So then you're just gonna pop it out of the hoop, and then I'm gonna take my larger scissors and go around the outside. And now you're just gonna be leaving the interfacing on the in the middle. Okay, so, or the stabilizer. So this actually just helps to give another layer to give the mask a little bit more structure. Okay, and I'm just going to trim around the mask, leaving, I don't know, a teeny tiny border, but really not much. And then around the horn. And around, and it is coming apart really well. And then you're just gonna cut out, carefully, and then we're gonna cut out the eye holes as well. So while this is finishing up, I'm just gonna cut this unicorn out. Give you the full effect. I will say here, can you see, let's see if it'll focus. See this tiny little circle here for the eye or for the tie? So I go back to my really sharp little scissors, and there's obviously some threads to cut too, but I just take them, and if it's like pleather like this, I sort of snip with that, and then through the felt and the interfacing, I just twist my needle or my scissors to poke a hole. Come on, focus. But you get the idea. So that's how then I can tie the ribbons right through there. Okay, this one's done too. So, so cute. I can't get it from this, my sitting down position. Ta-da! How fun is that? All right, so let me just back this up a tiny bit. I'm gonna put ties on the unicorn mask, and then we'll get Blaine back in here. I wonder if while I'm doing this, if Blaine wants, if there was any questions that you guys wanted answers while I'm adding these ribbons, so I can put this on and give you the final results. But I'm happy to answer any questions that came up during this presentation. And yeah, I hope this is inspiring and you guys can make some cool masks for your kids or grandkids or any students, any kids in your life. Ta-da! Okay. So you can see I am using these sharp scissors to literally poke through it. And then you can either use the small ones or the large ones to actually do the cutting. Okay, so that's, up to you. Close to the stitches, but not too close to the stitches. Okay, let's grab that pink ribbon. All right, Blaine, were there any questions that we need to answer on this one?
So far there hasn't been any, but hold
Okay.
on. Denise just
Great.
came up. So where can we get the designs?
Yeah. So again, if you go to lifesosavory.com, search costume masks, you will find where I have a blog post about these, and the links are in that post. So I could also grab those and, give them to you too if you have show notes, but they are available on there if people want to grab them. All right, so I'm just poking the ribbon through. You can tie it in a knot. Ah, look at how cute that is. Let's do the one on the other side, and then we're going to finish this up. All right, so I'm just poking these through. You can tie a knot on the back. This is pretty thick ribbon. I just think it looks pretty to have the thick ribbon on there. But then if you use a thick ribbon, a knot also is nice and big and doesn't let it go through the hole. Okay, so we're just going to tie those. All right, ready for the big reveal. And then you just put it behind your head and you can tie a bow. Obviously for a kid, maybe the elastic is easier. I feel like the bow looks a little bit more elegant on the mask with the ribbons, but ta-da! There I am. And then of course, here's the dragon mask that we didn't get a chance to cut out and finish, but you can totally get the feel of how this would look cut out compared to these other designs that we're working on. So I hope you're inspired to make some fun costume masks and get some fun imaginative play this summer.
Hey, Emily, we had one question left. It was something they were asking, what size of needle are you using?
So I was using a 14, actually an embroidery needle. I was using, I think, a titanium one. I'm not sure. Yes, I can grab the package. So this was actually exactly what I'm using. We'll see if it can focus on, oh, there it was. Focus on there.
So Oregon, okay.
So yeah, this is a 14-16 package, and I think, well, looks like I had one machine with a 14 and one with a 16 because there's two missing. So I don't know which one was which. All
right, Emily. Well, thank you so much. Great session. I hope everybody enjoyed that, and thank you for coming on. I know we'll see you again real soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a great summer.
You too. All right, everybody. Hope y'all enjoyed that great session. Hope you got some good tips and tricks out of that one. But we're ready to start the show back with our demonstrations. And hey, we're going to go all the way over to Patton, Missouri. And we're going to see Garrett McMinn. He's National Sales Manager for SWF. And we are going to talk about a brand new machine. So y'all make a big SMP welcome to Garrett McMinn. Hey, Garrett.
Hey, Blaine. How's it going today?
Going great, man. How about yourself?
Good, good. I'm hoping the camera can actually see me today. I got a new camera mount for you guys. So hopefully you can actually see me this time. I'm not walking around with the phone constantly on this one.
All right. Well, hey, we're going to let you get at it. I know you got a lot to cover on this new machine and everybody's super excited about it. So I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All righty. Sounds good. So I know Blaine mentioned the 2 words yesterday and gave you guys a hint. I wasn't going to give you anything, but Blaine decided to be friendly and give you guys a hint. So this is our KXT1501. This is by SWF. This is our auto tension machine. I'll pan in a lot closer through the video, but just for now, I'll kind of give you guys an overview. So whenever he mentions auto tension, if you look here on a lot of multi-needles and even your single needles, you're going to have tension knobs all on your tension base. So with this machine, we do have a tension knob set up here. That's your primary tensions that come set from the factory. But then once you get down here, this is where all the magic happens. So this machine, you can pull these off, but it is fully magnetic. So basically you can see the magnets there. I'll give that a little closer view for you. Each needle has its own magnet. There's 2 rows, and basically what the machine does is it auto senses every 3 stitches, and it controls your tension for you. So like I said, your primary tension is set up here from the factory. You should never really have to touch that. You can maybe fine tune a little bit if you wanted to, but the machine takes care of the rest. So like I said, every 3 stitches, it's constantly sensing on what type of stitch you're doing. So whether it's a satin stitch, a fill stitch, tatami, anything like that, the machine is going to sense that, and it's going to go ahead and auto control how tight or how loose. So it doesn't matter how wide the stitch is either, the machine takes care of it all. The other really cool feature, this machine is a motor driven presser foot. So in technical terms, your standard machine is just a manual driven presser foot. So it makes running hats a little bit slower and harder to do. Your thicker materials like leather, thick center seams on structured hats and everything are a little bit harder to run. With this machine, I'll hit this button down, and it'll be hard for you guys to see now, but I'll pan in closer. So basically you can see the presser foot comes down just by that button. That is the motor driven presser foot. So what that gives us a huge play on is, like I mentioned, the structured baseball caps and with it being motor driven, it is a lot stronger. So like today we're going to run a Richardson 112. And basically with this hat, it has a very thick center seam. So if you've ever tried to run hats, you've probably definitely broken needles, you struggle with thread breaks and stuff. This machine eliminates a lot of that because that motor driven presser foot comes down and strikes the material first, flattens it all out. So even though this is a very thick hat, essentially the machine treats it as a flat because of the presser foot and how it operates. With the control panel, the bigger machines, we do a bigger control panel versus the MAS 12 that we did yesterday. So this is a 15-inch LCD full color touchscreen display. Makes it super nice for viewing your designs, seeing them on the screen. All of your buttons are a little bit bigger and bolder. Super easy to work the interface. As you're watching your design, it will show you exactly where you're at with it. So the LCD is huge. This one also is Wi-Fi. So like we mentioned yesterday, if you guys didn't watch, all of our machines are Wi-Fi. So you don't have to plug anything in. It allows you to send designs directly from the computer over to the machine. It does also have 2 USB slots here on the front. So just in case if you don't have a Wi-Fi network or you just don't want to mess with that, you can still use your standard USB technology. This machine here, I'll go over the specs real quick. So it's going to have a 20-inch or 21-inch by 14-inch flat sewing field. So a very large sewing field for a single head embroidery machine. I'll show you the hoops here in a minute where you guys can see the sizings of those. It runs at speeds of a minimum of 300, but a maximum of 1200, and it runs very smoothly, even at the higher speeds. Like on thick structured hats and stuff, we're running those at 900 stitches a minute or 1,000 stitches a minute. So it's really, really pumping along there and getting the high-end production done for you. So the quick change cap system, we have changed this up a little bit on this newest model. So yesterday, you guys watched me. I just kind of clicked the cap system off and clicked it back on. With this one, it does have 4 thumb bolts. I'll leave it on for now. I'm going to run a cap for you guys later in the video. Once we run the cap, I'll show you guys how to pull that off. It's still super simple, no tools required. Your hoop arms always stay on the machine. So we can put the cap system on and the hoop arms at the same time. You can't run both at the same time. You can't run a shirt and a hat at the same time. But you can leave those connected to where, again, it's toolless assembly. You don't have to keep track of the screws and everything like that because they stay in the machine. It still takes us only about 15-20 seconds to transfer everything over and back on. So we keep it really quick there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab the phone here. I'm going to pan in and show you guys the interface. I apologize. I'm going to move you so it's going to be a little bit rocky here. All right, so I'll walk through the control panel. I did this yesterday. I just want to show anybody that didn't get to see it. So with our control panel, like I said, they're super big, really easy to read. We're all about user-friendly, how easy the machine is to use and read the buttons and everything. So there's a lot going on with this control panel, but you only have 8 buttons across the bottom. And out of those 8 buttons, we're only going to use the first 4 to actually run our machine. So with this, you have your design button, your settings for your design or anything pertaining to the design, your needle colors, and then your frame, which is going to be how we trace or gauge the design where it's going to fit on the our material, like our shirt or our cap. But we'll go straight into the design button. So you hit design. In here, the machine has 2 different folders. You have user and design. With this, it has 400 design slots per folder here, so 800 design slots total. It has a total stitch count capacity of 480 billion, and that is B for billion. So huge control panel, also with the huge memory bank as well. So you'll reach your 800 design slots well before you reach your 480 billion stitch count capacity. But just rest assured that if you do even have huge designs, the memory is going to take it. So super simple. Your designs are all here in full color LCD. Makes it super nice where you're not just searching for a name of your design. You're actually able to see like the picture of what your design is going to look like. So super nice when you're searching for that design. If you have multiple pages, you can just scroll through them. As soon as you see the design, again, you're not just looking for a name or what the file is named. You're actually looking at the picture as well, which makes it super nice. So we'll select the design here, hit the check mark. This screen we explained yesterday, but this screen is kind of a shortcut for us. So the settings button and the needle button that I explained earlier are both down here now. So it says design, but this is the design settings now. So essentially the 4 buttons that you use to run the machine, we eliminated 2 of those with this process and this screen here. So you only have the design screen, you adjust your settings and your colors here, and then it's straight to the tracing or outlining of your design. So it makes it super quick and super simple. So since we're going to run this design on a hat, all we're going to do is go into design features, and then our angle right here, our selection number 4, it is currently set to 0. So we're going to change that to 180 to flip it. Type in 180 there and hit OK. So we'll close out of that. So now over here, our design information, it shows us that everything's normal. The only thing that we've changed is the 180 of the angle where our design is flipped for our hat. And this is very key. If you don't flip it, you're going to run a upside down design on your hat. So we're going to hit the needle button. This is going to be our colors. So this is a single color design. So basically it's showing us that there is one option here. And what I'll do is I'll actually back up once I show you guys the full process. I'll back up and select a multicolor design. That way you can see the different selections. We also mentioned yesterday with this machine and all of our control panels, super user friendly. But every color block behind each needle is fully customizable. So once you get your cones set up on the back and you know where they're at and everything, you can go ahead and customize those colors to match these colors. So for instance, we kind of have like a pink color on needle number 1. So I can go in here and find a pink color that I like. Try over here. There we go. So that's a pink color that matches that pretty good. We'll select needle number 1 and that saves that. Needle number 2 is a gray, so I go down here into the grays, find a gray that I like that fits it, put that on needle number 2. So then right now the color blocks, it's red and purple, so as soon as I hit save, those are going to change. So now that's pink and that's going to be a gray. So you can go through and do that for the full 15 needles. Makes it super easy to where, again, you're not searching back here for what color you need, but you are keeping it here on this screen. And now when I go to select the design, if I know I need pink, it's right there behind the color block, or the color block is right behind our needle number. So I see pink there, tells me to hit 1 and then hit that there. So our design color is loaded. I'll hit close here. So we've done everything now for our design. We've adjusted the angle, loaded the color. All we do is hit load and save. And that is going to load our design to run, but it's also going to save it for later. That's another thing that we've done with the control panel. Is with the load and save, it doesn't matter if it's tomorrow, 6 weeks from now, a year from now, as long as we don't delete this design out of the memory. When we hit the load and save, it remembers what needle we put in there, the rotation of it. So the next time that I pull this up in the control panel, all of that information will be saved. So I'm going to go ahead, and you can see that the design is upside down now for our hat, but I'm going to go ahead and select a multicolor logo for you guys real quick so you can actually see what that looks like. So we need to rotate this to 180, same step that we just did. Go to our needle colors. So this design here, and this is what I want to show with the LCD, it makes it very simple. Basically, it'll tell you exactly how many colors you have in here. And most digitizers, or if you digitize on your own, they will give you a color sheet that says like the hero is one color, the outline's the second color, this is the third color. Even if you don't have that sheet, this machine breaks it down very nice, because basically it's showing us that the first color is this middle part of the design. If I select option number 2, it shows me that then it's the inner line there. Needle number 3, or step number 3. Sorry, I got a load of color there. Let's see, we'll do 4. So then the next color, which is 3 in the sequence, it shows me it's that outer line. So basically, as I go through these settings, it shows me. So then I can click back through and say, okay, that's the first color to run, second color to run, and basically you can see anything that turns colored is going to be what we're running. Third color, fourth color. So it walks you through the steps of your logo very nice. That way you can see, like I said, if you don't have that sheet, you're not sure the exact layout of the design, the LCD breaks it down for you. So we'll go ahead and I'm going to do this needle color, make sure we're good. So we got that there. Okay, perfect. I'm going to change that to 2 colors that I have on there. Hit close and then load and save. Okay, so we got that set. Our design is completely good to go. I'm going to put you guys back on the tripod here. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, we got you back on there. All right, so you're back on the tripod. I already have the hat hooped up. We got it right here. I'll go through all these hoops and the cap system and everything to show you guys what all you get. But the hat is hooped up. To put it on our machine, we just rotate it to the side. Put that on there. Pull the frame forward real quick. Okay, so our first needle to run is 1. So I'm going to do a manual color change. Switch it over to 1. And then this is one really cool trick that you can use as well with this machine having the auto presser foot. You can use the laser, which does have laser trace, where it shows you the laser as it's tracing. Some people will hold their hand on here and pull the needle down to see where the design is going to fit. This is where the auto presser foot's really cool, and the motor driven presser foot. I can hit the down button and you can see that my presser foot is down. So now I know where to line up the center. So I can line up with the center seam there. And we'll push it back up with just 1 button. And we'll use our frame button now. And this will give us the gauge of how our design is going to run, or where it's going to fit on our hat. Okay, we are all good there. It traced out well and it's good centered on the hat. So I'm just going to hit start. So you can see with this design, I have it running at 950 on the machine, so it's pumping right along. I'll grab the camera and the tripod real quick and get you guys set up. And then you'll see the auto color change as well. Color change over. And just to show you guys the speed, we are running there at the 950. a quick thread break there. I'll grab that and fix it for you. So the machine also does tell us, it says it's on needle 2, so you know right where to look. So what I'll do is I'll trim a thread there. Okay, we're good to go. The other really cool thing with these machines too is they go ahead, they are auto thread detection, but then also with this, they go ahead and back up in our design. So then I'll go ahead and back up a little bit more, but this is basically to where you don't have a gap in your design where the thread did break. So now we'll hit start there. Pull you guys back down so you can watch. Okay, so our design is done there. It'll go back to the home position to where if we had a second design like this to run, you simply pull this hat off, load your pre-hoop one on, and hit start again. And keep it going. I'm going to set the tripod down, show you guys the finished product, and then I'll show you the cap system as well. So there's 2 little clips here on the side. We just press those in, pull it off. And that's going to be our finished hat. There is very little trimming, maybe right up there. I could just trim that little section off there. It did have 1 thread break, which was down here at the bottom, which can be some of the hardest stuff to run in embroidery. But again, we ran that at 950 stitches per minute. And you saw just how easy it is to run hats with this machine with the auto tension and the motor driven presser foot. It pumps through them with no problem, and really can help you if you're doing this as a business. Can really help you up your production, and those hats that are hard to run or materials that are very thick and hard to run. This machine is a workhorse, and it has the big motors and stuff to drive right through it. So I'll set that off to the side here. So like I mentioned, this is not our quick change cap system, but it's the easy change. So basically you have 2 wing nuts on top and then 2 wing nuts on the bottom. All I'm going to do is simply loosen those up. So I'm loosening each one. And they're not hard to loosen at all. And all we do is just pull the cap system off. Just like so. So that's your cap system there. It comes off. And again, your tubular arms or your hoop arms, and I'll pan back up so you guys can see. Our hoop arms, they stay on the machine and you never have to take those off. And then the one thing I was going to show you guys up close was the auto-driven presser foot. So basically I just click the button, the presser foot comes down. The other thing I want to point out, if you look at the throat of the machine, we reduced the size of this by 25%. So it's a very small neck or throat of the machine. So if you're doing pockets or anything like a backpack with very hard placement or a very tight placement, this reduced size on the throat or the needle plate is very key. We've also moved the needle hole on the needle plate We pulled it out about 1/4 of an inch, so you can now get higher on the crowns of hats and everything. Basically just anything we could do to make this machine run better hats, and also the thicker material is what we did. So I'm going to set you back up here on the table, and then we'll go over the hoop sizings real quick. So with this machine, you're going to get a 12 centimeter. So this would be small left chest designs, anything like that. I'll go through this. So every single hoop that you see, or the sizings I show you, you will get 2 hoops per set. So you've got 2 12 centimeters, 2 15s, 2 18s, and so on. This makes it to where, like I mentioned earlier, the machine always returns back to home position for that current design that you just set up. So basically, if you have 10 or 12 or duplicate designs to run of the same thing on the same material, you just keep pre-hooping with your extra hoop, and then as the machine stops and it gets done with the one job, you simply pull off your old or your already ran garment and then put your freshly hooped garment on and repeat the process until it's done. So it keeps it very streamlined, very fast, so you're not waiting on the hoop that you have on your machine to get done to rehoop. So you always have one preloaded and ready to run the next time. So again, that was the 12 centimeter. You're also going to get a 15 centimeter hoop. So this is like your medium size to your bigger left chest logos, baby onesies, stuff like that. And then you also get an 18 centimeter. So in inches, the first hoop that I showed you, it's a 4-inch hoop. The 15 centimeter, that's going to be like a 5-inch or a 5.5 inch hoop. And then this one is like a 6.6 hoop. So every hoop size I show you, again, you get 2 per set. So you have a very good array of hoops. That way, any project you have to complete, you should have a hoop that'll fit it. We'll get into the jacket bags. So this is a 30 by 30. So this is a 12 by 12 inch hoop. This is great for any standard jacket bag. If you're doing towels or big bags, this works very well as well. And then this is the big one that everybody is excited about. I'm going to step in front of the camera because it's too big to show up close. So this is your 20 by 14 inch sewing field hoop. So let me make sure I got that all the way in the picture. Should be able to see it. So it's 20 by 14 inches, so 20 side to side, and then 14 up and down. So this hoop is awesome if you're doing horse blankets, anything that's just huge. So you could honestly, you can hoop a quilt in there if you wanted to, if you're going to run a custom embroidery on a block that's maybe already in a quilt or something, or put something on after the fact. This hoop is awesome because it has that huge sewing field for you. And then I'll show you the cap hoops. So here is our cap hoop. This is the hat we just ran. So to unlatch it, we just pull that latch there, loosen it up, and that band is going to slide over for us. The hat comes off. And then here's your cap hoop as well. So with the machine, again, you're going to get 2 of these. So you never have to wait on your machine to be done to rehoop. You're going to have 2 cap hoops. They have a 270-degree sewing field. So basically ear to ear, so you can run there all the way across to the other ear. So it's a very large, it's 13 inches side to side is what your sewing field is on the cap system. I already showed you guys the cap driver, but what you're going to get as well is a cap hooping gauge. So this is a perfect mirror of our cap system. And essentially what this does is you mount this to a table or mount it to the machine. This is where we would put the cap hoop on, and then it locks in. That's where you're going to hoop all of your hats. Once it's hooped, you unlatch it and take it over to your machine. The last thing I'd like to add with this machine as well, there's a ton of features, and I know we have another day to go over it as well, so I can't cram everything in the video. But Blaine and them at Sewing Machines Plus, they are a huge dealer for us. They've done very well. So the sales and support, you're going to have a great company to work with. This machine does come with a 7-year bumper to bumper warranty. So if you ever have an issue with it that basically needs a warranty part, you have that 7-year warranty, which is very nice. If Blaine and them ever need any help, they have us as the factory to basically call upon, and we will one-on-one deal with the customer as well. So if you ever have an issue, we stand behind our machines. We stand behind Sewing Machines Plus. They are a phenomenal company to work with, and we'll turn it back over to Blaine if you're over there. If there's any questions, we'll go through those, and you can take it from there.
All right, Garrett. Well, thanks, man. Great job. And I know we'll see you again here tomorrow, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Okay, everybody. All right, let me tell you how you can get this. This is a great brand new machine. Again, that auto tension. Again, this is the KXT1501 15 needle from SWF. You see the price on it, $21,900. We do have a call-in special on this. And I got to mention, we have some special financing just for this machine. So if you are interested in this, you have to call in to get the special financing for it and get that call-in special. So get on the phones right now, 800-401-8151. Again, you're going to get that stand with it. You're getting the double set of hoops with it, a bumper-to-bumper warranty, 10 years. It has got a great everything about this thing. So get on the phones right now. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show, and we have Floriani coming back in the house, and we have our friend Jennifer Gigas. And Jennifer is a self-taught sewing and embroidery enthusiast, and there are a few types of sewing that Jennifer doesn't enjoy, or there's very few types that she doesn't enjoy. She considers it a privilege to be heavily involved in the development of the Bernina long arm and multi-needle embroidery products back in the day, and now she's using her talent at Floriani. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Jennifer Gigas. Hey, Jennifer.
Hey, Blaine. How are you today?
Doing fantastic, and we're ready to see all about Floriani. I know Trevor was a big hit yesterday, so I know you got some more things to show us. We're going to let you take it away. I'll see you back here in 25 minutes.
Fantastic. So we've got a little bit of a tilty camera today, but that's okay. The camera is getting a little bit tired, I think is what's happened. And so I hope that all of you had an opportunity to listen to Trevor's presentation yesterday. If not, I know he will be participating tomorrow afternoon as well. And I'm pretty sure you can go back and watch yesterday's presentation, because I do know tomorrow will be just a little different. And so I have the privilege today of talking to you about embroidery, what I'm going to call embroidery products in general. So Trevor talked quite a bit yesterday about Fusion embroidery software, and any of us, regardless of what type of machine we happen to be working with, whether it is a multi-needle embroidery like the one you may have just seen, or you have an older single needle machine, you're looking at something to add to your sewing studio. One of the things to keep in mind is that your threads are vitally important to the success of your project over long term, but also for the success of you as an embroiderer. There is nothing worse than working with a thread that wants to continually break, shred, or just doesn't hold up over time. So if you have not been introduced to Floriani embroidery threads in the past, let me just take a moment to introduce you to one of our little friends here. The Floriani embroidery thread is an industry known product. I think one of the things that I like best about this thread and sort of what it's has been known for is its lustrous shine. So this is a very high sheen embroidery thread. And it's also it's a thread that has a very high tensile strength. So what does that mean? It means that as it runs through your machine, you're not going to experience excessive breakage. All of our threads are manufactured to a very high quality control standard. And one of the things that I think is it's an interesting fact. It's a great little trivia piece for you, but I think it also helps to call out why the threads are as amazing as they are, right? One of the sort of quality hallmarks. When our threads are manufactured, there are never knots that are tied at the end. So when they're coming off, meaning when they're coming off the large spools in the factory, they wind the 1,000-meter spools. When they get to the end, there's always a little bit left or an amount left. And those are never spooled onto or knotted onto a spool of thread in order to continue that run. So we often have, some sample spools, that type of thing, because we don't knot our full threads. So I think that's something important to note. Also, when you're working with an embroidery thread, when you're choosing an embroidery thread, you want to keep in mind how the item that you are creating is going to be laundered, cared for, and used over time. So not only do you have that very high strength, which helps to eliminate frustration at the embroidery machine by preventing breakage, but it's also a thread that's going to withstand laundering, dry cleaning. It can be bleached. It's fade resistant thread. So if you're embroidering for maybe a grandchild or for a sports team, if you're doing logos on their jerseys, that type of thing, this is a thread that will withstand heavy laundering. It will also, again, it's fade resistant. So if you do need to occasionally bleach, if it's something that does get some sunlight, you're also going to find that it holds up very, very well to that. So one of the things that Trevor talked about yesterday, in addition to Fusion software, and sort of as a side note and a shameless infomercial from his presentation, is he talked about a whole assortment of products, a whole bundle of products. And one of the items in that bundle was the designer thread series. So hence the reason for talking about the Floriani threads. The Floriani library of threads has 360 colors involved. And while I do know that you could order that whole great wall of thread from Sewing Machines Plus with all 360 colors, today I'm going to talk about this group of 30. And this is our designer series thread collection in bold. So it's a nice bright, can we see that through the plastic? It's a nice bright assortment, sort of jewel toned assortment of threads. Very, very beautiful. It's a great, if you have a new embroidery machine, it's a great starter grouping because it has a lot of those colors that you're going to come across frequently in your embroidery. And it also has your whites, blacks, and grays. If you're gift giving, it's a great box for that as well. And included in this particular box of thread, it's not just the 30 colors of beautiful, high tensile, high sheen threads that are included, but this box also, see if we're going to stand up, also includes our Rainbow embroidery software. Rainbow software is a customizing program. Now, in my experience, a lot of people get into machine embroidery because they want to personalize things. They want to add names, they want to add text, and maybe they want to put something snarky embroidered on a project, on a tote bag. And so embroidery software is a really easy way to be able to add lots of fonts, work with your, customize your fonts, create text, create labels, etc. And so our Rainbow customizing software, as I've been playing with it and becoming more and more familiar with our software products, I feel like this is something that we have not really talked about the full capabilities of this particular software. As its name mentions, Rainbow software, its key feature is the fact that it will take single color designs and it will add color stops. So this started out its life as a single color embroidery design. By running it through Rainbow embroidery software, we were able to, or the software automatically added color stops at random spots throughout the design itself. Now, not only does it add those, what I'm going to call random color stops, but you can adjust where they are. So if you wanted a little more of one color, a little less of another color, there's a little slider within the interface that allows you to do that. But there are also multiple color stories. So maybe you want something in shades of blue, or you want something with jewel tones, or you want something in neutrals. You can also adjust your rainbow colorway to do that for you as well. It's very quick and it's very easy. But not only that, the software also includes a number of fonts. And here are just a few of those beautiful fonts that are included in the Rainbow embroidery software, which is included in your 30 count designer thread set. So you can see there's some very beautiful fonts for what I would call traditional style text. And there are also a number of what I call fancy pants fonts. These are the ones that, to me, they look like artwork. And so I would be inclined to almost create what I call ransom note type embroidery, where I might pick one letter out of one style, one letter out of another style, and create text that looks like artwork. I love being able to play with my letters that way. Here are a couple of the other fonts that are included. And so this one, I wish that you were all here with me so you could reach out and kind of touch this. These look like sportswear type letters. They are applique. They have a very textured feel to the inside. They're absolutely beautiful. And of course you can stitch these in any colorway. And now if we can hit the light, maybe just right, this one's a little harder to see on camera, but it's a beautiful satin stitch, sort of has a mod feel to it in multiple colors. And then here is an applique shadow style embroidery font that's also included in your Rainbow software. So lots of ways to be able to create customized designs using that program and your 30 beautiful spools of thread. But what else does this particular program do for us? So I mentioned that it gives us the option of taking a single color design and adding those color stops. So we have something with a little more texture, a little more interest. Note to those embroiderers who were watching the previous presentation, multi-needle embroidery machines are really such a great way to get lots of projects done, especially if you're working with something that has a large number of color stops. Now, not only can you create something that has those additional color stops within the design itself, but a question that I'm asked frequently, or something that new embroiderers or those that are looking to really customize the projects that they're working on, we're never happy with the color a design is shown up in. No matter what color it is, we want to put our special touch on it, or we want to adjust the color so that it matches the project that we're going to stitch the design out on. So there are also color stories or color groupings within the software so that you can bring a design in and you don't need to go color by color by color to make some changes and have a look or preview how that design will look in the other colors. Now, should you be working with a design that was not created in Floriani threads, you can adjust the thread palette or convert the threads right here in the software just by changing the thread palette that you're working with. Again, you don't need to go through one color at a time to change that thread brand. So that's kind of a nice thing. Now we looked at individual designs where the rainbow coloration was done way back here at the very beginning, but you can also use the rainbow tool to adjust the coloring in the letters or in text. And this is kind of a fun way to get some different looks and feels to the embroidery projects that you're working with. Now we had a look at the stitch outs of some of the different fonts that are included in your rainbow embroidery software. And I have to say, and I know that Blaine will get to this towards the end of the presentation, but if we were to add up just the number of fonts that are included in the rainbow software and purchase those designs files separately, you will have already saved money versus the cost of the designer thread series and your rainbow software that's included. So again, here's a little better look at that one mod style design font that shows up a little better, I think, on paper than it did in our sew out. So additional fonts for you for customizing, personalizing your projects, creating labels for quilt backs. And then here are those scripty style fonts that live in the software, just waiting for you to create those beautiful, beautiful personalized projects. Now, not only does our rainbow software have those beautiful fonts, beautiful text included, gives you the tools that you need to adjust colors or add color stops to your project, it also has your, what I would call your basic customizing features. So for those of us that have a maybe an older embroidery machine at home, and right now, that's where we're happy with that machine. We love that machine. Most of the functionality on an embroidery screen in an intro to mid-level machine, combining designs, adding text, changing colors, adjusting size, combining designs, All of those types of functions can be done in your Rainbow embroidery software. And one of the things that's kind of nice about that as well is that you're then working on your computer screen versus working on a smaller machine screen. So it's a nice way to be able to get your designs ready to go, to be able to really zoom in and see them. I'm at a point where it's much easier for me to see something on a larger screen than it is for me to try to look at a small machine screen, especially if I'm wanting to really get my designs nice and tight, position them in a particular relation to each other. And I need to really zoom in here tight to make sure that my text is coming right around my butterfly, for example. Now, the other thing that is a benefit when you're working with something like the Rainbow embroidery software is regardless of the machine level that we're working with. Now, there are high-end machines out there that have cameras, they have projectors, etc. I always like to print out a template of the embroidery design before I get ready to stitch something out, so that number one, I can see exactly what size it is. I don't know about you, but I can look at a design and it may say to me it's 4 inches by 3.2 inches. And I'd have to get out the ruler and know that it's about so big. I love to be able to print out a template and know exactly what size that design is, so that I know that my spatial relation and what I thought that design was going to stitch out, I can actually see it, touch it, feel it. But also, I like to embroider on garments. And when I print out a template, I can take that template and I can position it on my garment and sort of test drive it, or do a little test fit to make sure that the proportion of that design is right for the garment that I'm sewing it on, but also so that it's not in an awkward location. Whether we are working with cameras, projectors, or entry-level embroidery machines, there's no way to test drive the position of the garment unless I have the garment on my body. So that's a nice use for your templates and a nice use for an entry-level embroidery software is to print that template out. The other advantage of working with templates is I can then take my template to my thread wall and I can pull or whatever thread storage solution you have, whether it's a wall, whether it's a rack, whether it's a drawer, and I can get all of my threads out and line them up so that they are ready to go, and I can be more efficient as I am stitching out my design. So that is another function of your Rainbow software, is to print those design templates out. And we talked about the resizing of a design. When you're working in embroidery software and you're doing your sizing or your scaling, it does adjust stitch count for you. So when you take a design that is X size, X size, and you want to make it a little smaller, you want to make sure that that stitch count is being adjusted for you as well. And so your Rainbow software will do that for you so that your design maintains the integrity of the original design itself. And then also, I feel like it's very important for new embroiderers as well as experienced embroiderers. There's what I call a know before you sew button, which is basically it's a slow redraw type of a process. If I have a design that I've not stitched out before, I will always open it up in my embroidery software and watch how that design will stitch out. And I do that for a couple of reasons. One, I want to see if there's an area in the design that I need to be paying particular attention to. Maybe you're stitching out an applique design and you've not done applique in the hoop before. It's nice to sort of walk through that process and see what's going to happen, where are the color stops, when will the machine stop, that sort of thing, so that you can plan that design sequence ahead of time. So running through a slow redraw will do that for you, but also it educates us about the designs itself. And so down the road, if you decided that you wanted to start creating your own embroidery designs, you want to start doing some digitizing or some editing, watching a commercially digitized design stitch out gives us a lot of background and a lot of information about that design and sort of best practices that we can then use when we're stitching out our own designs. So that's another huge advantage of using embroidery software, regardless of the level of sewing machine that you happen to be working with. So if you had a look at what Trevor was showcasing yesterday with the Fusion embroidery software, then you had a look at some customizing, some auto digitizing functionality, some other basics within the software, and everything that we've looked at this afternoon sort of ties back to that Fusion program. And these are things that would augment what the software will do for you. So within the Rainbow software, these are going to give you some additional functionalities, those color wheels, the rainbow function, all of that is going to will add function to your Fusion embroidery software. So kind of a nice package to have, and it's a nice trial piece. It's not something that requires additional embroidery software. It stands on its own, but they work nicely together as well. I can just imagine some of these fonts done in the jewel tones and then maybe run through with a little rainbow software to really create some things that are very dynamic and very unique. There is a holiday coming up this weekend, an opportunity to embroider something for that special man in your life. So again, within our designer series thread collection, that was a mouthful. We have the 30 spool Floriani 40 weight embroidery thread, and it does include your rainbow software. This table's not this big, but I have set it down somewhere already. Okay, so remember the key functionality within Rainbow software is that rainbow tool, your color wheel tool, being able to print out your templates, having all of these fonts available for you. So Blaine, I can't see if there are questions coming in. Do we have any thread questions, any rainbow questions that I can answer?
We're looking right now, Jennifer. If y'all got any questions for Jennifer, go ahead and put them in the chat right now, and we'll try to get them to her.
Otherwise, I'll just share random trivia.
Kyle's looking right now as we speak. So
while Kyle's looking, here's an additional trivia kind of point for us. I know that you're showcasing some multi-needle embroidery machines this week. I have a multi-needle machine at home, and I always thought I needed those large spools of thread for my multi-needle, but I'm doing primarily what I would call one-off designs. I'm not selling embroidery that I stitch out. I'm not doing, 25 of one thing at a time. And I have found that for me, it's much more efficient to use my smaller spools of thread because I do change them out more frequently. And I like to have that broader spectrum of color. All right. Is there help with the software available? I'm so glad that you asked that. Yes. We actually have live bodies in-house that answer software questions. And they will, if you ask a question through the ticketing system, they oftentimes are able to get back with you over the weekend as well. And so in addition to that ticketing system, owners of Floriani embroidery software receive an invitation to the Floriani Software Club. And on the club site, we have ongoing video tutorials. There's a video that's added every week that's go up on Friday for the owners of our full software program, Floriani Total Control. There are also monthly designs that are included, and those are available all of that is available to you at no additional charge. And then on Facebook, we have a private, and by private I mean you just have to join, Facebook group called Stitch and Share, and there is quite an active group. People have questions. Our software manager is there to answer those questions, as well as a number of our educators that are popping in and out. So yes, there is help available. No other software is required to run. I keep losing this. No additional software is needed to run Rainbow. It is a standalone program. That is correct. There's other product available, but it's not required. What else? Stump the presenter time.
Yeah, Jen, I think that was it. I think that was the last question we had come through.
I was very quick with my speaking today. I'll have to slow down going.
You're well. Well, I need to tell them how they can get this.
I don't know. How can they get this, Blaine?
Very easy. We're going to make it so easy for everybody. Let me tell them how right now. We'll see you a little later, Jennifer.
Thanks so much.
All righty. Bye. All right, everybody. This is the bundle from Floriani. It's called the Focal Thread. Focal Thread. And again, SMP pricing is $149.99. The normal MSRP on this is $500. Again, give us a call right now. This is a call-in special. 800-401-8151 if you want to get that focal bundle. And then remember, yesterday, Trevor went over it. So we have quite a few different bundles that are exclusive just for Hoop Fest from Floriani this week. So we're going to go over those all this week. But make sure if you are interested in either one of the bundles you've seen so far from Floriani, get on that phone and give us a call. Great specials on those right now. All right, guys, I think we are going to move on. We're a little early, but let's see if I think Renee may be ready. So we're going to go all the way over to Charlotte, North Carolina, to Happy's U.S. headquarters. And I think we have Renee coming back in. So, hey, Renee.
Hey, Blaine, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you. So we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to let you dive right in and start talking about this 15 needle, and I'll see you back here in a little bit.
Okay, great, Blaine. So everybody who's listening, so the topic of our little talk today is some of the accessories that you can add on to your multi-needle embroidery machine, like the Happy Japan that you can get from Sewing Machines Plus. Now, the machines do come with standard hoops, such as your standard left chest and your square hoops for your full chest. But on top of that, there's a whole department of other kinds of hoops. All of us who are crafters, all of us who have done some creative projects know that you can't always squeeze, and I'm going to grab a regular hoop here. You can't always squeeze some of your fabrics and some of your items into a regular hoop sandwich where you've got your material, you've got your stabilizer, and you squeeze them together. That's a lot of things, of course, and we can do that with embroidery. But on top of that, we've run into things like totes, laptop bags, backpacks. So sometimes there is a better solution for that. And the nice thing about these Happy Japan machines that you see here is that they are compatible with all these popular accessories that you can get at Sewing Machines Plus. So what you're seeing here is that variety. So they fall into a couple of different categories. You have things like clamps. So started earlier. So you have things like clamps. For example, some hoops can't. Some hoops, again, traditional hoops will kind of force your material into sort of a double bend. And most things like cotton and t-shirts and hoodies will do that. But sometimes you may think of things like shoes or, again, just heavy canvas or bags. So clamps will do that. This will attach to your Happy Japan machine. And these are popular brands, things like this that will fit, that you can get through Sewing Machines Plus. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about these different categories. Now, we've got a specialist here who works with these that can comment further on it, but I know we started a little bit early, so we want to make sure that you all have something to watch. But thankfully, I have somebody much better looking than I am that's much more charming. So this is Ashley here. She's helped a lot of our customers, and she's going to be behind you guys in Sewing Machines Plus and showing how all these kinds of materials, these kinds of attachments can diversify what you can sew with your Happy Japan embroidery machine. So take it away, Ashley.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Renee. Like you said, my name's Ashley. I'm part of the Happy Japan Tex-Mac group here. And I'm going to kind of demonstrate a couple of these different parts and accessories. What you see before you is the Hoopmaster hooping station. It comes with a, we have a kit that we put together that has the fixture and freestyle arm. It comes with a 5.5 hoop, T-square, and then the portable mounting base. These are very, very effective as far as, speeding up productivity and, making sure that you line your garment up just right. On this other side here, hanging on the wall, these are the jerky hoops. These are made here locally in North Carolina. They have a lifetime warranty, basically indestructible. And if you do manage to do something to them, they will replace them. But these are wonderful, wonderful hoops as well. The backing, just side note for their jerky hoops, you use this Thermoplast sticky backing for the frames, and I can kind of show you that a little bit later. Right here on the table, these are the gator clamps. These are wonderful, wonderful accessories as far as really there's not much it can't do.
Right.
It fits on I think all of the Happy Japans, and you can
these are they're very strong. So the nice thing is heavy items, even on a compact machine like the 7-needle machine that you see over here on the side. This will accommodate this, and again, you can clamp on things like shoes, heavy bags. We were talking about car mats, and that's what these heavy-duty clamps, like I've been mentioning before, are good for. So if you've ever had run into trouble sewing on a heavy item, a heavy leather jacket, Carhartt jackets, workwear, that kind of stuff, this kind of thing will let you try things fearlessly. So again, this is called the gator clamp. And one thing that's nice about this is you can see the knobs here. You can spread those. You can spread the arms out or put them together to fit different size items here. So you can adjust that, slide it in infinitely to customize that width. It's like having a bunch of hoops at once. So you can also adjust how high they sit, how low they sit. Again, it's a great tool if you're trying to go heavy duty. That's something for those kinds of projects. So this is just one aspect of the many things that fit on your Happy machine. So thank you, Ashley, for that. Go ahead and whatever you're going to present next. I just want to jump in and say that. Go ahead.
I also wanted to show the gator clamp also makes what's called a Pocket Pro, which is great for, I guess, smaller items as far as maybe getting into pockets or
right. So imagine not having to unsew the pocket or be able to sew on the pocket without having to sew it together. So you could slide this so close together and then get inside a 4-inch pocket and sew. Of course, you'll need a narrow arm machine like a Happy Japan embroidery machine, so you can slide that pocket around this little arm right here. But pair that with this pocket clamp, like Ashley said, and that lets you, again, get into some tight areas. We're talking sleeve cuffs, gloves, anything tube-shaped that I've even done, the sweatbands. Now, that was back when I was growing up, that we had sweatbands around our wrists for tennis and all that stuff. But I've seen those come back in fashion. Ashley's laughing at me. But that is, those kinds of things, and we all run into those when we are looking for things to embroider on. That's the kind of stuff that this accommodates. So,
absolutely. Thank you, Renee.
Sure.
I wanted to kind of quickly go over here a little bit, show what we have on this board. I know I had mentioned the Hoopmaster Mighty Hoop options that SewingMachinesPlus.com has, along with the jerky. And then also I wanted to mention Hoop Tech. They are a wonderful hooping option. You need a window, chassis. You need a window, chassis, and adapter to have the whole set and caboodle. But the Hoop Tech clamping systems are a wonderful option as well. So I want to make sure that I put that in there. I want to show you a couple of, I know I have some sizes right here with the Mighty Hoops. And these are magnetic hoops for those who don't know. They're all the rage, I guess you would say now. but they come in multiple different sizes, depending on which model of the Happy Japan machine you get. Depends on how how big you can go as far as the hoop. By far, our most popular mighty hoops at the 5.5 and the 10 by 10. Just gives a wide range of left chest, right chest, and 10 by 10 for jacket backs and stuff.
And here's that 5.5. It's good for your left chest size or your onesies where you want to put some little bit of text. And then, like Ashley had mentioned, you've got the 10 by 10 here. This larger area hoop will fit on even the small compact 7 needle and 12 needle machines. So that is, again, those are one of the best sellers that you can get through Sewing Machines Plus. So, remember, she's bringing up these mighty hoops. If you've always done traditional hooping, so let's go back to this traditional hoop here. Remember, when you're making a sandwich with these, those of us who have been doing a lot of hooping, I can do this in my sleep. This is a traditional hoop, but where the mighty hoops shine, and you can pick up through, and magnetic hoops shine, you can pick up through Sewing Machines Plus, is that they take the effort out of this. When you're squeezing some thick fabric together, sometimes you do this a lot, or maybe you're only doing it a few times a day, but that's a lot of pressure on your hands. And I don't know about you, but my hands are pretty busy doing all kinds of computer work all day, working on machines. So by the time I get to sewing, they're pretty tired. So these will take the effort out of that because of the magnets. I don't know how much you all have seen these, but I get people who will never go back to these again. Even if they're free with the machine, they really, really love the effort that you're saving. Your muscles, carpal tunnel syndrome, gone because of this. And they hold incredibly thick items together like Carhartt jackets, hoodies, because they have strong magnets. In fact, you want to be very careful with them because they are. How strong are they, Ashley?
They are, if you have a pacemaker, you should not use these hoops. They tell you to keep that away from your pacemaker. They usually run between 8 to 12 magnets, and it's fair to note that there's 2 types. There's a light and then heavy duty. The heavy duty has 8 to 12, and then I think the lighter are 4. But yeah, needless to say, like Renee said, it will take a lot ease your hands for sure.
Right, they'll pinch you, but they will take the effort out of hooping, especially if you love to embroider. This is gonna keep you loving it more because of the effort that it takes out of that part of the process.
Yeah, and if you're lucky, you'll only get your fingers stuck once.
Right.
I wanted to demonstrate the Hoop Master station if we had time.
Of course,
okay.
we've got time. Yeah.
Just to kind of show what this all entails. So we have the Hoop Master station right here, and the fixture and freestyle arm. Now these are hoop specific or size specific. You'll notice that this one is size for the 5.5, but you can get them in different sizes depending on the hoop. And then we also offer an adjustable fixture that is for 6.5 hoops and larger. So what you do here is you'll have your hoop station, then you'll apply the fixture and freestyle arm on there. Then what you'll do is you'll put the back of the hoop in right there, lock that in place. Then you'll put whatever backing that you're using down, and these black flaps right here, that is what will hold the backing down. So just make sure it doesn't move around on you. And then you will take your garment, and then you will place it over the hooping station. And you'll notice the hooping station is kind of shaped almost like a shirt. So it's you hoop it depending on whether it's right or left chest. Pull that around, and this comes with an instruction booklet so that you know what all these numbers mean, and depending on the size of the garment will depend on where you're going to put it. So you'll put this around here like that, and then you'll take your hoop here, place it in the fixture and freestyle arm, and then it's just as quick as that.
So it's doing 2 things at once. So one thing that Ashley mentioned, you remember these little numbers here, you can move this around. And if you're an embroiderer and you're an artist, you're a crafter, one of the things that's really important is perfect placement. You want all of your smalls, medium, and larges for that logo to be in the right place, or that design, whether it's a monogram or not. You don't want it riding too high up here. So I put this on here using this Hoop Master, and it's a really good height. It's not too high, it's not too low. So what Ashley is showing you is that you get a little chart so that if there's a men's large or a women's small, then it's going to tell you where to put this. So when you put this aligned to that number based on the size, like Ashley had said, it's based on the size of that garment. Then do exactly what Ashley did. And then not only does it place it, but like you can see here, it also hoops it at the same time. So no measuring, no centering it with a chalk line, no having to print out your logo and just align it. The Hoop Master accomplishes all that, takes the guesswork out of it, so that if you're new to all of that, this really simplifies it. So you can just focus on good machine embroidery without having to do all that extra work. And plus, with the Mighty Hoops, where you're taking the effort out, you're also taking the effort out of hooping and placement at the same time. So
absolutely, yeah. Thank you, Renee.
Sure.
And you'll notice just the tension on that is it's tight on there. So you're in for a I guess it's a really good embroidery
right.
experience.
That's a great point, Ashley. Is that what Ashley's pointed out is that you don't have to worry about how tight you need to stretch this. The process and just pushing that down, the Mighty Hoop tensions that perfectly, not too tight, not too loose. So your embroidery comes out perfectly every time. You don't have to worry about hooping issues with this.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Randy.
No problem. Thank you, Ashley.
Absolutely. I wanted to point out, I know I've gone over the jerky hoops in the beginning a little bit. The frames, as I said, multiple different sizes, and you'll use the sticky backing to as the backing on the frames. But they come, you can either get a wide arm or a let's see.
Okay.
Wide arm and the narrow arm, excuse me. So depending on the size of the machine that you have, depends on which one you would get. But there's two different sizes for you. And then they also just came out with this. It's called the Jerky Easy Frame Name Frame. It's a really cool design. You do dog collars, belts, karate belts is what we were using, I guess, at the trade shows. But two different sizes here, and let's see here, the little thing flips up, put that in there, and here, you're ready to go. And this will fit on either the narrow or the wide arm as well.
And notice that it'll hold more than one thing at a time. And these little pegs here on either side let you align these so that they're perfectly parallel. You don't have to worry about lining them up. And you can do 3 or 4 items at a time. That's one of the nice things about this piece. It also comes with a set of clamps. These are these metal things on the side that don't have any teeth in case you want to. In fact, this one doesn't have any teeth. You can see that. In case you want to do a big flat piece of material instead of having several ribbons going across. And it's really that simple. Like Ashley said, loosen this. You can leave this on the machine. You don't have to take it off. Slide that open, drag or pull the next strip over, tighten it down, keep right on embroidering. So very easy to use and really, really nicely priced. So again, Sewing Machines Plus, look for the Durkee accessories like this to enhance your embroidery capability.
Thank you so much, Renee.
Sure, no problem.
Let's see, I'm trying to think of something else that I can mention here.
Maybe the koozie clamp here.
Oh, yes. The koozie clamp here is a really, really cool design. This is made by Hoop Tech. This is used for, smaller items that you want to, was it shoes?
Well, what's it called?
Yeah, it's the koozie clamp. So it's predominantly used for koozies,
right. But
you can use it for, an array of different things, shoes, cleats, things like that.
The big thing is the clamping force is really strong, but it's really easy. So where you worry about, again, that hoop sandwich where you're trying to to put your inner and your outer ring together, you don't even have to worry about that. This just squeezes it between two surfaces. And there's a little rubber grippy surface in here, foam. It's really gentle on whatever you're going to do. So you can do this on the side, on a pocket on a purse. You can do this on the sides of shoes. This is almost could be called a shoe clamp as well, like sneakers. So just really tough to hoop items. And you can adjust that. What you have here now, the newer version that you'll see from Sewing Machines Plus actually has a wheel, a dial that you can turn. But this lets you spin this to make it tighter, or you can open it up to make it looser for thicker items. And then finally, when you're ready to clamp it down, you just turn the lever, and now that's closed down. That hoops that really, really nicely and holds it really firmly, even though it's a very heavy item. So perfect. Great. I'm glad you brought that up. So
thank you so much, Renee. Yeah, to be honest, you really can't go wrong with, everyone has their preference, but any of these hooping, the station, the jerky hoops, the hoop tech clamps, they're all wonderful options that you can get at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And I guess you want to answer any questions that folks might have?
Actually, you know what? I just saw something here on the table that I do want to bring up. So this is Durkee's hat clamp. And what this is really nice about is that a lot of embroidery machines, especially the multi-needle machines, have a hat set up where you're hooping in a really non-traditional way. And what happens is that it takes a little bit of training, a little bit of learning. So the hoop looks like this. And what you're going to do is, Ashley's got the finished item here. So you're putting the hoop on and fixing it with a strap and clamps. And it takes you a little bit of stretching to get this on here right. It does work really well, but it takes a little bit of training. So if you don't want to put on that hat system, it involves switching out the arms on your machine, putting on what's called a driver. It works a little bit differently, but with this, you can just put this on your regular arms. This one will just kind of screw onto the clamps onto the machine. So if you see the machine here behind me, so let me go and do a quickie close-up of the machine itself. This will screw onto the back of that. It works just like a regular flat item. And then you'll embroider the top of the cap here, and this little clever clamp will squeeze the bill flat. And then you can get up to 3-4 inches tall. And I know in our experience, you can put 3-4 inch high monograms on. Now you want non-constructed caps, like the hobby caps work perfectly. You can get from Hobby Lobby or any other store like that. Craft caps, they're meant to do this, and it makes it really, really easy. Just open these little wing nuts, slide the bill underneath this clamp, and if you want to, and you do want to put adhesive backing. Remember, Ashley was talking about this. Go ahead, Ashley, just kind of show them this.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, this is the thermoplast sticky backing. You'll peel this top layer off here.
Yeah. You've got to protect the film that she's talking about. Yep, and then you can see that, and you can fix that on the underside, and then and that will hold your material nice and flat, and you can embroider really nice looking monograms on there. So that's yet another option that will fit with any model of these Happy Japan embroidery machines.
Yeah,
so perfect. Thank you for demonstrating that.
Thank you so much.
Sure, no problem. Okay. And how are we on time here? So got a little bit of time. I know that we've got a pretty good variety of things. Another thing that I kind of want to mention is now Ashley has brought up these easy frames. And basically, for all of you who know this term, it's just basically called floating. So instead of that inner and that outer ring that we've been talking about, this is just another approach. So I've got people that will never ever go back to hooping again, and they just leave this on the machine. So this would mount on the machine like this. You can see I'll just put this right here like this. Clamps on any standard multi-needle machine. So that's there, and then what happens is that, again, we're going to trot out that adhesive backing. So, and you just kind of fix this on the bottom. And what you're looking at here in the background is that there's about 8, 10. Do you know how many different size windows there are?
There are a lot.
There's a lot. Yes.
And Brent is,
There's a lot.
he's creating new things, new hoops or
Right.
and frames.
These are made in America. So they're actually made about 40, 50 miles from where we're sitting right here. So they've got a lifetime guarantee like all Durkee products. And they are also pretty strong. I know that you all have seen fast frames, which are really nice. So you can see how thick this is. So I think this is kind of, this is why they're often paired with these Happy Japan machines, because they come from that industrial background. So they're stronger. You can put very heavy items on there, but you can fix them like Ashley's about to show you with that adhesive backing. And then you can just basically hoop whatever you need to. I've done pockets on purses and bags with this. I had really somebody, I know this comes from a particular region of the country. Somebody couldn't figure out how to do this. They had some baby shoes, and they had the baby shoes had 2 Velcro straps, and they were little white, the little white baby shoes. So they put the left and the right on here and they floated them on here, and they wanted in red thread, they wanted roll, and on the other one, they wanted tie. So I thought that was really, really cute. Of course, customers from Alabama or an alum from down there. But again, that's just a neat little creative thing that I would have never thought of, is embroidering that for a little piece of spirit wear. And again, just another creative application when you're able to float with something like these Durkee Easy frames. So,
yeah, thank you so much, Renee.
no problem. You also have your back of cap attachment too. This is also part of the Durkee Easy frame. So you can either hoop, again, a part of your cap. We can take a ball cap here and just, again, with a little bit of adhesive backing like we've been using, and lets you sew it flat. And again, no special cap driver. You just sew on here, no special cap attachment. And that basically fits on the machine, clamps on that blue frame that we've been showing. So you can sew that arc over the opening here. You have really a lot of access without a lot of hooping drama, again, because of this back of cap attachment here too as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
All right. I also wanted to mention that let's see here. I believe I did mention about the Hoop Master Station. It usually, you want to have the Frickster and freestyle arm as far as, like I said, they're hoop specific. So don't fret as far as, this is a 5.5, but for 6.5 and larger, they make it as what's called an adjustable fixture that you would fit on the top. There was a top piece that goes here, and the bottom piece goes here, and you can adjust it according to whatever size hoop that you have. There we go.
So it's going to be a bar that goes across here. You have an upper bar and a lower bar, and you can spread them far apart. So for large mighty hoops, if you want to do full fronts, full backs, then it will allow you to lay that on here. And even though you may have several sizes of these, the nice thing is you just have to buy one adjustable fixture so that that will accommodate different size mighty hoops. And again, those will then attach to your Happy Japan embroidery machine. So it's a good good item to have if you're doing a lot of large things and you like that mighty hoop. And the nice thing, of course, is the larger the item, the harder it gets to hoop as you're forcing that inner and outer ring together. But again, the mighty hoop takes the effort out of it. And of course, with the larger hoops, that's even making it easier. So I don't know how many, let me get, I'm going to grab you guys a very, very large hoop, and I'll show you some of the things that I've run into.
There it is, right there on the chair, Renee. That's 16 by 17. Oh, nice.
Now, this is kind of a preview of what you might see a little bit later, but this is a 24-inch by 16-inch hoop. Larger hoops are a lot harder to hoop because you're having to kind of force them in there if you want to make them tight. I've sometimes kneeled on these and then just kind of walk my way through there. But for those large field happy machines, you're going to see that there are some very large mighty hoops that are available that you can use. And then none of this kneeling. None of this kind of forcing this in. So again, the mighty hoops, these magnetic hoops, take the effort out, and especially gets more important as you're going to the larger hoop sizes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking with you, I'd love to kind of just show you
yes,
that,
of course.
the 16 by 17, just so you guys can kind of see just the size of it, how large these things can get. So
How big is it, Ashley?
this is the 16 by 17. So, yep.
I don't know what kind of projects you all are thinking of, but I mean, you can go fearlessly with this. Again, many copies of something in here, like key fobs or patches, or if you just want to do just a large thing. I know that we have a lady here in North Carolina where we are, again, we're here in the Southeast, and I know that at least here, everybody likes to monogram everything. So I saw we had a customer, she pulled up and she had her logo, she pulled up in a Jeep and her logo was using one of these mighty hoops. She put a big monogram on the back. It was, a good 1.5 feet almost by 1.5 feet, and used this on that spare tire cover. Looked great. So just all kinds of applications you can do. They're made easier with these special kinds of hoops.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Frank.
Sure, of course. Now, I know we're starting to get towards the end of our time here, so if there are any questions about accessories, add-ons, what you guys are looking for with your multi-needle machine that are carried through Sewing Machines Plus, this is just a highlight of the additional capabilities. We all want to get a machine to do what we're thinking of doing, and we all want to do something special that nobody else is doing. So that's where these special accessories come in for those special projects. Or you're always going to have that family member or that customer that walks through the door and they're going to ask you for something that you never even dreamed of. But one thing with these Happy Japan machines, if you can drive a needle through it, then you can probably embroider it. And again, these accessories here enable that. So get with Sewing Machines Plus as far as these special accessories. They've got a big catalog that you can go through to customize your machine's capability for what you want to do. Any questions, Blake?
Yeah, let me ask if anybody's got any questions, put them in the chat right now. We'll look for it. And I don't see any right now. Huh? Nothing. All right. Well, Renee, Ashley, thank you all so much for going through all the accessories. Sure do appreciate y'all being a platinum sponsor, and thanks for being on Hoop Fest. And we'll see y'all tomorrow for 2 more sessions.
Thanks for having us, Blaine.
Thanks so much for having us.
All right. We'll see y'all later. All right, everybody, let's tell you a little bit more about the Happy. I'm going to kind of go over the machines again. I know we went over accessories, but I'm going to tell you a little bit about the machines. So the one that we talked about earlier today was that 15 needle. Again, this one has the commercial industrial type motors in them. $18,396 is the SMP pricing for Hoop Fest. We do have a call-in special on that. And we do have some special financing, so give them a call, 800-401-8151. You can also go take a look at it. All the Happy machines, if you just go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can look up at the very top. You'll see that search bar is type in Happy, and all the embroidery machines should come up. You may just say Happy Embroidery, and they'll come up. But you want to take a look at all those. Kyle's showing them to you right there on the screen. We have a pretty big variety of machines that you can look at, but all the 15 needles on our site, you have to call for the price. You have to call in for those because every one of them are call-in special. So make sure y'all get on that phone if you're interested in any of the Happy machines you've seen so far on the show. We're going to show you more the rest of this week. Get on those phones and give us a call because they would love to talk to you about it. All right. Well, guess what, Kyle? Day 2 is in the books.
That was it.
That quick. Man, is the days flying by. It's already day 2.
Yeah,
so y'all know what that means. Before we end the show, we get to pick our second finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. And we're going to give away a few little things too. But since everybody wanted us to do that first yesterday, we're going to do it first again today.
All right.
So all you have to do, I want to remind you, to get entered in all of our giveaways, all you have to do is participate in our show. Either chat, ask questions, make comments, And we would really appreciate y'all if you're on our Facebook page, like our page. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe to it and hit like on the video. It really helps us out and enables us to keep doing all these giveaways and things that we do. So pretty pumped about that. So you see everything on the screen. Kyle, tell everybody again what's in the Dream Studio.
So we've got a Happy 7-needle embroidery machine, a Viking Amber Air, an Elna 850, Dime Perfect Embroidery Professional Software, Floriani Fusion Bundle, a Janome 400E, and then a Arrow cabinet combo with a Kiwi table.
Yes. So, and you're getting a little bit of everything. So I can't just say it's an embroidery. You're getting basically a sewing studio because you're getting a little bit of everything on this. Again, it's a $25,000 value. So we're going to pick our second finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. Kyle, spin that wheel. Here we go. And R. YouTube. Congratulations, Kristen. You are our second finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. And again, guys, to remind y'all, we're going to pick a finalist every day this week. And on Friday, we will have all 5 names in a little bucket, and I will pull the winner out live on air. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Dale Brown was our Monday's finalist. And today, Kristen R. is our Tuesday finalist. So looking forward to tomorrow. Pull another winner. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and give a few things away. First up, we're going to give a $25 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. Kyle, spin that wheel.
Sandra Warren.
Sandra Warren. Sandra is watching today from YouTube, so congratulations, Sandra. How you're going to claim that prize, go to SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and once we get that in, Kyle's going to email you a gift card code, and all you'll have to do is put it in checkout, and it'll save you $25 off your purchase. All right, Kyle, we're going to give an SMP pin cushion away. It's really not a cushion, it's a pin magnet. It's magnetic pin cushion, as they call it.
Yep.
All right, we're going to give one of these away. Kyle, spin that wheel.
And fill back.
Fill back. So good. She's a regular. Ann's on her.
She's local, huh?
Is she local?
Maybe. I've seen her in the chat a lot. That's for sure.
Ann, congratulations. She's watching today from YouTube. So Ann, we need you to claim that prize. You need to go to SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit. Once we get that in, we'll get you one shipped out to you. All right, next up, we're going to give away one of our world famous sew mats. We're actually going to give 2 of these away, Kyle. 2 sew mats away. Kyle, spin that wheel for our first winner.
Capricia.
So Capricia is our winner watching today from YouTube. So Capricia, how to claim that prize. You're going to go to SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete. Most importantly, in the little notes section there, just put in what color of sew mat you want and what size, and we'll get that shipped out to you. All right, we're going to give one more of these away. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
Visionary Creations.
Visionary Creations is the winner watching today from YouTube. So how you're going to claim that prize is go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information complete, and most importantly in that little notes section down there you'll see, just type in what color sew mat you want, what size, and we'll get those shipped out to you. All right, everybody, thank you all so much for joining in today. We're going to be here again in the morning. The stream will start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central, and then I'll come on about 15 minutes after the hour, and we'll start the show. And we've got another great show lined up for you tomorrow, more education, more demonstrations. Hope that you got a machine picked out that's your favorite, and we're going to have some great specials. So y'all make sure y'all tuned in, and hope you have a great night. We'll see y'all first thing tomorrow.